It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, February 1st, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome to February. And before the show started, Frank and I had a very heated debate. Is it February or is it February? I'm still not quite sure. Yeah, but I still don't even know what you're saying there. I'm clearly saying February.
You're from Texas, you just mumble it out.
What are you saying? Say it slowly.
February.
So you're saying it with an R.
Right.
February.
Correct.
I'm saying February, and I'm not quite sure what is right. Honestly, it's sort of like my Tuesday thing. I say Tuesday. Maybe it's a Canadian thing, because I know in Canada they say Tuesday, but the rest of yous say Tuesday, and I'm not quite sure why I say Tuesday. Anyway, for me, it's February, and it's great to be here on a February in 2023, talking MMA, the first day of the month, January, now in the rear view mirror, and we got a lot to discuss. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of things happening in the world of mixed martial arts, and we love Wednesdays here on the program. Of course, that's when we answer questions. That's when we let our hair down. That's when we shoot on the business, as they like to say in the industry. So all that to come. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of this program and the UFC as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use the code THEMMAHour. That's very important. You want to get in on some Bellator action this weekend. You want to get in on some UFC this weekend. You want to get in on some Super Bowl action next weekend. Boxing this weekend. A lot going on. Use the code THEMMAHour. That tells them we sent you. All right, back into the show. We'll check in with GC. Also, Parlay Pals back to 4, Frank back in, as you may have heard a couple of weeks ago. And so which direction are we going? Are we going Bellator on CBS? Are we going super late night UFC at the Apex? Are we going boxing? Who the hell knows? Stay tuned. We'll also get GC's full picks for the weekend. Big weekend coming up in combat sports. Prior to that, we'll be joined by the reigning, defending UFC featherweight champion, the one and only Alex the Great Volkanovski. Of course, we are less than 2 weeks away from his big showdown on February 11th against one Islam Makhachev. He's moving up, trying to become double champ, 145, 155 in his home country of Australia, Perth, to be exact. Can't wait to talk to Alex, who always wakes up so very early to join us. This time, no different. Stay tuned for Alexander the Great. Prior to that, the great Eddie Hearn will join us in studio. Yes, he's back. The head man of one Matchroom Boxing, Matchroom Sport, Matchroom Darts, Matchroom everything. And I got a lot to talk to Eddie about. I mean, not just in the world of fighting. We got to talk about darts. Also, you'll recall on Monday, we had the undefeated Sky Nicholson. First one up in our MMA Hour dart competition. We have to come up with a cool name for that. Smoked me 93-31. So I'll be challenging Eddie Hearn to a little game of darts. A 3-on-3. I don't know. We're kind of figuring this out as we go along. The lighting is going to be better, maybe some music as well. So there's a lot to come. Stay tuned for Eddie Hearn and a lot going on, a lot to talk to him about. So I can't wait for that. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by the legend, the last emperor himself, Fedor Emelianenko. Final fight for him, his last ride this Saturday on CBS. First show, as far as MMA is concerned, on CBS since April of 2010. Strikeforce Nashville. Believe this is the 5th show ever on CBS. CBS and MMA go way back to Kimbo and James Thompson at the Prudential Center. It's been quite a run. And now they're back. Scott Coker is back. Bellator's first show on CBS. And not only on CBS, but also Paramount Plus. So if you don't have CBS for whatever reason and you have Paramount Plus, you can watch it on Paramount Plus. And I suspect Paramount Plus is going to be a big part of Bellator's future plans. So Fyodor, my old pal, who almost exactly 12 years ago this week, I think it was February 11th to be exact, of 2011, he was in studio back in the AOL days. First time ever. Here we are 12 years later before his last fight. Great honor, privilege, pleasure to be joined by him. Prior to that, we'll answer some questions on the nose. You know how we do, like to shoot on the biz. But first, speaking of the big weekend, because yes, this is a big weekend, and it feels a little different. It feels bigger than most. It's the return of MMA on CBS. It's Bellator's first show on CBS ever. It's Scott Coker's return, because, of course, back in the Strikeforce days, he was involved. It's Scott Coker's return to CBS, and our old pal, the Bellator president, Scott Coker, kind enough to come on to share some very exciting news regarding Saturday's event on CBS from the Forum in Inglewood. So without further ado, let us say hello to the one and only Scott Coker. Hello, Scott. How are you?
Ariel, how are you?
First off, commiserations on the Niners. I mean, it's tough to win when you've got your fourth string quarterback out there. I don't even know if he is a quarterback, to be honest, but I'm sorry about all that. So we're now 3 weeks ago, we were both talking about seeing each other in Glendale for the Super Bowl, and now we're going fishing.
Yeah, that was a tough one, boy. That losing your third, fourth string quarterback, it doesn't get any worse than that. I mean, it was just a poor performance after he got injured, got injured. So next year we're going to be good next year, and we're going to bounce back. That's my hope.
Okay, there's always next year. For you, there's this weekend. This is big. Do you agree with what I'm saying, Scott? Like, this feels a little different. It feels still special to be on CBS. It's been such a long time for you. This feels like a bigger deal than your typical run-of-the-mill event. And I know you have a big one in Dublin coming up on February 25th and all that, but this feels special. Does it feel different for you?
Oh yeah, it's really a great opportunity for Bellator, and extremely grateful to CBS and giving us the air date. And we're put on a great fight card. This is going to be something I think the fans are going to want to tune in. It's free on CBS and on Paramount Plus. So anytime you have Fedor, who's we talked about, he's going to do his retirement fight. It's going to be a special night, and to actually put his gloves down after the fight's over and do the whole ceremony, I think is going to be a very special night, one way or the other, whether he wins or loses. That's going to be up to him and Ryan. But to have that ceremony in the Bellator cage after his illustrious career of just fight after fight after fight, and I went back, Errol, and I watched those fights. I watched the Nogueira fight. I watched the Krokop fight. I watched the Andrei Arlovski fight. I watched the Mark Hunt fight. I watched the Randomman fight. I watched all these fights that he fought way back, in the day in Pride, and when he was on his 10-year run, and he was, to me, he was so fast, so explosive, and to me that just makes it that much more special because he still has the speed, he still has the knockout power, right? He is older, and I think it's time to say goodbye in the cage, and I think to do it on CBS, which is, to me, where he started his U.S. growth. And what I mean by that is, like, he did fight on a pay-per-view fight card before that with Affliction. But, when he fought on CBS, I think he did 5 or 6 million views back in the day. So we're really looking forward to this fight. And I'm excited for Ryan. It's another great opportunity to showcase his skills. What an amazing athlete. And, we're going to let him get it on Saturday night on CBS.
Crazy. 2 GOATs retiring on the same week, right? Tom Brady, who a lot of people consider the greatest quarterback of all time, announced his retirement officially this morning, and on Saturday, Fedor as well. So I guess, Father Time, always undefeated. By the way, you just watched some of his classic fights. You just named them. What's your favorite?
I'll tell you the fight that I thought was, there's like 2 or 3. I just can't pick one, but that when Randomman slammed him, and I thought he broke his neck, I said, oh my God, this is like over. But, he came back and took him out. But that was, to me, special. But the one that really made me go, this guy is really special. And I remember sitting in my house watching this fight at 2 o'clock in the morning back in the day, is the fight we had with Mirko Krokop. Because here's this great striker. And honestly, I thought Fedor outstruck him. I thought Fedor was pushing the fight and pushing the technique, and basically he outstruck Mirko Krokop. And so he proved to me, like, this guy can do it all, and he can do it on the ground, he can do it on the throws, he can do it on the stand up. So that's really when he got my attention.
All right, so let's talk about this news that you have to share, because I have to say, when I first heard about it, I was very excited because I've been banging the drum about something like this happening for a very long time. I will explain in a moment. But I want to give you the floor here because I think this is a beautiful thing that you guys are doing, and to me makes the event. And this is a shoot. This is me just telling you, like this alone makes the event must see TV. So tell us, what are you guys doing on Saturday to honor the great Fedor Emelianenko?
Yeah, and really, Errol, this happened in an organic manner. We started getting calls from different fighters that wanted to come to the fight and watch Fedor fight. And so one of the first calls I got was from Randy Couture and saying, "Hey, I'd like to attend his last fight." And said, "Great." Then Dan Henderson said, "Hey, I'd really like to be there." Hoist Gracie wanted to come, so he's there. Mark Coleman will be in attendance. And so all these legends of the sport that really are the roots and the foundation of MMA started calling. And, we said, look, this is a very special occasion. We're going to have all these, OGs back, legends from, the days that really built MMA. Why don't we do something special? And, another legend that's going to be there is Renzo Gracie. Another one is Frank Shamrock. Matt Hughes is going to come. Chuck Liddell is going to come. Chael Sonnen is going to be there. Rampage Jackson is going to be there. Josh Barnett's going to be there. It's really like the who's who of MMA from that era. And this is the end of an era, Errol. And the page is really turning to the next chapter of mixed martial arts. But Fedor, I think, is the last emperor, and this is his last stand. And all these gentlemen will go into the cage as Fedor is probably saying his speech, and he's going to retire. And they're going to stand behind him. And when Fedor gets, when he gets up from putting his gloves down, they're all going to be there to congratulate him. And this is a ceremony and a great send-off to the greatest heavyweight of all time.
I love everything about this. I continue to say that the sport of MMA doesn't do a good enough job, and that goes for everyone, of honoring its past. I watched the NBA All-Star Game. They've got the 75 greatest there. They always bring out the legends. They're always honoring them. We need to honor these individuals more. And so I love everything about this. To recap, and we have a nice snazzy graphic to really drive this home for you. Yes, breaking news, courtesy of Frank right over there. Look at this. We've got an amazing graphic here. All these legends are going to be in attendance on Saturday to honor the great Fedor Emelianenko, Josh Barnett, the fight that we didn't get to see, Mark Coleman, Randy Couture, another one that we wish we saw, Renzo Gracie, Hoist Gracie, Dan Henderson, Matt Hughes, Rampage Jackson, Chuck Liddell, Frank Shamrock, and our old friend Chael P. Sonnen, who did fight him at the very end of his own career. This is amazing. And I don't know off the top of my head if we've ever seen this many legends together in one spot, Scott. Like, this is an incredible thing.
Look, it's something that's really special, and it means a lot to me because, like you said, I look at this from a martial arts perspective, and these were the greatest martial arts of their time and their era, and they really built, what MMA is today, and they really built the evolution of what mixed martial arts is today, and they deserve to be, in the cage with Fedor, and I think that it's going to be a magic moment, man, and I'm really looking forward to it, and saying hello to all these gentlemen, and these gentlemen were all so very nice and really respectful. And they're like, look, I would love to be there. And I told them, I said, we'd like to have you in the cage after. They said, we would love to do that. And they're there to pay tribute to Fedor Emelianenko.
Can I pitch you an idea though? Can I throw a curveball your way?
Sure.
You may have heard the idea through the grapevine, but I'd like to pitch it publicly if I may. Here's the thing. Who represents Pride better than anyone? Who is linked to that era? Who is the only man who has the chance to be a Bellator champion and a Pride champion? Who was the face of Pride for so many years? It is the great Fedor Emelianenko. For 6-7 years, he was the pound-for-pound best, greatest heavyweight of all time. He was Pride Fighting Championships. And one of the things that I loved, among the many things that I loved of Pride was, and you've done this with the Heavyweight Grand Prix, you'd have the guys come out beforehand, right? Pride would do this beforehand on the stage, right? The music and the lights and the smoke and all this stuff. These are the individuals that will be competing tonight. It's unlike anything we've seen. It's not something that the UFC has done. So you have them all come out. And so what I was thinking was, when I heard this, I was like, oh, of course they're going to do it this way. But then I found out, as you just said, it's going to be after the event. What if you start, Mauro Ranallo, we're here at the Forum in Inglewood, and we are here to celebrate the life and career of Fedor Emelianenko. And these legends, never before have this collection of legends been together under one roof, all to honor arguably the greatest of all time. And they all come out on the stage, each one, Renzo Gracie, Hoist Gracie, Dan Henderson, Chuck Liddell, they all come out, and then he comes out from in between them, and everyone's clapping for not only him, but all the legends as well, all together to send off this guy. They have never come together. They all have their own issues and beefs, but they're coming together for one common goal to say, hey, our guy, from our era, we wish you well, and we're here to honor and support you. And then the beauty of all of that is sets the tone for the night. Perfect way to kick off. You're on CBS. You're like, wow, what is going on here? All these legends together. But then you're a great social team led by your son, Jordan, clips that off. It gets passed all over the world. And now someone at home who may have forgotten that there's this event going on, they're like, what? Henzo and Hoyce and Shamrock and Couture, they're all there to celebrate Fedor. I got to tune in. So now it's being used as a promotional tool to get people to tune in. And now you have this great moment that doesn't hinge on the finish, because let's just say he loses to Bader. You could have a bit of a sad moment there in the midst of this celebration. Then you have them come back at the end to say goodbye as he puts the gloves. But you're going through all this trouble to get these guys. Why not kick off the night with the legends? What do you think of my idea?
Boy, I'll tell you what, you're on the wrong side of the mic, buddy. You need to be on the promoter side. You need to be a producer inside this company.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, you take it over. But listen, we talked about it, and we're still discussing that. But
Come on,
the format's been laid out for a long time now.
It's $1 million idea.
No, it's a $3 million idea.
Okay,
so don't undersell yourself. It's fantastic. I love it. And I tell you, when I was on New Year's Eve and we did the Ryzen fight with Bellator guys, to watch those guys come out, like you said, it is just magical, man. And they played the Pride music, and it was just like a throwback, and it just felt massive. And I totally understand what you're saying. And we're working on it.
Please think of the emotion, think of the scenes, and also, can I just say, in addition to Fedor, these individuals deserve a moment too, right?
Yes.
They deserve an ovation. Yes. And I know they're there for him, but wouldn't it be nice for them to have that moment? Then they could sit and feel good about themselves, cheer him on, and then they all reconvene in the cage. But what I love so much about this is they're coming together for a singular purpose. But, when's the last time Frank Shamrock got an ovation? When's the last time Randy Couture got an ovation? Rampage, it's been a while for these guys. And so it warms my heart to see them, because I love the legends and I feel like they should be celebrated more. I want them to have a moment too.
Yeah, me too. And I think you should get on that plane, Ariel, on Friday night and fly out here and check it out. Because if we do it this way, you got to come check it out.
Okay, well, let's see. But there's a part of me, MMA fan, I want to see the production on CBS, because part of the appeal here is CBS. I understand the ticket sales are going great. I understand everything is going well for you guys. So it's a big event for you. It feels like a big event. And I guess you have a situation where if Fedor wins, now all of a sudden you have a vacant title. Do you have any idea what you'll do? Have you thought of that, or are you going to only cross that bridge once you get there?
I mean, we have other fighters that we could put in there for a title fight in the future. But Fedor's not, when he fights this fight, and win or lose, he is going to, or even a draw, he's going to retire. So that title, if he wins, will be vacant.
Okay, wow. So big stakes, 3 fights. On CBS and Paramount Plus, like you said. You've also got your newish middleweight champion, Johnny Eblen. I'm excited to see him back in his first defense. By the way, speaking of Paramount Plus, because I've seen the news of the past week about Paramount Plus and Showtime, will all Bellator events now air live on Paramount Plus as well as whatever TV platform they're on?
I the only thing I know is that this fight here will be on Paramount Plus with CBS.
Okay.
And in the future, I don't know the timing of it. I really hate to speculate. So I really don't have an answer for that, but I'm sure we'll have some clarity soon on the situation.
I asked you about the heavyweight title, and if he wins, Fedor, that is, the belt becomes vacant. Since we last spoke, Scott, you may have heard the news that the UFC heavyweight champion is now a free agent. What a scenario that would be, right? He walks in, and in my opinion, he's still the champ and goes for your belt. Any interest at all? Any talks at all? Anything at all with the great Francis Ngannou?
Yeah, I think that, of course, there's interest. Anytime there's a free agent at this level, we were talking to everybody all the time, and Francis is somebody that we would have high interest in. And I know there's dialogue going on, and I look forward to a sit down in the very near future.
Oh, wow. Maybe he can attend the event on Saturday. Any talks of that? What a scene that would be. The past, present, future?
Yeah, well, we're definitely going to invite him. I'm not sure what his schedule's like, but we will invite him. But more importantly is when we can sit down and really talk some business and see if there's a fit. Because like you said, Fedor fights, if he wins the title, he actually would be the champ until, we would, have the new fight, and which would not include him. Listen, Francis Ngannou would be a great addition to any roster. And, I think we would be a great fit because you have Showtime Boxing. He could do boxing, and he could do MMA with us. So it'd be a one-stop shop for him.
So there's been preliminary talks, would you say, like some feeling out, but nothing real serious just yet. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, basically it's just, preliminary discussions to set up a meeting face to face so we can have a good conversation and get to know each other.
Okay. And by the way, the TV landscape has changed dramatically since the last time you were on CBS. And one of my favorite stories about the Nashville thing was telling you about the brawl. Remember that at the press conference? I was like, there was just a brawl in the middle of the cage. That was a crazy time. These things happen in MMA. But like, what is the ceiling for? What is the ceiling for?
We did not invite anybody from the scrap pack to this fight.
Yeah,
by the way.
probably for the best.
They're no, it's okay. You guys just stay home on this one.
Yeah,
sit it down. But listen, it was an interesting night, and I didn't even see it. I was headed to the press conference when all that went down, but it was part of the Strikeforce history. Bellator is a lot different company, and we haven't had any problems in the cage. So I'm not expecting anything to go wrong.
Could you tell me what would be a success for you in terms of viewership? Like, I don't know if 5-6 million in today's TV landscape is even possible anymore for anything. What is a hit for you? Is it 1 million? Is it 2 million? What are you thinking?
I mean, listen, I think that if we get to that 3 million mark, that'd be a victory. I think that'd be a nice number. We're going to work hard towards that. And I feel cautiously optimistic because it's a great fight card, and you get to see one of the legends, put it down and retire and fight one of the greatest fighters in Bellator, Ryan Bader. And it's free on CBS and Paramount Plus. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a great night of viewing for MMA.
All right. Well, I can't wait. And I hope that when I tune in at 9:00 Eastern, 6 Pacific, I will see all these legends walking out. Maybe some Pride music. Who knows? Let's get crazy. You know what I mean?
I think somebody owns that, Ariel. Somebody already owns
that. Forget that. Forget that idea. That's my one bad idea in this segment. We don't need the music. Who cares about the music? Just let them walk out and we celebrate them. And what a way to start the event. And by the way, we just so happen to have the voice of Pride working the booth, right? I mean, is Mauro working this show? I would imagine, right? It's a big deal.
Yes, Mauro is working the show. And one thing I'll tell you, when you talk about a big fight and a big feeling of a big event, we have requests and ticket, people flying in from all over the world. We got orders from Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Japan. Like it's really has that international feel. And, it's going to be really special because I think you'll see a big international audience. I think you'll see a big contingency of Japanese fans there. You'll see a big contingency from Europe. I think you'll see a big contingency from the Middle East. And, it's really, really fun to see the excitement of this event and what it's created. So I'm really looking forward to it.
I love it. Well, I wish you guys the best. Can't wait to tune in. Can't wait to watch it. And can't wait to see that big ceremony at the beginning and end of the night. It's going to be great. Thanks for coming on and announcing this news.
Thank you so much, Ariel.
All right. Good luck.
See you Saturday night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There he is, the Bellator president, the one and only Scott Coker. What an announcement. I mean, could we see that graphic that GC put together for us? I mean, this was one of the nicest things we've ever done. Look at this. Look at this. All these men will be in attendance. Josh Barnett, Mark Coleman, the Hammer, Randy Couture, the Natural, Renzo Gracie, Royce Gracie, his cousin, Dan Hendo Henderson. Of course, who can forget that fight in Hoffman Estates? Matt Hughes, Rampage Jackson, Chuck Liddell, Frank Shamrock, Chael Pisani. You know what's great about this? Not all these guys have a history with Fedor. Matt Hughes never fought him. Renzo Gracie never fought him. Royce Gracie never fought him. Now, some of these guys do. Barnett, of course, remember Affliction. Coleman, Couture, remember that. Chael, Hendo, like I said, Rampage, very recently. But they want to celebrate him. This is a brilliant move. Remember, I said 30th anniversary of the UFC coming up in November. Bring out the legends, the top 30. Name them. Make it into a thing. We get a committee together. Bring them out. Celebrate them. This sport now has a rich, interesting, fun history. 30 years essentially here in North America, dating back to 1993. It's time we celebrate it. I can assure you, in a couple of weeks, when I watch the NBA All-Star Weekend, I can assure you there'll be legends up the wazoo. Everyone's going to be there. It's a celebration. I can assure you when we're watching the Super Bowl next weekend, there'll be legends. Pro Bowl, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on with the Pro Bowl. Is it a flag football game? What is it? What's happening over there? You get the point. NHL, this is an opportunity to celebrate not only Fedor, but the legends of MMA. You have all these guys coming in from all over. Would love to see Crow Cop added to the mix as well. Is it too late for that? Point is, you have them all. Don't just save for the end, because the truth is, this could end in a knockout. I mean, their first fight ended rather quickly. I'm talking about Bader versus Fedor. Could end in a knockout. So what if it ends? This isn't pro wrestling. They can't script it. So what if it ends in a somewhat depressing fashion? Now all these guys are going to come into the ring and he's going to be concussed. Get 2 bites at the apple. Right? Have them come out, set the tone. It's only 3 fights. 2 title fights, but 3 fights total. And now we're talking. And it's a fun little 3-pack of fights. Bader, Emelianenko, Johnny Eblin versus Anatoly Tokov, and Sabah Homasi versus Brendan Ward, which is a nice way to start because those 2 guys are crazy and they're going to bring it. On the prelims, names like Neiman Gracie, Lorenz Larkin, Henry Corrales, Steve Mowry, who's an up-and-comer, big-time undefeated heavyweight prospect, Max Roshkov, remember him from the UFC? And that whole thing with the corner and all that. Alejandra Lara, Darian Caldwell, Jornal Lugo. So, there's names there. It's a solid night. And no conflict with the UFC because, of course, their card starts at, I believe, is it 10? I know the main card's at 1, but then I think you're going 10 to 1 as far as the prelims are concerned, and then so there might be a 1 hour overlap. But I mean, if we're being honest, the UFC card isn't exactly their strongest offering. Yes, 10 p.m. on ESPN Plus, and then main card at 1 a.m. It's a lot of up and comers, if you will. You also have this road to UFC situation that is playing out at the prestigious Apex. So, big night of fighting on Saturday. In addition to that DAZN boxing card we talked about on Monday with Sky Nicholson. Eddie Hearn will be on to talk about it as well. I am very excited about that situation, all those fighters being together. I just hope they get it right. And, look, they're going, they're going the distance here. They're trying to do everything to honor these guys. I just feel like one little tweak to all of this would go a long way.
I think you sold it to him.
You think I did?
He might need to play the clip to the producers to get them on board. I don't know if he'll have that same excitement when he's trying to relay your message.
He's right, though. He's right. I should be a promoter, right?
Yeah.
I'm very, 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 very excited about this, but I feel like, here's the thing. If they bring them out after the fight, and let's say he loses, I could see the tweets now. Oh, that's so Bellator. That's so Bellator. This is very avoidable. Bring them out to start. Set the tone. What do you think of this idea, New York Rick? Isn't this a great idea on my part?
It is tremendous, and it should be
adopted. Do you agree with what I'm saying? Like the whole thing, I didn't come up with the idea of bringing the legends, but why would you save them for the end?
I agree with that, 100%.
I could just see it now perfectly. You have the stage. They all walk out. It's like what WWE does on the second night of WrestleMania after the Hall of Fame, and they say like Diamond Dallas Page and Trish Stratus and Booker T, and you know how they come out on the stage? You ever see that? And they all have their little ovation? Yeah. Just do that.
I agree with you. I think the point you're trying to make, and what will happen if this is done, is to make that an event, to make that the spectacle, and not just like a tack on, not just like a here's this that's added to something. Yes. Now let's move to the next thing. It becomes its own thing, which I think is important.
It could be a little bit awkward if he gets knocked out and then you bring in these guys and everyone doesn't really know how to react, right?
I don't want to put that into the universe, but that is a potentially very very sad kind of scene.
Yes.
Although I imagine, there's a way to handle that, right? Like there's the sympathy aspect of that you'll see people who can sympathize with him, recognizing that moment. But I think you're right that you avoid it by going up front. Absolutely.
They fought once before back in 2019. The fight lasted 35 seconds. who's to say that doesn't happen again? And now you're like, okay, here we go. Chael. I told Chael yesterday, there's a great irony to Chael, of all people, being there to celebrate Fedor, the guy who continuously said Fedor worked, fixed fights. I'm like, you're the guy who's going to be there to celebrate him?
No, is he going to stay in that character, or is he going to play nice?
You know that he always liked him, and that was all just a gimmick. And he fought him as well at the very end of his career. Not his retirement fight. That was Lyoto Machida. But I love the idea. I just want them to tweak it just a smidge so that, they maximize it. It takes a lot of work to get these guys to come. Why don't you get the most bang for your buck? All right. You're hanging out. We've got on the nose everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned
Sorry, I'm just going to have some of my Prime. Don't forget who introduced Prime to the MMA world. Gratis, by the way. All right? We're not getting paid for this stuff like others.
Does look quite tasty.
We were first, once again, copying our ideas. That's all they do. Everyone does. And you know what? With pleasure. Take our ideas. I don't care. I mean, I didn't get a thank you in the press release or anything. I didn't get well done. Thanks for introducing us. Thanks for bringing this to our attention. I didn't get any of that. Thank you to Mike Heck, by the way, for that intro. Didn't get any of that, but yes, congratulations. Prime, now the official sports drink of the UFC. I don't know if someone's going to ask me about this, but it's an interesting one because you've got the UFC does a great job of this. They've split this pie up in so many different ways. You've got Monster as the official energy drink of the UFC. You had Body Armor as the official sports drink. Remember that press conference? Kobe Bryant, the late great Kobe Bryant, was there. Cody Garbrandt was there. Francis Ngannou. Kind of depressing to think about the whole thing. It was right before that event at MSG 217 in November of 2017. And now Body Armor's out. We always liked Body Armor around here. We used to have a lot of those. And Prime is in. Logan Paul, KSI. Prime also has an energy drink, but I guess it's just for the sports drink. The corners are now being renamed. The Octagon now has more sponsors than any playing surface on the planet. We were always told uniform. The best thing about the uniform is that it's clean. It's not NASCAR. It makes us look professional. Meanwhile, the Octagon has sponsors up the wazoo. And look, I have made my feelings on Logan Paul very well known. I like the guy. I appreciate him. He's a phenomenal pro wrestler. I don't know anything about his crypto stuff and all of that. People ask me about this all the time. I don't even know what crypto is. I think I've proven that at this point with all my stupid questions about it. That being said, if you're scamming people, that ain't a good thing. I love The Rock as well. I'm not wearing the shoes and all that stuff. Point is, why I bring this up, you can add it to the list of sponsors that the fighters get no part of. It's just the bottom line. Them's the facts. You can add it to the list. You would love to see that. And I don't think it's fair, by the way, to be like, oh, newsflash, Frank, I got breaking news. Logan Paul and Jake Paul aren't the same human being. I don't know if people know this. So I saw a lot of people saying like, oh, doesn't care about the fighters, this and that. Like, it's never really been Logan's MO to do the whole fight or pay thing, to fight for this cause. That's Jake. That's his brother. Two different humans. So I don't think you could be like, oh, he's a hypocrite for not trying to give a piece of the pie to the fighters. And let's see, maybe they'll sign a few fighters like Body Armor did, like Cody and Francis and a couple others. But you would like to see the fighters get a little piece of that. Not to mention,
didn't KSI say like he does not like Jake, but he likes Logan?
Sure. Well, I mean, they're business partners.
Right.
Yeah, they're not the same. But I saw a lot of people being like, oh, look, the Paul brothers, they're a bunch of, hypocrites. They're liars. I'm like, Logan's never talked about fight or pay. At least, I mean, maybe he's talked about it on his podcast once or twice, but it's never really been his thing. Like, it's become Jake Paul's thing. So you can't like, Jake has nothing to do with Prime. Big deal for those guys. I mean, Prime is just 13 months old, and now they have a deal with Arsenal, and they have a deal with the UFC. No deal with the MMA Hour, but nevertheless, good for them. Anyway, let's get to the questions. Question 1 goes once again to Cheeto Pancakes, who was legit the first person to ask a question. Once again, what is up, Ariel? Sorry, it was a little bit of a letdown here in STX. I wouldn't say letdown. Just, Frank sold it big time, and I was looking for the spots. But glad you had somewhat of a good time at least. But my question is about the rumored bout of Max Holloway versus Arnold Allen. I don't think it's a rumor, by the way. I think it's legit. April 15th. This came out after our show on Monday. A couple of things came out after our show on Monday. The news that Laura Sanko, congratulations to her, is going to be a color analyst. And I know that's not really a term used overseas. Like she's going to be the color comms, I think you call it, the second person, not the play-by-play, not the lead comms, the color comms. My friends from BT were explaining this to me over the weekend. So that's a big deal for her. And Max Holloway versus Arnold Allen is going down April 15th. And I'm told not at the Apex. Location TBD. But the good news is we don't have to riot, not at the Apex. Anyway, back to the question. It's obviously a gigantic fight and a huge opportunity for Arnold. What does this fight do for Max? As long as Volk is champ, there's no way on earth he gets another crack at it, right? I can see them continuing to give Max top contenders because maybe they feel there's a chance that Volk may go up to 55 and just stay there. I don't know. Just wonder what your thoughts are about the fight and the direction it would take both fighters. Also, have you heard anything on what the main event is going to be for UFC San Antonio? Please don't tell me it's going to be Aldana versus Pennington 2. There's a chance it might be. They're talking about doing a card that will honor women. My suggestion was, why don't you just do an all-female card? That would be pretty cool. But there's another fight that was added to that event, and I was like, why isn't this going to be the main event? And then I heard that they want something at the top of the bill that involves two women. So it's possible, but not 100%. Don't take my word for it. Regarding Volk and Holloway, I mean, there's no chance that Holloway's going to get another crack at Volk. If Volk drops the title, then obviously there's a chance he goes and fights for the belt. But also, there's no shame in just fighting for a lot of money. And Max, relatively speaking, gets paid pretty well. So, he doesn't have a ton of years left. What's at stake? Money. Money's at stake. Securing your future. He has a family now. He's married. He has a son. Like, that's what's at stake. Don't forget, prize fighting, right? It's not just about a belt. So what is he going to do? Just sit in the corner and hope that Volk vacates the title or loses? No. He's got to fight. He gets paid pretty well. He needs to fight to get paid. Luke, what's up, Aaron? And I love the fight for Arnold, of course. It's the fight that makes the most sense. And I would imagine if he wins, he gets... You know what's weird about it? Does this get him a title shot? Because you've got Yair and Josh Emmett fighting next weekend. Interim title fight. You would imagine that... I mean, what's a bigger win? If you're Yair Rodriguez and you beat Josh Emmett, is that bigger than beating Max Holloway? If you're Josh Emmett and you beat Yair, is that bigger than beating Max Holloway? Weird situation for Arnold Allen, once again. Wish that fight was happening in London, but he wasn't quite ready for that. He had injured ribs. This is from Luke. What's up, Ariel from Ireland? Hello, sir. Firstly, special shout out to Sloppy Crypto Joe. How about that? A rare shout out to SCJ. Maybe that's the name, combining all three. My question is, what in your opinion had a bigger impact on the growth of the UFC? Conor's rise or continuing through COVID? Conor is the reason I started following the UFC, and that's probably the same for a lot of people. But in truth, COVID was when I went all in on the UFC and MMA in general. I guess the second question would be, does that also suggest the UFC continuing through COVID positively impacted the industry as a whole? Question for GC if possible. Okay, let me just stop right there. I mean, it's hard to say. Conor was huge, but that was one guy. And yes, a rising tide did lift all boats, and he was such big business. But, you're talking about like one guy in a collection of fights, as opposed to like a whole time period. And I've said this before, the decision to come back so early and whatnot, like, yes, it was polarizing. Yes, it was debated. It was somewhat controversial, if you will. But there's no doubt that it proved to be positive. A, because they were the only ones for a very long time putting on, consistent sporting events. It was like them and the Bundesliga. And GC could tell you all about that. But the point is, it wasn't just that. It was COVID, nothing else going on. ESPN, I also think a big deal was the rise of sports gambling. So people were jonesing for something. So it was DraftKings, it was FanDuel, it was BetMGM, it was these places being accessible to certain parts of the country, and ESPN pushing them because there was nothing else to push, nothing else going on, big names competing. The train kept rolling along. So all these things combined, yes, proved to be very positive. The ESPN deal on its own has proven to be very positive. But all these things combined, yes, it proved to be positive. Now, the UFC told us early on that it was, we need to show the world that we need to get back out there. That's all hogwash. And the fact that they're still at the apex is, another example as to why that's all hogwash. They needed to come back to get paid. They had a certain amount of fights that they had to, check off the list so that they can get all their money from ESPN. 43 or something fights. Like they're doing this to get paid. They're not doing this out of the kindness of their heart. Like, let's not get crazy here. But yeah, it worked out because it got them in front of a lot of people. And I've talked about this before. A lot of people who never talked to me about fighting all of a sudden wanted to bet on the whole damn card because they were just bored and there was nothing else to look forward to. Question for GC, if possible. Have you delegated the prop purchasing responsibilities to Mysterious Frank yet after the criticism hurled your direction during Drumgate? Shout out to New York Rick, Luke. Wow. How about Luke shouting out crypto, shouting out GC, Frank, and New York Rick? He hits the quadfecta. Is that a word?
I think it's tetrafecta.
Oh, jeez. So what do you think about that question, GC?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I mean, if Frank's willing to, but I doubt he is.
Now, what is the Drumgate?
The lottery drum from last week's Royal Rumble lottery.
That thing is called a drum?
Yeah,
The raffle thingy?
Yeah.
I mean, a miniature one, but a drum, yeah.
What shirt are we wearing today, GC?
Oh, man.
What is that? Can't see it.
Back.
Oh, is that Georgia? Man, you got a lot of merch, huh? Look at that. Must be nice.
Shout out to Full Circle in Atlanta. That's who makes it. Friend
Love
designed it. These are AI drawn bulldogs. It's pretty crazy.
What does that mean?
So, like, he went on the AI Illustrator, drew them, and then he took it into Photoshop.
Can I tell you something about this whole AI business? This is like NFTs all over again. It's a picture. What are you talking about, AI? It's a picture on a shirt.
Yeah, but no one drew it. A computer drew it. A computer drew these.
Like he just sat back and said, draw me a bulldog?
The Bulldogs, yes. And then he added the Georgia jerseys and the back-to-back and the trophies and all
Let's
that.
put this one next to crypto up on the shelf.
Yeah, I agree. For me?
Yeah.
But what is
Are you
this?
saying in terms of discussing it, Frank?
I mean,
It's like people being like,
I think I need to jump in here.
okay,
right?
please.
Go ahead, please.
AI is a tool.
Yes.
The AI that we're referring to in this scenario is a tool that can crawl the internet for resources based on your search query.
So what do? You
and
go
bring them in.
You type it
So
in?
Right. I can write Ariel Helwani in front of a brick wall, right?
I've
It will
showed you
source
some
Ariel
of your
Helwani.
AI pictures.
I don't think it's.
You have to describe something
How do you
and the-
describe it?
and
What do you do? Code?
By writing it.
Someone sent me one that was Ariel Helwani eating a well-done steak. I mean, it was hilarious. I sent it to you.
Is that the one where I look like a dude with like no fort? Like it's that's AI. That's
how
what I look.
computers see you.
Yeah, but some people are like better at it than others, and they can get it to do what they want and make it look really cool.
people are utilizing it as a tool to mine the internet for
Chat
specific
GPT?
things that they need to be
What's this
done.
chat thing that I keep seeing?
That's a text-based version of an AI that is providing copy. If I ask it to write about a topic or respond to a question, it will search the internet for those things. It's kind of a bit of a murky territory, a little bit of a
Controversial?
Unknown, controversial in the sense that like there's a lot of talk about like, will AI replace humans? There's also a lot of talk of rights, right? So if for example, somebody took a photo or drew those bulldogs, the AI does not know that or care about that. It grabs licensed things and just utilizes them. So the artist is getting screwed and other things like that. So it's it's murky territory. There's a lot of regulation, I think, that will start to come in soon. But yeah, it is just a very powerful search engine that produces results based on what you are looking for.
Wow.
The kids are going to be using AI to write their essays soon enough.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah.
But then
It's happening already.
but that's cheating.
Eh.
This is kind of like when people told me, hey, for $1,500, you could get this clip of Shaquille O'Neal dunking the ball. I'm like, what? You mean the clip that I could get on the internet 5 million times? Why do I
Wait,
do
what?
this?
Oh, you're talking about like an NFT?
Yes.
I didn't know what you were saying.
You also don't have to pay for it.
Hey, guys,
it's not the same as that.
I got this clip of Anderson Silva knocking out Vitor Belfort. I'll give you a special deal. It's $5,000 for this. You mean the one that I could get 1 million times on YouTube? Awesome.
It's actually the opposite. It's like they're actually those could not be more opposite.
Yeah, this is a
one
terrible
is about
comparison.
trying to take something that is widely available and say this is the premium version of that. Pay for it. This is the opposite, where they're taking premium stuff from people and using it for free. So yeah, not the same. Different buckets.
You think so?
Yes. No. I know so. Yeah.
Now, also, how do you know that was done via AI?
Because I know the kid who designed it.
Oh, okay. He told you. Like, was that a selling point? And by the way, did you have to pay more for it?
No.
Okay.
Neither of those things. It was not a selling point. I wonder if he even wanted people to know that. Now I'm just airing it out.
Oh.
Yeah.
But we didn't say his name, so
yeah.
Ixnay.
Well, I did say that. I said the name of the store. Shout out to Full Circle.
Oh, jeez.
Full Circle.
Sorry, kid.
All right. Well, shout out. Let's go back to, I don't even know how we got on that path.
Oh, we were talking about the drum. Yeah. Whenever Frank wants to step up to the plate, start buying props, I'm happy to.
Oh, you know what? I'm such an idiot. I thought he meant like prop bets.
No. Buying props for the show.
Yeah, come on, Frank. Step it up.
You guys just hold your breath.
Moderator Lewis asks, I see you, Ariel. You're clutching the rope, asking for the tag. 141 comments, and nobody has asked, so allow me. All right. Please share with us your favorite memories of the last emperor, Fedor Emelianenko. Favorite moments watching as a fight fan, favorite memories covering his MMA journey, his impact on the sport, his legendary jumper, legendary translator. Tanya, where is Tanya? Honor the great man as only you can. Wow. Oof, on the spot here. Well, first of all, I mean, I long considered Fyodor to be the best fighter in the world. Of course, there's that moment that was caught on camera, I believe, back in 2011. I'm at the Daily Line on Versus. I'm doing an interview, and Dana White is sitting in the back in the shadows, and they ask me, is Anderson Silva the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world? And I say, no, it's not Anderson Silva. It's Fedor Emelianenko. It's the pride of Staroyarskal, Russia. It's the last emperor. He's the pound-for-pound king at the time. Now, this was right before, maybe it was 2010. I don't remember. I don't remember the context because I think he lost in 2010 to Fabricio. You get the point. I said it. Then there was this whole thing on camera. And I stood by it. And I believe that his run, I mean, you talk about a run in Pride back in the day, Nogueira, Krokop, Coleman, Hunt, Hungman Choi, just kidding. Gary Goodrich. It was an incredible run. He was heavyweight MMA. He was the best. The UFC heavyweight division was a little lackluster, a little shallow. He was the man. Favorite fight, hard to say. I mean, the Arlovsky one was a really cool one. The Tim Sylvia one was a really cool one because that's the first time I saw him in person compete. But then, I mean, back the Nogueira, the Randleman on his head, incredible. Multiple Nogueiras, Krokop, all of that was tremendous. And to me, he represents the one guy really in the history of the sport who said, no, thank you to the UFC. And Lord, did they try. I mean, he was that unicorn that the UFC just could not snatch up. And yes, there was politics and all this stuff, but he never said, all right, I'll take the money. He never, for many reasons, he didn't want to go. And so that's part of his legacy. And being the face, I mean, there was nothing more terrifying, in my opinion, and nothing more jaw-dropping that you'd see this guy walk down, cool as can be, looking like he just got out of bed, looking like he's about to go on a stroll in Central Park with not a care in the world, a bone in his body that was nervous, anxious, worried about the outcome of the fight. He walks down there, his shoulders are like this, he's just like chilling, takes off his outfit, not exactly the best body on the planet, very relatable, probably should have been a light heavyweight. And then the fight starts, and the hand speed and the viciousness and the ferocity and the power was shocking. It was shocking that that same guy can produce that kind of action. He was incredible. He was absolutely incredible. He had a presence. He had an aura. He was mythical, and that's why when I got him in studio for the first time in 2000, I was like, holy shit, Fyodor's in studio. He's in my studio. This guy from this like, this faraway land, like the way he lived and his principles and all this stuff. So a lot of that goes into his impact. What he did for Pride, what he did for heavyweight MMA, what he did for, people to believe that UFC wasn't the only game in town. And then, of course, he would always wear the jumper, the sweater, which I think over time we kind of cheapened because it was too much of a thing. Like even my little bobblehead thingy here, he's wearing it. He did promise it to me. Do you remember that? One time, way back in the day, he promised it to me. But he deserves to have that. And I wonder where it is. Maybe I'll ask him about that in about 20 minutes' time when he joins us. But he's one of the greatest fighters of all time. Top 10, in my opinion. Had an unbelievable run, an unbelievable career, and a very unique career because I don't know how many fighters from here on out will be able to say they were the best but never fought for the UFC. Like even Chandler has gone over, and there's other guys obviously that are in Bellator who never fought for the UFC, but to have his resume, this was a time, by the way, where Pride was better than the UFC, and he was at the forefront of all of that. And so, yes, I understand that the pandemic fans and the ESPN fans and the Conor McGregor era fans, I understand that a lot of you don't know who Fedor is, don't understand, don't appreciate. This means nothing to you. I get that. And this is just a byproduct of life and how the world turns. But trust me when I say one of the greatest fighters of all time is about to say goodbye on Saturday. And that's a big deal. As someone who loves the history of the sport and love what, happened years ago when I fell in love with the sport, that is a big freaking deal. That is a very, very important thing. And that's why I'm so happy that the promotion is bringing out all these legends and why I want them to do it the right way. So it's an honor to have him on later today. I'm looking forward to it very much. And I hope that you will all be watching on Saturday because, he deserves that. One of those times where I like Ryan Bader a lot. He has always been very kind, but one of those times where it's like, man, you kind of wish this was pro wrestling, right? Where he can go out on top, but that's why we love the sport and why it is what it is. Max83, hey Ariel, on the latest episode of the Joe Rogan podcast with Bilal Muhammad, the two talked about his fight against Sean Brady and Brady saying that someone on the internet threatened him or his wife that he would bury him in the desert. Jamie said that Sean told this on your show, to which Rogan said that you like to make people say certain things. What are your thoughts on that? I think it's a shame that he seems to have such an opinion of you, and we will probably never see you and him on a show together. Best regards from Northern Germany to the whole crew. You make time go by faster at work. I don't know what, and moderator Lewis put in a little screenshot here saying, at 2:52 and 22 seconds, Joe says, well, Ariel Helwani likes to get people to say things. What the fuck is that all about? First of all, I didn't get Sean Brady to say that. Sean Brady just offered that up on his own. How could I have gotten him to say that? And what does that even mean in general? Ariel Helwani likes people to say things or to get people to say things. And especially, Rich, coming from the guy who, was pushing false narratives and false information and fake information and all kinds of nonsense over the past 2 years, to the point where, people were demanding that he get dropped from Spotify, which I never agreed with. But that's Rich. Of course, we know what the history is with Joe. He's Dana's boy. He's always going to have his back. But what are we talking about? Ariel Helwani likes to get people to say things. I ask questions. People answer them. I move on. Like, this is a very tired and honestly, and again, I didn't see this, so I'm going by what is being said to me here. And we know that, Bilal isn't exactly the biggest fan of mine, so I don't know exactly what, the whole context was and all that nonsense. But amazing to me that a guy who sits in his chair with his headset and this microphone or some version of the microphone thinks that I'm getting people to say things. What are you talking about? At least I ask people questions about, topics that I'm somewhat well versed in, as opposed to, someone who sits in front of his guests and pretends to know more about a topic when they're talking to an expert and pretend to be interested about the topic. Now I'm going on and on about something that I don't really want to go on and on about, but that is a weird comment. That is a really weird comment. Ariel Helwani likes to get people to say things. I mean, yes, I do like when people say things to me. That would be an answer to a question. But other than that, I'm not really sure what he's referring to. I mean, I guess I kind of know what he's referring to. I guess he's trying to say that I get people to say things to create controversy or headlines or any kind of nonsense. Meanwhile, I have nothing to do with any of that. I'm not going like, let me write an article about this. The guy said it, and then I moved on. Taco Enthusiast. Hi, Ariel. Do you think UFC events are becoming too long? I'm baffled that you, PT, Chuck, and TST stay up after 7 hours of fights to continue to talk about fights. What do you think is an ideal number of fights on a pay-per-view card, including all prelims? My gut tells me 5 prelims and 5 main card fights averaging about 2 hours. If a card goes more than 5 hours, it just becomes too much in my opinion. What do you think? P.S. I'm so pissed that Sanhagen versus Vera is happening at the Apex. We're moving on from that. We're not going to harp on that. I already said it. My girlfriend doesn't understand the anger this causes me. So please validate my opinion, virtual friends. I've already expressed my feelings on that, so I'm not going to go, you know how I feel about it. I would be banging the same old drum. By the way, forget about the people who talk about the fights afterwards. What about the people who call the fights? That's one of the, the most impressive things in sports TV. The play-by-play guy, usually John Anik for the big fights, Rogan, Cormier, Dominic Cruz, Michael Bisping, etc. Those guys are sitting there for 7 hours. That's exhausting. That is absolutely exhausting. Not to mention all the research, all the time, all the effort that goes into all of that. That is truly impressive, if you ask me. So they deserve the praise. Yes. Do I think that the fight night cards are too long? Absolutely. 15 fights. That was the Brazil situation of a couple of weeks ago. That's too much. 5-fight main card is great. The problem is it happens at 10 p.m. and it goes to 1 a.m. But I'm not going to sit here and complain when European fans are staying up till like 6, 7. It just is what it is. You don't have to watch every fight. You don't have to sit there for the whole thing. You can follow along online. You can listen or watch on your phone and do other stuff. Tend to think like a 10 to 11 fight card in total is the sweet spot. Connor from Canada. Hi, Ariel. I have both a question and a suggestion. With all the talk about GC being a babyface, who do you think is the biggest babyface in MMA right now? And could you add the Babyface of the Year award to next year's award show? I mean, I feel like we have a lot of awards to begin with. Who's the biggest babyface in MMA? Brandon Moreno? Is he up there? Volkanovski, that is. I would say he's up there. Who else? You guys have any Poirier up there? But I guess there's some Conor fans who might not like him. I mean, Moreno is the first guy that came to mind. You guys have any
Moreno's a good call.
suggestions? Yeah. Jamal Hill? Just kidding. Bilal Muhammad? Just kidding. Wonder Boy? But I don't think Wonder Boy is like the biggest babyface, right? Like who's someone that everyone just loves? Tai Tuivasa? People love him. A lot of people love Zhang Weili. I think Moreno is the guy. I feel like everyone loves Moreno. Even Figueiredo was giving him a bunch of props and love. I'll go with Moreno. How about that?
Wonder Boy?
I just said that.
Yeah. I was reading the chat and they said good call on Wonder Boy.
The thing is, like, I don't know, like if this was pro wrestling babyface, Wonder Boy's not competing for the belt, right?
Yeah,
You like to say that he's the biggest babyface. But nice compliment to you. Amy Flex, what's the crack, Ariel? The crack is, I'd say it's 90. Regarding calls for fighter health insurance in the UFC, do you think the current system of post-fight only care serves as a deterrent for fighters to pull out of scheduled fights? As in, if fighters had around-the-year health care, would they be more likely to pull out of fights more regularly by recommendations of doctors they may see outside of the UFC's lot? Sure, but they still have to make money, right? So it's not like they're just going to be pulling out of fights left, right, and center. They have sponsorship deals with private hospitals too. I imagine their current system is very cheap, possibly even profitable. Apologies if this is something that's come up in discussion already. What are the roadblocks do you think the do you think there are to the UFC fighters getting health insurance? Thanks and keep up the great work. I mean, I would imagine the premiums would be very high because of what they do for a living. Not to say that it couldn't happen, not to say that it would be impossible, but for now, it's just things that are related to the fights themselves. Like if a UFC fighter walks out of their house right now and gets hit by a car, they're not covered. If a UFC fighter breaks their leg in a fight, they are covered. So yes, it would be good if their family and themselves would just get that health insurance, but independent contractors, what are you going to do? Would love to see it. Danny, my dear friend Ariel, after the all-time babyface Sami Zayn hit Roman Reigns with the chair shot at the conclusion of the Rumble, I've been dying to know your thoughts on how this bloodline story continues on leading up to WrestleMania. Ooh, what do you think this means for Elimination Chamber? That is a good question, and I guess we'll find out more on SmackDown on Friday, but it is really one of the all-time angles. I don't know. Like, is the ceiling for all of this Sami and Kevin Owens against the Usos? Feels like it needs to be bigger. Is the ceiling for this Sami versus Roman Reigns in Montreal for the belt? Potentially. And does that feel like enough time? I mean, that event is February 11th, I believe, or the 18th. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we need a little bit more time. No, I think it's the 18th. I feel like we need a little bit more time to let that, marinate. But obviously we've got almost a year now of content. Is the ceiling... I said this back in October. I said Sami Zayn should be the guy to beat Roman Reigns. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, especially with Cody Rhodes winning the Rumble. But I would love to see a long angle now of Sami and Roman where we think he could win. I get why they want to go with Cody. They have a lot invested in him. I like him very much. But Sami beating Roman Reigns would be akin to Mick Foley and Worcester winning the belt. And that's one of the great moments in WWFE history. I think the place would go insane. They went insane on Saturday for a chair shot. So maybe a chapter here is KO and Sami going for the titles, and then it leads to Sami going for the belt afterwards. Maybe that's it. They're going to factor in a very big way for Chamber in Montreal, and that's going to be such a scene. And honestly, the more I think about the Chamber in Montreal, I feel like this is a celebration of Montreal wrestling. It feels like I need to be there. I am not planning on being there. I have no plans to be there at the moment, but I really do feel like I need to be there. This is one of the biggest moments in the history of Montreal wrestling, a city, an arena, a location that has had so many great moments. Of course, the screw job, but even dating back to, the Mad Dog Vachon days. And then even afterwards with Hogan coming back after WrestleMania and the ovations and all this stuff. Never before really on this large scale. We've had, the Rougeau brothers and Dino Bravo, people like that, La Resistance, but we've never had two massive stars, especially one guy, Sami Zayn right now, from Montreal, involved in such a big angle, and there's a pay-per-view in Montreal. It's never happened before. So this feels like a real big celebration of Montreal wrestling, and I feel like I need to be there. I want to be there for my city, where I've seen wrestling so many times, dating back to my first grade birthday when I was turning 6 or 7 or 8, something like that. And we went to the Montreal Forum to see Bret Hart versus Mr. Perfect. And they went back and forth. And then Bret Hart, my favorite, crawled on top of Mr. Perfect. And they went 1, 2, and then ding, ding, ding. And they said that the time limit had hit and that they ran out of time and that the match was being ruled a no contest or a draw or whatever. And I was so disappointed. I was like, he was a second away from winning. It was such a great finish. Never forget it. But yes, it's the best thing going in wrestling, period. I don't know how you can argue against that. And they all deserve a ton of credit. By the way, where does Jey Uso now fit in all of this? Is he out of the bloodline? What is going on? There's so many layers. It's tremendous. I hate that we had to wait all the way to Friday. I wish it was on Monday that we got some sort of update, but, brand extension, all that stuff. Gaza Brew. Hello, Ariel. I know sometimes that the UFC fails at making events and shows seem special and like a spectacle. I had an idea that I thought would make the champions walk out more interesting. The champs should walk out with their belts like in WWE. Think this would make it feel bigger and they could do cool stuff like drag it along on the ground behind them. What do you think? Someone has done this in the past. Was it Connor? Maybe Connor when he came out to fight Floyd, I think he did this, if memory serves me correct. Yes, I don't know why. The UFC views each title fight as its own title victory, not necessarily as a defense. That's why Matt Hughes is called a 9-time champion. I prefer it as like he defended the belt 9 times or 8 times. And in boxing, you walk out with the belts. And I like that. I don't know why they do that. I've never understood why they do that. So I like it. I'd be down. Newman. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Newman. On Monday's show, you and the guys briefly discussed UFC/WWE comparisons. It got me thinking, and 2 immediate comparisons came to mind. Jorge Masvidal and Razor Ramon, Ben Askren and Bob Backlund. Both MMA fighters resemble their WWE counterparts in appearance, personality, and fighting style. Masvidal KO'd Askren at 239. Razor destroyed Backlund in less than 4 minutes. Could there possibly be a better UFC WWE comparison that actually played out in both? No. Never really thought of it that way. I mean, we've compared Masvidal and Razor, Tony Montana. But yeah, that is incredible. I like it. Run with it. That's all yours. All right. Let's put a pin in the questions. We're at 10. Still got 11 or so to go. But my friends, it is time to talk to our second guest of the day. And this is the big one. This is the one that we were talking about just moments ago. We were talking about with Scott Coker. This, to me, is the greatest heavyweight in the history of mixed martial arts. This, to me, is the greatest fighter to never fight in the UFC. This, to me, was the face of Pride Fighting Championships. This, to me, is one of the many reasons why I fell in love with the sport and wanted to cover this sport for a living. This, to me, is one of the greatest fighters, period, in the history of mixed martial arts. And for about 6-7 years was the best pound-for-pound fighter, which is a very tough thing to do as a heavyweight, best pound-for-pound fighter on the planet. This, to me, is the pride of Stariasko. This, to me, is the last emperor. This, to me, is the man who will be fighting for the final time, must-see television this Saturday, live on CBS and Paramount Plus, going for the Bellator heavyweight title. This is the one and only, the inimitable, the incomparable, the legendary Fedor Emelianenko. There he is, my old friend. Fyodor, how are you?
I'm fine, Ariel. How are you?
Wow. So great to see you, my friend. So great to hear from you. Thank you for doing this. Spasiba.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, 12 years ago, Fyodor, you came into my studio for the first time, 12 years ago this week. And so it's very nice to have you on this week before your big fight. I really appreciate you giving us time. Could I ask you off the top, you haven't always been a very emotional fighter. That's why we like and respect you. But with your career coming to a close in just 3 days, are you feeling emotional? Are you feeling different feelings than you usually feel before your fight?
12 лет назад, первый раз ты был на интервью, как раз неделя сейчас будет, через неделю будет ровно 12 лет, как первое интервью ты давал в студии у меня. Мы знаем тебя как очень безэмоционального спортсмена и бойца. Зная то, что сейчас будет твой последний бой, есть ли у тебя что-то изменилось, ли что-то, есть ли какие-то эмоции? Испытываешь ли ты какие-то эмоции сейчас?
Конечно. Наконец-то я закончу со всем этим.
Of course, finally I'm going to be done with all that.
You're looking forward to that? Like, you're looking forward to the end? You just want to get it over with?
Ты хочешь это все закончить уже?
Да, уже, если честно, я чувствую, что пора заканчивать. Мне уже 46 лет.
Yes, honestly, I think it has to be over because I'm 46 years old.
Вот. Биться со стариками не хочется, а с молодыми уже не удерживает мой организм.
To fight veterans as myself, I don't want to do that, and fight with somebody like, you're very younger and more competitive. It's getting a little bit harder for me.
So why are you coming back? Like, why didn't you just retire and not have this last fight?
Почему ты просто не ушел, и почему ты решил вернуться и иметь этот последний бой сейчас, последний поединок?
У меня последний бой был по контракту. Не хотелось провести до последнего боя с чемпионом.
I still had one fight to go on my current contract. So, and I want to have this fight with a champion of Bellator. So I want to still try to compete at highest level.
Ну и до этого были удачные бои.
Plus, I had 2 fights, thanks God, that I won. So this is why I decided to have this life fast.
Did Bellator give you the choice who you would retire against? And if so, why did you choose Ryan Bader?
Давал ли тебе Bellator какой-то выбор, против кого тебе драться в этот последний раз? И почему именно Райан Бейдер?
Но Bellator хотел, да, разные выборы, разных бойцов предлагал, но я категорично просил чемпиона.
Basically, yes, Bellator offered me a few different options, but I was really skeptical about it. I just want to fight the champion of the Bellator, the heavyweight champion.
Does it bother you at all, or are you sad or upset or whatever the word may be that your final fight isn't in your home country of Russia? Is that something that you wanted?
Переживаешь ли ты, как-то мучает ли тебя тот самый факт, что последний бой, который должен был состояться в России, не проходит у тебя на родине? И переживаешь ли ты по этому моменту?
Нет, я абсолютно не переживаю. У меня на родине провели уже бой. Вот, и в принципе получилось так, как Скотт и планировал, вот этот последний контракт, чтобы зрители Японии, японские фанаты посмотрели мой уход, российские, мои соотечественники, фанаты посмотрели, и Америка.
It doesn't bother me at all. Basically, the idea of Scott Coker is like to have this last fight, so fans from all over the world could watch it. So people in Russia will be able to watch it, Japan, and here in the United States as well. So everything went fine. God help.
Scott told us earlier today that amazing collection of legends are coming to the event to honor you. Names like Hoist Gracie, Renzo Gracie, Dan Henderson, Mark Coleman, Josh Barnett, Chael Sonnen, Rampage Jackson, all coming to celebrate you. Did you know about this? And either way, how do you feel about all these guys coming just to celebrate your career?
Знал ли ты, что очень много известных личностей ММА, легенд ММА приходят на этот ивент, то есть Джордж Барнетт, много других известных бойцов. Слышал ли ты об этом?
Да, не весь список, но сказали, что будет несколько известных бойцов, с которыми я выступал, которые придут поддержать, проводить, наверное.
I did not know all the names that you mentioned, but yeah, like I heard that's going to be some legends, some big names who are coming to the fight.
Буду рад
увидеть
моих американских друзей.
We'll be really happy to see my American friends,
с которыми долгое время выступали на одной арене.
That we spent a long time at the same cage.
As someone who is so humble, are you uncomfortable about all this stuff, like all this hoopla surrounding you? Would you prefer to just kind of be, in the corner and be left alone?
Исходя из того, какого ты человек по жизни, что ты очень скромный, мешает, думаешь, будет тебе это как-то мешать, и переживаешь ли ты по этому поводу, что лучше бы ты был один, чтобы никто не приходил и так далее.
Ну, они же будут не в ринге, никто не будет мешать.
Yeah, they're not going to bother me. They're not going to be in the same ring.
No, I know, but there's a lot of attention on you. Like everyone's talking about you, and I always got the sense that you'd prefer that everyone just leaves you alone.
Да, из-за того, что у тебя очень много внимания, просто всегда складывается впечатление, что хочешь, чтобы все от тебя отстали, чтобы ты был сам по себе.
Нет, в ринге никто не мешает уже.
Yeah, once you're in the cage, there's nothing bothering you.
Fair enough. Someone asked me earlier what your legacy is. Could I ask you that question? What do you want your legacy to be in this sport?
Меня недавно кто-то спросил, в чем является твоя легендарность. Вот что бы ты хотел, чтобы осталось после тебя в спорте? Как тебя помнили?
Как бойца, верующего в Бога. И, скажем, тот, который заслужил своих фанатов в ринге. Не болтовней, не трэшем.
As a fighter who believed in God, plus, as you know, I earned my fans in the cage, not outside the cage, talking trash.
Could I ask when you were your happiest in your career? Like to you, when you're going to be a grandfather, old man sitting back telling your family about your career, what do you think was the apex of it all?
Хочу тебя задать тебе такой вопрос. Вот что вот в твоей карьере был самый счастливый момент, который вот ты будешь сидеть со своими внуками, рассказывать о том, что ты делал, и который был прям самый эпический момент?
Мои счастливые моменты пока продолжаются. Скажем, я свою карьеру заканчиваю, но ребята, которые выступают, мои воспитанники, они становятся чемпионами. Это, я продолжаю радоваться.
I still have my happy moments in career because it's like even though I'm going to be retired, I still have my team and my guys still compete at the highest level and becoming champions. So I still have my happy moments. Continue.
Do you take any pride in the fact Russian MMA is a lot more of a thing, way more dominant today than it was when you started out? I mean, guys who are a part of your team like Vadim Nemkov and even people who have nothing to do with you, but it's so many people, champions representing Russia right now in the sport. Do you take pride in that?
Если у тебя какая-то гордость за именно то, что Россия так сильно изменилась, когда ты начинал, не была настолько сильной, и сейчас спорт настолько сильно изменился. То есть ребята с твоей команды, как Вадим Немков, другие бойцы, занимают чемпионские пояса, выигрывают, бойцы из других клубов выигрывают чемпионские пояса, выступают за Россию. Есть ли у тебя какая-то гордость за это?
Да, конечно, очень рад.
Of course, I'm very happy with a lot of pride because Russian MMA is becoming more competitive.
And part of the legacy is that you're the best fighter by far to never compete in the UFC. Is there any part of you that wishes in retrospect that you just had one there just to see, the Brock Lesnar fight, something like that? Do you wish you would have just had one in the UFC just to see what it was like?
Есть ли какое-то у тебя сожаление о том, что ты, несмотря на то, что ты самый легендарный боец, ты никогда не выступал в UFC, и есть ли какой-то момент, когда ты сожалеешь о том, что, например, хотя бы один бой, например, с Броком Леснером мог бы состояться?
Я немножко по-другому смотрю на эти вещи. Если бы он должен был бы состояться, он бы состоялся, а так не было у него, значит, не должен был, значит, он состояться.
I'm looking at this a little bit from a different perspective. So if it was supposed to be happened, it would happen. If it didn't happen, means it didn't have to happen. So
Я выступал со многими чемпионами UFC, слава богу.
yeah, I fought many UFC champions, and always been in them up.
Поэтому у меня нет никакого сожаления, что я не выступал.
So like I don't really, it doesn't really bother me that I didn't fight there.
Was there ever a point in your mind that you thought it was going to happen, that it was very, very close, and then for whatever reason it didn't happen? Like in your mind, was there ever a point where you thought, wow, this is actually going to be a thing?
Был ли когда-то момент у тебя в голове, что ты думал, что вот-вот это случится, и что ты будешь подписан в UFC? Что это было настолько близко и реалистично?
Был момент, когда Pride, когда UFC выкупила Pride.
There was a moment when the UFC purchased the Pride.
Возможность такая была.
There was a possibility.
Но Dana White не захотел подписывать.
But Dana White didn't sign the contract.
Поэтому ушли в Strikeforce.
That's why.
Нет, тогда мы ушли в Affliction.
That's why, like, they moved to Affliction.
Right. By the way, you've met Dana White, right? Like, did you ever talk to him, shake his hand?
Ты же встречался с Даной Уайтом? У тебя была возможность пожать ему руку?
Да, мы один раз встречались.
Yeah, they met once.
And what was that conversation like?
Что происходило? Какое впечатление от этого общения?
Ну, я уже говорил, я вообще не понимал смысла этой встречи, потому что я был на контракте в Strikeforce.
Honestly, as I mentioned before, I didn't know what was the point of that meeting because I had a current contract with the Strikeforce at the moment.
И все предложения, которые мне предлагались, я должен был подписать контракт с UFC, это просто было бы невозможно, потому что если Strikeforce подает на меня в суд, я не бьюсь ни там, и зависаю как спортсмен, меня просто тушат.
Yes, the whole point was like I still had a current contract with the Strikeforce while Dana White was offering me a new contract with the UFC. So basically, if I would sign that contract, I would get stuck because it would be like it would take me to court and I wouldn't be able to fight neither in Strikeforce or UFC. So it was pointless at the moment.
Was this the meeting? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Поэтому это все осталось на уровне разговоров.
Yeah, so it only was just talks.
Бла-бла-бла.
Was this the meeting on the island?
Just a meeting on the island.
Была эта встреча была на острове, проходила?
Да, я тогда отдыхал на острове. Dana White прилетел.
Yeah, I was on vacation at the island, and Dana White came with the lawyers.
Wow.
To that island.
Crazy time. I wish I was at that meeting. I wish I could have seen it, how it all went down.
Надеюсь, что у меня была бы такая возможность. послушать это все.
Ничего хорошего там.
There's nothing good there.
Okay, fine, fair enough, fair enough. By the way, you are someone, part of that legacy is you didn't fight just for the money. You had principles and you wanted to do things that you felt good about. And now we're starting to see fighters turn down big money like Francis Ngannou and Nathan Diaz from the UFC and say, I want to go out on my own. I'm wondering if you've heard about any of this stuff and what do you think about it? That, maybe are we starting to see a change in MMA that fighters are going to go out on their own and maybe it'll be a little bit more like boxing where you fight for other people? Do you pay attention to any of this stuff?
Ты известен был как боец, у которого есть определенные какие-то принципы, и который не только дрался просто ради денег, выходил и дрался там, а именно принципиально относился к некоторым вопросам. Вот сейчас возникла ситуация, последний раз, например, Фрэнсис Нганну отказался от какого.
Looks like it froze for a second.
Yeah, looks like we lost him there. Shall we reconnect?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay. Looks like we lost the great Fedor there for a moment. How great is that? Just, what is it? Would it be 3 days or 4 days? I guess it would be 3 days, right? Because it's February 1st. Anyway, it's Saturday. My math sucks. Is he back? Oh, is he
There
back?
we go.
There he is.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, yes.
Да, я слышал. Но я, скажем, не вникал в этот вопрос, но я слышал, что когда возникали проблемы.
Yeah, I heard about the Francis situation. I didn't pay attention. I'm not sure what it was, but yeah, I heard about it.
Interesting, right? That he's going out to see what else is out there. That's pretty interesting, yes?
Уходит из спорта, несмотря на то, что он предлагает какие-то деньги, и хочет посмотреть, что еще есть, какие возможности у него есть еще в других организациях.
Да, интересно.
Yes, interesting, of course.
Did you ever consider boxing? Doing a pro boxing bout?
Ты когда-то думал о том, чтобы сделать какой-то профессиональный бой по боксу?
У меня были мысли.
Yeah, I thought about it.
And how come why didn't you pursue it?
Почему ты не сделал это?
Я на контракте с Bellator был.
I still had a contract with Bellator.
Какие-то обсуждения были, разговоры, но, скажем, серьезных предложений никаких не было. Ну и, конечно, я на контракте с Bellator.
First of all, like I have a contract with Bellator, plus it always just talks, so there's no real offers on the table to consider it.
Any of your children wanting to follow in your footsteps now? Are they starting to realize who you are, what you did? And are they saying that they want to be like you and become a fighter? And if so, would you be okay with that?
Кто-то из твоих детей хотят ли продолжить твою карьеру и стать бойцами, и начинают осознавать, кто ты, и продолжить твой бойцовский путь?
У меня девочки.
I have girls. Thanks God, no.
Они занимаются гимнастикой.
They do gymnastics.
Oh, yeah. Are they good? Or like they do it very, I'm assuming they're very, very talented just based off of your athletic skills. Are they, girls that take it very seriously?
Они насколько хороши они, потому что у тебя очень хорошая генетика, хорошая спортивная, насколько хороши они в гимнастике.
Они еще маленькие.
They're still little.
Вот. Насчет генетики не знаю, но у них есть самое главное, большое стремление.
They really want to get there, so.
Okay.
They really want, yeah.
By the way, I've asked you this question many times, and I wonder now if we're approaching the end, if your answer will be different. Are you comfortable saying that you're the greatest of all time, the greatest heavyweight of all time? Is this something that you are comfortable with? Can you finally admit this, or will you never admit this?
Я тебя спрашивал этот вопрос уже неоднократно о том, что ты самый лучший боец всех времен. И насколько ты чувствуешь себя комфортно, когда тебя так называют, и готов ли ты сам признать, что самый лучший боец всех времен?
Следующий вопрос.
Next question.
Come on. Why? Why don't you want to say? Why? You are in everyone's eyes. How come you don't feel comfortable saying it?
Ты в глазах большинства людей ты лучший боец. Почему ты не чувствуешь себя комфортабельно?
Спасибо большое, да, спасибо большое. Но это не полезно для меня.
Thank you, but it's not good for me.
You don't like to say it. You can't. It's too much, right? You need to be humble.
Слишком много, ты должен быть скромным.
Мне держать ответ перед Богом.
Yeah, I have to, stand in front of the guy one day.
I get it. I understand that. And I respect that very much. But favorite fight?
Твой самый любимый бой?
Антонио Нагуэра, название.
Первый бой, first fight with Antonio Nogueira.
Wow. Why that one?
Почему тот?
Он был чемпион, и с ним пришлось учить максимум своего интеллекта бойцовского и физического, чтобы победить.
He was number one at the moment. He was a champion of Pride. He had the belt, and I had to, activate my fighter IQ at 100%. It was very, very challenging on the ground and all over. So that's why I was so much remembered. And thanks God, I was able to do it.
Ну и примерно такой же с Мирко Круком.
And it was very similar with a Krakow, but it was just in standing.
Right. And Randleman.
А вот по мне так лучше, конечно, бой с Тимом Сильвией. Ну вот для себя бы я выбрал.
For myself, I would choose the Team Sylvia fight.
Потому что он был очень быстрый.
He was fast.
Yes. 36 seconds, right? Very quick.
36 seconds.
Я не помню.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. Yeah.
Yes. By the way, could you do, if you want, I know we're wrapping this up, but could you do a whole interview in English? Do you feel comfortable?
Смог бы ты полностью полноценно интервью сделать на английском? Чувствовал бы ты себя комфортно?
Нет.
No.
No?
Not comfortable.
I feel like you could.
Нам уже американцам тоже нужно слышать иногда русскую речь.
Plus, Americans have to hear Russian.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. And this is it, right? Because we see in fighting, people retire, they come back. Even you retired, came back. We will never, after Saturday, we will never see you in any type of competition again. This is it.
После этой субботы, то есть видели по-разному, люди уходили, возвращались. То есть ты думаешь, что после этой субботы все, мы больше тебя не увидим уже. Именно в соревнованиях.
В соревнованиях нет.
In competition now.
Never. You'll corner guys, stuff, right?
Cornering, coaching, yes.
Okay. And is there any chance between now and Saturday you'll wear the sweater one last time?
Есть какой-то шанс, что между сегодня и субботой ты еще какой-то свитер оденешь один раз?
Да нет. Нет, вот этот свитер, что уже продали.
Yeah, the sweater that was already sold.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Вот сейчас вот могу ему подарить.
If you want, he can give you this jacket as a gift.
That is a nice one. Do you know who has it? Do you know who owns it?
Знаешь, у кого есть такая куртка?
У меня.
Myself.
Oh, wait, I thought it was sold. You sold the sweater to someone? To yourself?
The sweater, you're talking about the sweater.
Yeah.
Знаешь, свитер, который продали. It was sold for charity. So he's not.
Does he know who got it? Like who actually has it?
Нет, я знаю, что деньги пошли детям.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know that the money went to charity.
Amazing. Well, Fyodor, one thing that I think this sport doesn't do a good job of is remembering its legends, remembering the heroes, the people who started the sport. Without them, there would be no MMA. And we remember you always, as you can see right here, you are always here next to me, right here. And also, I don't know if you can see, right here, we have you on the desk. You see Fyodor right here? This is from, you remember this picture? I know you're a little bit banged up, but do you remember this?
Yes, I remember. I remember.
Which fight is this?
Mirko Crukov.
I think it's a Mirko Crukov fight.
Yeah, it's legendary. And for me, you were always very nice to me, always very kind, always gave me time in the locker room after your fights, the good moments, the bad moments. And so I just want to say thank you so much. Spasiba. It was a real honor and a privilege to call your career. And I'm sad to see you go, but I'm very happy that you're going on your terms, smile on your face, like the legend that you are. And I wish you nothing but the best.
Спасибо большое и спасибо всем любителям ММА, всем, кто меня поддерживает.
Thank you, and thank for every fan of MMA who was supporting me all this time.
Okay. Good luck to you, Fyodor. All the best to you. There he is, the one and only. Wow, what a legend. Fedor Emelianenko. Let me just put this here, Frank. Yes. Immortalized on the desk, the one and only, the last emperor. Trust me, my friends, if you're a new fan, I'm a little out of breath, all that. If you're a new fan of the sport, if you are someone who is a pandemic fan, an ESPN fan, a Conor McGregor era fan, and you don't know who that guy is, and you don't know his impact, and you don't know his presence, and you don't know his legacy, and you don't know what it meant to stay up in the middle of the night and watch one of his fights, do me a favor. It's at 9 Eastern on CBS this Saturday. Watch that man. There won't be another one like him with his presence and his aura and his skill and his athleticism and his record and his undefeated streak. Watch, admire, and I hope Bellator does a great job of honoring him on Saturday. And I can't wait to see him one last time. I'm excited. All right, so that's Fedor. We found out about the legends. That's on Saturday. And also on Saturday, massive boxing event here in New York City at the Hulu Theater. And who better than the face of Matchroom, boxing, and all things Matchroom to come join us and talk about it all. There he is, my old friend Edward. Hello, sir.
For you, Ariel.
You got a present for
me. A little present for you from the UK. Good, mate. You?
Pleasure. Thank you so much. Okay, here it is. Wow.
This is
this
is the away kit.
I know this kit. Wow, look at that.
There we go.
Wow, number 9.
Yeah.
That is like, wow, that is an honor.
Courtesy of the Matchroom team.
Where did you get this?
I'd like to take the credit, but it was Scott Hamilton and the guys from the media team.
By the way, these are sold out everywhere. They're hard to get.
That's why we got the contact.
Are you guys trying to butter me up here?
No, we're always buttering you up, mate. Listen, you've changed the face of darts in America.
We're going to get to that in a moment, but this is a huge honor. You know, I'm a lifelong Nottingham Forest fan.
Absolutely, I know.
Look, right there, we have, we just had a huge deadline day.
You know?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for this. That's very kind of you. You paid for it?
Someone did.
Okay, someone. Thank you. Well, that's very nice. Thank you to the Matchroom team. Hello. So great to have you.
Thanks, mate.
I like this new casual look. Yesterday, you're wearing the puffy coat.
It's a bit confusing, isn't it? I've sort of got a little bit in. I've always worn a lot of casual clothes, but publicly always dress smart. And then when I'm in a suit all the time, when I wear something casual, people sort of start pointing at me going, what are you doing? But, you know.
You're allowed to be casual.
So
you're chilling. You were with the kids yesterday in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Doing some walk and talk interviews.
Yeah, we went to Cops and Kids, which is, you know, I'm spending a lot of my time now trying to push boxing in communities because I really feel very strongly about it. Like in our country, we have a major problem with knife crime, with gang crime, and with kids just sitting on their phone, quite honestly. And I feel like these clubs are like a dying breed. So New York Cops and Kids is a club in Brooklyn, in Flatbush, where the ages of 12 to 21, it's free to kids to go in. And it's a great boxing gym. Like there's like 2 rings in there, there's a cardio room, and it's an amazing facility that's self-funded to provide opportunities for kids in the borough who are unbelievably deprived. And Richardson Hitchens, who's one of our prospects, he watched Floyd Mayweather as a kid wanting to get into boxing, and he just Googled free boxing clubs because he couldn't afford to go to a boxing club. Went to the New York Cops and Kids, and now obviously he's an undefeated professional. And I feel like it's one for another time, but I feel like there's a big problem with the younger generation now about what's right and wrong. And I think those kind of clubs can put you on the right path.
And he's competing on Saturday, correct?
He is, yeah.
Among the many others, Amanda Serrano, Erika Cruz, your fighter, Alicia Baumgartner, returning Sky Nicholson. We had her in studio on Monday. We're going to get to all of that, but let's talk about the biggest news right off the bat. True or false, has Ariel Helwani done more for the sport of darts in the past month and change than the Hearn family has done over the past 3-4 decades? I mean, I feel like
in the US, right? I mean, I don't want to give you too much.
All of a sudden, I say I'm going to pay attention to this. There's deals being talked about. There's numbers up. I mean, through the roof, right? The engagement through the roof. DAZN, you know, you tell me. I don't want to pat myself on the back, so you tell me.
Darts is a phenomenon, right? I mean, I have to give my dad credit for darts. So he comes in,
Hearn,
takes over the PDC, which is a professional darts corporation.
What year is this?
The governing body. I mean, you're talking, I don't know, 15 years ago, right? And darts was like a small pub sport that really exploded, you know, through... It's so difficult to explain because when you go into a new market and you're trying to explain to people about darts, they look at you like you're mad.
Right.
But it's like working class heroes that are making millions of dollars in a sporting world that is sort of notoriously driven by money and greed. And all of a sudden, you've got these normal people that are coming out, like I said, making millions of dollars. But it's the atmosphere that you're seeing coming through the TV. And me and my dad always joke with each other. Like, you have to understand that viewing figures in the UK are 2 to 3 times bigger for darts than they are for boxing.
That's crazy.
Right? Germany, all throughout Eastern Europe, like this sport is spreading like a pandemic, right? And I've always looked at the US and thought, there's so much potential for darts in the US because it's just, people like to have a good time. I was at the Knicks last night, like, it's a different kind of environment. People like to be engaged, people like to sing, chant songs, people like to have a great time. And I don't know what it is about darts, but it's a massive success story. We had an event at Madison Square Garden last June, we have another one, but now with your input, Ariel, we are taking this game to new levels. And I think what we should do now, I've had a lot of production companies come on to me recently saying, we want to do a kind of behind the scenes Drive to Survive style about the sport of darts and the people in the sport.
The characters, yes.
But I'm thinking I want to go one further. Okay. I want to do a documentary with Ariel Helwani about the growth of darts in America. Let's go to all these small darts pubs, these little leagues. Let's unearth the new darting talent from this country.
Really?
Put them on a global stage and change their lives forever. And I think you're the man to do it.
You think I could be the face of darts in America?
I think you could be the face of darts.
Promote it?
I mean, look, we have to talk about that.
Okay.
But, I mean, and we
is that stepping on your toes?
I worry.
You don't really get into
I worry because I feel like the thing is with you, Ariel, I work in boxing. I don't really trust anyone. I think you're a nice guy.
You don't trust me just yet?
I do trust you.
Have I stabbed you in the back just yet?
No, I trust you. Okay. My worry is...
Too big of a head?
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit like the... No. This is a bit like the UFC. So what happens is... Not you, but I'm saying the UFC, what they do is they bring you on, all of a sudden, and then they just want to just cap you so you don't become bigger than the sport.
Well, that's what happened.
I know, but what I'm saying is...
Yeah, they tried to cut my legs. Here I am, bigger than ever.
No, but what I'm saying is the darts area.
Yeah.
I want you to be big. I want you to help us. But I don't want you to be darts.
You don't want me to be bigger than the sport.
I worry about your ambition. Because I think you underneath this nice guy mentality.
Sure, 100%.
Remember the film Austin Powers, Dr. Evil?
Yes.
It's a bit like you right there looking at darts and
this
going,
is cheeky.
I'm here to take over darts.
You think I just see number signs?
I feel like the bigger you get,
dollar signs.
It infiltrates the goodness of your heart. Not you, but in people in general, right? So you start off with these great intentions. Now, before you know it, all of a sudden, Ariel Helwani is not a face of MMA, but a major face of MMA.
You can say
so
face.
Now he's diversifying into other sports.
Right.
Now, is he actually trying to help us?
Wow.
Or is it part of a grand scheme to take over the sport in this country? I mean, you're smart, Ariel, and I'm watching you.
I have to say, I'm a little offended by this.
I'm only pulling your leg, but it might be true. But actually, genuinely,
no, you know what happens?
If there's going to be someone to help, like you are that guy. And
we have a dartboard right over there.
But the reality is, right, it's natural. So you have stumbled across this content.
Totally.
A bit like Johnny Fisher, right? Stumbled across it and gone, this is unbelievable. And when you're posting about it, when you're interacting with sports fans, you're so passionate about the way you convey it. It's like you have to watch. And the clips that went out of the 9 darters and stuff like that, the numbers were unbelievable.
Insane.
And it's just, it's wild.
By the way, when I tweet about darts, as opposed to when I tweet about the NFL, NBA, American sports, no one cares when I tweet about them.
Yeah.
When I tweet about darts, engagement up the roof.
Well, there you go. I knew you was in it for yourself.
No, I was shocked. So I was like, wow, Bully Boy, love him.
Yeah.
But you don't really have a lot to do with the darts.
No, I'm actually the chairman of the PDC. But
how come you don't go to the events? I asked Bully Boy.
Yeah, I do. I do go
bothered.
occasionally. But the problem is that my dad has moved to president of the business. I'm trying to, my natural role is to take over more sports within the company. The problem is boxing is a huge part of the business, my passion, my life, and you can't sleep with one eye open. You have to sleep with both eyes open in boxing. So it's very difficult to be half-hearted, to go to the darts events and then next week you're at the boxing. So I do have to take more responsibility. And actually, when you revolutionise darts in America, I want to make one thing clear.
By the way, I'm huge in
I want to
Europe.
make one thing clear. I will take all the credit.
Okay.
But we can work together on that, just you say, why just America? Let's just focus on America.
I mean, I'm
first.
just saying I'm Canadian, first of all.
Okay,
so
well, there you go.
Commonwealth,
We can do that as
Australia,
well.
here it's big too, right?
Yeah. The Commonwealth.
Yes. UK also. I like the idea. Obviously, there's agents and stuff that we have to talk to about this. I don't know if this is a formal offer. I have representation.
Sure.
But I like the idea, and I do feel very high on, I know the MSG event coming up. There's one in Jersey City, I was told. I'm going to be at those. I want to see it for myself. Not the alley pally, right? It's not. You can't recreate that
Well,
magic.
no, but you should.
I have to be at the alley
genuinely. You are our guy for darts.
Thank you.
in
Wow.
America.
Already?
But yeah.
Okay.
Because you're the only guy.
That's true.
But you've kind of helped us enough to a point where. But like Michael Smith, he's so refreshing. Where when he came on this show, he messaged me and he was like, I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but I've been asked to come on air and I think it's a good idea, and I've kind of said yes. I'm like, mate, fantastic. Like they're so polite. Like in a world of fight sports, which is just it's full of arseholes.
Yes.
Right. But also it's the fight game. It's not a normal activity. Right. It's so refreshing to go in and actually for people to say thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. He won £500,000, $750,000
for that one victory. Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge sport.
Also, he tells me that he trains for the events at his parents' pub. Yeah. I mean, like what? It's just like it's very pure. It's very innocent.
But now
doesn't even have one in
they're
his
playing
room.
every week all around the world, and now you're getting the younger generation actually saying, it's no longer just a pub sport where it's like some guy with a belly that turns up. Like these guys are actually training now and trying to have longevity, and it is an unbelievable skill.
I love it.
Like people think that it's just a pub game. It's an unbelievable skill, as you found out.
Yes.
On the dartboard.
Did you see that? I got whooped.
I know.
She threw a 93 and claimed to have never done it before. I think I got
the technique
hustled.
Didn't look great. I mean, it was a bit sort
93
of,
is 93.
I don't think many are going to beat 93. I certainly won't.
Well, we'll find out. By the way, so much sort of gratis publicity that I've done for Matchroom here.
I know.
I mean, John Fisher, the Rumford Bull.
Yeah.
This guy, by the way, why is he fighting in Vegas?
No, he's not. He's training in Vegas.
Training in Vegas?
Yeah, he's got a fight. This guy, it's just...
His dad is one of the great characters on this planet.
They had this catchphrase, which sounds quite simple. Bosh.
Amazing.
Right?
What does it mean, by the way?
Just like bosh, like let's go. Like,
Is that a thing that they say in his part of England?
Kind of, but I don't really know where it's come from. But it's just like, let's go, like bosh.
Love it.
And it's just become, like he is now, Big Johnny Fisher.
Yes.
Doing appearances all over the country.
Yes.
Where he goes to nightclubs with a bag of prawn crackers, right, from the Chinese, and throws them onto like reveling dancers and nightclub goers. And they're all looking up at him going, bosh, bosh. And I'm like, what? I mean, they're the nicest people, right? The nicest family. And John's content is basically him just ordering Chinese.
I love it.
But again, it comes down to the passion for it.
Yes,
Your passion for the darts.
Yes,
it was like, sweet and sour pork, chicken chow mein, chicken katsu curry, Mongolian beef. And it's just like, he's drooling. And people, there's a lot of people who love their food. And they're like, yeah. And Johnny Fisher's a good young heavyweight. And it's another example where you've got to think outside the box. How many fighters are out there at the moment? Boxers, MMA fighters, wrestlers. You have to build your own narrative. Right. You have to build your own brand. And bizarrely, he sells, when he fights, he will sell 2,000 or 3,000 tickets from his own hand. They turn up at Johnny Fisher Seniors. He has nights. He goes, Wednesday nights, he's on social media. He goes, Wednesday night, 7 till 9, come round mine, collect your tickets. People are driving from all over the country just to turn up at Big Johnny Fisher's house.
I love it.
But this is what we want, isn't it? Characters, personalities, narrative. And as a promoter, of course, storylines, whether they're emotional storylines or whether they're bizarre storylines, and that's, they've been a huge success.
Love them. Big fan of Lee Wood as well.
Yeah, great.
Nottingham, right? So there's another connection. Will we ever see him fight at the City Ground?
Yeah, so he's fighting Maurizio Lara, which
huge.
is an unbelievable fight, February the 18th. He's actually, I looked today, he's nearly a 3-1 outsider in that fight.
Wow.
This is a voluntary defence. This is what's great about this kind of fight, where you've got a champion that goes, I think I can beat him. So he's fighting a voluntary defence. Maurizio Lara beat Josh Warrington, who's another weight division. But Josh Warrington and Lee Wood, massive ticket sellers, one from Leeds, one from Nottingham. If Lee Wood wins on February 18th, we want to go to the City Ground next. That's been, when I had Carl Froch, who's also from Nottingham, that was his dream, and we never got to make it happen. So Lee Wood's a great story. He was down and out in his career, came back, won a world title against Conlon, had that epic fight.
Fight of the year, that and Taylor Serrano,
And, Maurizio Lara is a real dangerous fight for him, but, Nottingham, born and bred, and he's loving life.
Okay, so that would be huge. Speaking of venues, okay, we have to. I need to figure this one out. What the hell is going on with Croke Park? How could they have this gift from the gods?
I know.
What is wrong with these? Is it true that they are the reason why the GAA? What is going on over there?
So the cost of hire, the cost of everything involved with the event is 3 times nearly more than staging it at Wembley Stadium. It's unbelievable, and it's so frustrating.
Can you argue, though, that it's worth it?
You can, but like people will just tweet me and go, shut up, Hearn, just do it anyway. It's like, it doesn't work like that. It's a business. Ultimately, Katie Taylor has financial demands for this fight.
Right.
So does Amanda Serrano. And we want to make sure we deliver them that. But we're so far out on that possibility with the cost of running that show that now, and we're out of time in terms of delivering that date to the broadcaster, that we've got to move. So now we'll be in a big arena in Dublin, subject to Serrano winning and subject to tying up a deal. And then hopefully in September, we revisit Croke Park. But it's like, you know, it's frustrating. But at the same time, I promised Katie Taylor would be in Ireland for her next fight. It will be the most sensational atmosphere wherever we are, but we'll see what happens on Saturday night.
So is Croke Park dead?
Yeah.
And would it be
now?
Yes. Would it be 3 Arena?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Right, that's where Conor fought.
Yeah, I mean, it will be.
I've been there. It's tremendous. It's just not Croke Park.
No, it's not. But sooner or later, you have to make a decision. You know, you have to make a move, and the move is we want to go May 20th. That's the date, and unless we go now, it's going to be another moment that we miss a fight for Katie in Ireland, and I'm not prepared to do it anymore. So we keep working towards Croke Park, you know, maybe Taylor Serrano 3 in September.
Right.
But for now, her next fight will be in Ireland. She'll be at the show on Saturday. And, you know, if Serrano was to win, it looks like almost certain that we'd get that rematch in Ireland.
Now, the result on Saturday, and I know this is somewhat awkward because Erika Cruz is your fighter, but does it hinge on, like, that fight, the rematch happening, does it hinge on Saturday? It's not the same weight class. People would still want to see the fight. In other words, if Serrano loses, and she is a pretty big favorite, if she loses, does that mean the Katie Taylor rematch is dead?
I think so.
Really?
No, I think that, we're talking about the top of the sport. We're talking about elite v elite. You know, we're talking about pound for pound greats. And listen, Erika Cruz can fight. I mean, poor old Erika Cruz, you know, she's doing her media now in the hotels. I was saying, hello, I'm also a world champion. You know, it's Puerto Rico against Mexico. It's going to be a war, those two. But ultimately, to build a rematch, to build an event like that, you would want her to come through impressively at the weekend. Katie will be there. We'll see if we get a deal tied up with Nikisa and Jake and MVP and stuff. And, it's a natural fight to make.
So when the Erika Cruz Amanda Serrano fight was announced, I thought, all right, this is good news for the relationship between MVP and Matchroom, and in particular, the relationship between you and Jake Paul. Are you guys good? Is there still a lawsuit going on here?
There is.
How can this proceed, a fight of this magnitude, while there's a lawsuit
everyone's
pending?
Professional. At the end of the day, and I have to respect them for this, we're not letting our relationship or what's happened there get in the way of opportunities for the fighters. And we'd be idiots if we did, and we certainly wouldn't be doing the right job for our clients. Now, you can't stop a fight from happening just because me and Jake Paul have fallen out. You know, and at the end of the day, Jake said some things that he shouldn't have. He refused to apologise, and this is the way I chose to deal with it, because the other option is just to go and knock him out, which is not the way we conduct business. And we have a reputation in the sport that spans 40 years, and I'm not prepared to have some YouTube or whatever it is come in and start questioning that integrity and make the most bizarre comments. So people will say, let it lie. No, I'm not prepared to let it lie, because it's something I take very seriously. So that's that situation. Now, the situation of representing our clients, that's a good thing. And I have to respect them for that we're not getting on and he's not overly involved, but he's given Amanda Serrano a great opportunity on Saturday, via us, and potentially against Katie Taylor as well. And Jake will do his thing. I don't mind the guy. I think he's doing good things for boxing. I like what he's doing and the way he's gone about most of his business. But for me, this was something that I wasn't prepared to let lie. And whether you think I'm right or wrong, it's something that's important to me.
So where does that stand right now, the lawsuit?
Just going through the process of, and we'll see where it ends up.
I actually feel deep down inside you guys like each other.
I respect Jake. I think on many levels. Firstly, I think that he's improved as a fighter. I still, I don't share his views that he's going to go on and become a world-class fighter, but he's involved in a sport that's very tough. And he's putting himself in the line of fire, in the battle, doing the hard camps, doing the sparring. As a businessman or a content creator, he is outstanding, and I don't see him as a YouTuber in boxing anymore. I just see him as a fighter. Doesn't mean that he's going to go and win a world title, but there are a lot of fighters out there, and he's not like, I feel like Logan Paul is actually a bit of an exceptional young man. And I did the KSI Logan Paul fight. What Logan Paul has done in the WWE, I don't feel like he gets the credit. Like,
you see on Saturday.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I saw his first effort.
Yeah.
And I'm watching this thinking like, one, it looks like he's done it all his life. He's an unbelievable athlete. Now, you think about what he created in the world of YouTube. Take that forward to the KSI Logan Paul fight. He fought Floyd Mayweather. Now he's involved, I mean, take away the success of Prime, right now, and now he's involved in WWE. It's an unbelievable transition. And, you have to respect these guys for what they've achieved. And they're very smart people, Jake included. So, I don't have anything negative to say about him. And I feel like the fight with Tommy Fury, I think it will do good numbers. And I think it's quite an intriguing fight.
And you think he wins, right?
Worryingly, yeah.
Why is that worryingly?
Well, because look, Tommy Fury is unbelievably limited, right? But he is a fighter. He is a boxer. So all the criticism about Jake is, you've never fought a boxer. He's about to. Not a very good one, but still a boxer. And it just, for Tommy Fury, it's just a bit embarrassing. Like if he was to lose, it's embarrassing full stop to lose to Jake. That's the reality for a boxer. I mean, I'd be embarrassed if I lost to Jake Paul, and I would,
But you just said he's a boxer.
Yeah, but he's not very good.
Right.
Like, this is where we always have our argument.
Right.
I said, you're an average. I'm not. No. He genuinely thinks he could fight Canelo Alvarez, and win, right? And this is where we fall. But it doesn't. At the end of the day, you've got to back yourself. And I like his confidence is actually what's helping him in achieving, because he's, I don't mean to be disrespectful when I say deluded, but he is deluded to a point that when he steps in the ring, he thinks he does have that ability. And that's important, because mindset is everything in the fight game.
Right.
And I know you've got to have ability, but mentally he's pretty robust. Like he genuinely thinks that he's a world-class fighter, and that's part of the battle sometimes in fight sports. And mentally, he'll break Tommy Fury. You see his stuff talking about the kid and stuff like that. Like, there's a great clip, I don't know if you've seen it, of Tyson Fury going in a changing room at the weekend, right? And he came into the changing room and he went straight up to Jake Paul, who was being interviewed.
Ah, yes.
And he went, and Jake Paul went, like this, right? This is where you understand, it ain't his world, right? A fighter, if someone did that and they felt under threat, they would be up and they'd be going at it.
Right.
So the way that Jake talks about personally about stuff like a Tommy Fury fight, you got to be careful. Like, not necessarily with Tommy Fury, but there's a fine line in that world between something going badly wrong. But I think he'll mess with Tommy mentally, and I just think by the time they get in the ring, if they do get in the ring, I think Tommy will be defeated before the fight's even taking place. And I think Jake Paul will win by knockout.
Wow. What a scene. You'll watch it.
Yeah. I mean,
Sunday afternoon.
But look, one thing he's navigated well is he's been with DAZN.
Right.
I mean, I did Jake Paul's debut.
Right.
Probably my fault. He's been on Showtime. He just dumped Showtime. Now he's on ESPN. Good luck to him.
Back to Katie for a moment. Is there a date in place for 3 Arena?
Looking at May 20th.
May 20th.
Yeah.
And is Serrano in?
There's a few things to tie up with MVP, and a lot of that is kind of based. Sometimes you like to take care of this fight first, but we're working behind the scenes to make sure that rematch happens, but we want everyone to be happy. Any
chance you announce it on set? Like if Serrano wins, possibly, okay. Yeah. And Katie will be there.
She will be.
Wish I knew that. I would have been there. She's incredible. So, all right. So there's that fight that obviously is a big one that's coming up. You've got a ton of big ones. The one that I wanted to ask you about was, we just saw Beterbiev, and a lot of people said, tell Eddie, can we please have Beterbiev versus Bivol?
Great fight.
Can we do that now? Yeah. Why beat around the bush? That's the one.
So Beterbiev has Ramadan coming up.
Yeah. But that's great May-ish, right?
Yeah, no, it's earlier.
Earlier this year.
Yeah, so he's not going to fight till the summer, which is fine.
Okay.
Beterbiev has a mandatory against Callum Smith, who's our guy.
Yeah, I know. You got to dance around, yeah.
Canelo says, no.
I want him.
I have to get revenge.
September, though, right?
Yeah. So, but then if you're going to do Bivol Beterbiev, it's going to be June, July. That kind of rules out the September fight. But it's like, there's an interesting dynamic. For me, just to make it clear, Bivol Beterbiev is one of my favourite fights of all time, not just about boxing now. And that is a tremendous fight, and one that I back our guy to win, as good as Beterbiev is. We just have to navigate the Callum Smith piece, the Canelo piece. For me, Bivol is all about legacy. There is an opportunity for Dimitri Bivol to fight Canelo Alvarez at 168 pounds.
Okay.
For the undisputed championship. And in the fight after that, win or lose, fight Beterbiev for the undisputed at 175. I mean, he could, and a lot of people see him as the favourite to beat Canelo Alvarez. He could effectively be undisputed at 68 and 75 within 2 fights, and that's something that appeals to him. But we mustn't wait too long for these super fights. You know, we've seen it before, and for me, Bivol Beterbiev might not yet have the casual reach of some fights, but to us and to people in the fight game, it may be the best fight in boxing.
Right.
So we have to make sure that we can try and make that happen.
Have you talked to Francis Ngannou yet?
Yes.
How'd it go?
I think he's an outstanding man. I mean, I always talk too much, and I don't want to talk too much about what was said.
When was it?
Maybe last week.
Okay. And it was you and him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm fascinated by people who have almost self-educated themselves to a point where you can have a conversation with a fighter or an athlete like that almost more productively than an agent or a lawyer, you know? And I reached out to Francis just to say, look, I just want to know, I'm getting all these approaches from people. I represent Francis Ngannou. Just tell me who I need to speak to. And the answer was me.
Yeah.
And I really like that. And we didn't go too deeply into stuff, but I respect him greatly for the way he's handled his career to a point where now he's in a fantastic position. He has a new ocean to navigate now, which is a lot more rocky than the world of MMA and UFC, in that he's in the Wild West of boxing. And I feel like he probably wants to build a team of people around him that can make sure they successfully navigate that ocean and maximise his potential. And we'll see what happens. I mean, look, for me, we would love to be involved in his career. The Anthony Joshua fight, is just probably one of the biggest fights that can be made across any kind of sport. Obviously, the Tyson Fury fight is there for him as well. But yeah, I was pretty captivated by him. I mean, I'm not a massive MMA fan, but I still respect what he's achieved there. But I just found him to be an outstanding gentleman. So we'll see where it goes.
So how did you leave it off? Like, you end the conversation?
We'll talk, and ultimately, he's going to have a lot of opportunities presented to him. It's really down to himself about which opportunities he wants to take and who he trusts to move forward. Because as I explained to him, in boxing, you can waste your time. You can go through months of negotiations with the wrong people. Next thing, a deal's done, a contract's breached, an escrow's fallen through, and you've wasted 6 months of the year. So he has a golden opportunity now to really solidify himself financially and many generations beyond him through being involved in an event that would be one of the biggest in fight sports history.
If he signed with you, what would you suggest would be the first best fight for him?
I mean, I think he should fight Anthony Joshua.
Right off the bat?
I don't see, this is another conversation I had, with Nate Diaz's guys. If these guys have a mountain to climb in terms of the challenge of fighting an elite boxer, but to go through the process of having 2 or 3 fights, one fight you might look bad because you're learning, and the value really is the unknown, right? What happens when 2 titans from the world of fight sports collide? The UFC heavyweight world champion, Francis Ngannou, and the 2-time world heavyweight boxing champion, Anthony Joshua. The complete unknown. The unknown of how good is Francis Ngannou. We know he punches extremely hard. If he lands one on Anthony Joshua, is it the greatest upset of all time? Mm-hmm. Or will AJ completely steamroll him and you'll see Francis Ngannou get knocked out? That's the attraction of that fight, the unknown. So for me, if I'm representing Francis Ngannou, I want to make sure that this next move, I maximise every dollar that's out there. He's done the hard work. He's done the years of hustle. Now it's about, he's done the work to get himself in a position that he can move forward with what he wants to do, take control of his career. And now the freedom that he has to do that must be incredibly motivating and enjoyable for him. He's got all these people coming into it at the moment. We can do this, we can do it. But that's when I talk about the navigation. Mm-hmm. You need people around you in boxing that know what they're doing and you can trust. And that's a very difficult thing. So for me, I would like to see him go straight into a big fight where he can make an absolute fortune. And then if he was to lose, to come back and actually have some fights in boxing. But, you know, we'll see. I mean, it was a friendly conversation, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed talking to him. You know, he reminds me a little bit of Anthony Joshua, the way that you can tell he's listening to what you're saying, but he's educating himself constantly. And again, like when you look at what he went through, he did a lot of that on his own, you know, and you'll know more about it than me. I'm just, you know, from what I saw, and a really nice guy.
Is AJ fighting April 1st?
Yes.
And so you would tell him, like, all right, AJ's going to get through this fight and then we'll fight in the summer?
Yeah, I mean, look,
in a perfect world,
this is not something I've discussed with Anthony Joshua. I mean, ultimately, AJ's desire is to become world heavyweight champion for the third time. Also, we understand that if there's a one-off event to be promoted, and you know, there's a chance for these guys to make a lot of money in an event that the public would go nuts for, we're going to look at that as well. I've never sat down with AJ and said, let's look at the numbers for a Francis Ngannou fight. I know he would be a big favourite in that fight, and I think it would appeal to him because he's never really been a part of anything like that before. Everything's always been boxing, boxing, boxing. So we'll see. And then you've got Fury. You know, maybe Fury doesn't fight Usyk. Maybe he fights Ngannou.
Wow.
You know, I don't like that fight for Ngannou as much as the AJ fight, because him and AJ would just go at it. And it's a very dangerous fight. Whereas a Fury fight, I think he'd fiddle around with him and be very difficult style-wise for him to have any impression in that fight at all. So we're talking fantasy fights, Ariel, really. But
I mean, I feel like we're pretty damn close at this point. He's free and clear, right?
Oh, look, he's going to do something, whether it's with us, whether it's with AJ, he's going to do something.
What's the ceiling in terms of what he can earn for one of these fights? What do you think?
I don't want to put myself in a bad position, but he's going to make a lot of money.
More than he would have made in the UFC.
Oh.
Not even close. So he made the right call, right?
Me, what can he make in the UFC?
What I was hearing, 7, 8. That's what he said.
I mean,
it's not even close, right? So these people who said he made a huge mistake, he's going to laugh at all of them.
We'll see what the future holds. I mean,
at least for one fight.
At the end of the day, there's a lot to be said about having free opportunity,
right?
And being contractually free to make your own decision and be your own boss. You know, the difference between the UFC and boxing, which we see continuously, is in boxing, ultimately, I made it clear to Francis, if we work together, you're my boss. I work for you. That's what happens in boxing. You know, the revenue coming into the show is owned by the fighters, not by me.
Amazing.
When you get to that level. Now, listen, when you're being built up, it's not that way because we have to take the risk.
Sure.
But when you get to a fight of that magnitude, it's always my interpretation. And I think what's right is you should see the revenue. Now, what's happening in boxing at the moment is fighters are drastically overpaid because of their perception of the revenue rather than the real perception. Nothing better than Spence Crawford. You know, when you're in a position where it's like, you know, I should get 30 million for this fight. Why? Because my guy here, he told me I should get 30 million. Well, what does he do?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a big businessman. You know, he's got an insurance company. Oh, fucking marvellous. Excuse my language. You know, we see these numbers day in, day out. We know what they are. You know, and ultimately, of a fight of that magnitude, let the fighters own the revenue. We're taking a small percentage of the action to deliver the event without, you know, 100 staff worldwide. But the fighters are the stars here. They're the ones going in there. And without them, there would be no show.
Right.
So now, that's when they maximise the money well beyond what they could imagine. But only when it delivers the numbers. And a fight like Joshua against Ngannou, it's huge numbers, huge pay-per-views, site fees, you know, and ultimately he'd see it all. So there's never an argument. You know, it would be a transparent balance sheet where it's like, here's the international TV revenue, here's the gate, here's the site fee, here's the sponsorship, here's the cost of the event. Do you approve these costs? Yes, we did. Boom, done. Here's the money. Here's the split between the fighters, and here's Eddie Hearn's service fee. Thank you very much. And we'll walk away, and I say, congratulations, Francis Ngannou. You've just changed your life.
What was your conversation like with Diaz's camp?
Again, they're just, you know, I'm not the type to kind of like turn up at someone's house and camp outside and harass people and phone people. At the end of the day, I say to these people, I believe I'm the best at what I do, right? We're straighter than anybody in boxing, and we're going to deliver on every single promise we give you. If you want to be with me and us, it'll be our absolute pleasure. We have a nice conversation, and then we go from there. If you want to go out and just talk to everybody and just, go with the one that pays you the $1 more, not really for me. So, I just find it fascinating. Again, I think Diaz is in a different kind of position to Ngannou, but it was just a friendly conversation to say, what are you thinking? And Nate Diaz's mindset is, I want to fight Canelo Alvarez. And who knows? But again,
is that doable? I mean, again, this is another one of your guys.
Yeah, I mean,
you can make it happen.
Yeah,
is Canelo interested?
I like to make competitive fight. I mean, that's the problem again is with Jake Paul, for example. I mean, Jake Paul against Nate Diaz may be a fight that happens over time. But at least with Ngannou against AJ, you've got two huge punches that something could happen. I mean, it's very difficult to give Nate Diaz a shot in a Canelo Alvarez fight. But again, Nate Diaz can box. I'm not saying he's going to compete with Canelo Alvarez, but he's got a big fan base. And I think there's a fascination behind seeing these guys do something different. It's the unknown.
Right.
What is going to happen? I have no idea. I mean, what if Francis Ngannou came out and they traded up and knocked Anthony Joshua out? I mean,
you could make conceivably Diaz, Canelo, and Ngannou Joshua in the same year.
I mean, you're coming out with some great sound bites here, Ariel. But
by the way, you brought up Canelo, not me.
But I think that's his mentality. I think Nate Diaz is in boxing to.
You'd be promoter of the decade.
I already am.
I know.
But no, I'm joking. But yeah, it's like, no, I'm not joking. But it's, I think, I don't know. I mean, I find it fascinating. These guys have built a big fan base. And they have the opportunity to make these kind of moves now. And, it's interesting times.
So how, between the two of them, do you feel like you're closer or is it still preliminary?
Honestly,
Early days?
It's just a chat,
okay.
A friendly chat between the camps, just to find out, Ngannou is a different kettle of fish, in my opinion, than Diaz in terms of, the size of what we're talking about here. I mean, when we talk about the mass audience, we live in a very confined world of MMA and boxing hardcore. Mm-hmm. So that's like when we talk about Bivol Beterbiev, you could walk out on the streets here or in London and talk about Bivol Beterbiev. No one has a clue what you're talking about.
Right.
You start talking about the heavyweight world champion of the UFC fighting the world heavyweight championship in boxing. That's a crossover global phenomenon. So, I feel like you're talking about different kind of sizes here, but ultimately we want to be involved in the biggest events in fight sports. We want to keep the integrity at the same time, but you're talking about two legends of their chosen choice, and that's boxing and MMA.
What an indictment, and I'm saying this, not you, what an indictment on the sport of MMA, and on the UFC in particular, that these two massive names aren't even really that interested right now in MMA. They want to go to boxing. Why? To test themselves, but also, let's be honest, there's a hell of a lot more money, as you just said there. That's an indictment on the sport.
I just think the model's different, and I think that, look, I can't look at the UFC model and tell you that I'm not envious at times of the way.
Right.
I saw when I went to London, Dana very kindly gave me a seat right next to him at the It was an unbelievable experience. The value of being in the UFC for a young MMA fighter, that's the thing that caught my mind the most. When a fighter wins and they jump over the octagon, they run around and start cuddling Dana. It's like, it's the value they've built to aspiring young MMA fighters to reach that pinnacle, which is the UFC. The problem comes, and this is why the boxing model changed, is when the fighter walks out, the fighter reads about the pay-per-view buys for that fight and goes, hang on a minute, how much have you made? And that's what happened in boxing. Fighters for a long time didn't control their own destiny. They weren't their own bosses, and they were going into fights where the promoter's margin was unbelievably excessive. I mean, I don't know what the margins are in UFC, but it will be exactly the reverse of that in boxing. It would be more like 80% to the fighters and 20% to the promoters. But that's how you have longevity in a relationship. And when you talk about Canelo Alvarez, when you talk about Anthony Joshua, these people who are friends of mine, but also trust us because of the model. The revenue is theirs. It's not mine. I'll provide a service. I shouldn't own the revenue that Anthony Joshua brings to a fight. Why should I? But ultimately these guys work for the UFC. And it's an unbelievable organisation. And there are, for the criticism of the UFC, there are a lot of benefits for a fighter to be part of the UFC, for sure. But the problem for them, and this is why the boxing model changed, was when a fighter becomes bigger than the brand, when a fighter becomes bigger than Matchroom and Eddie Hearn, right? They move to a level where they're doing 1 million pay-per-view buys. They're selling out 80,000 seats at Wembley Stadium. And then they start looking around and going, how much are you making? Well, the best way to do that is have an open book and say it's all in front of you in black and white. I work for you, you are the boss, we will maximise your revenue, we will deliver together, we will agree on everything, and you own exactly what you are worth. And that's the problem with those contracts, is that eventually you may get to a stage where you're not getting commercially what you may be worth in that respect. And that's really the biggest nightmare of that model, is when a fighter becomes bigger than the business and bigger than the UFC. Doesn't happen very often. Conor McGregor, probably the greatest example of that. But, again, I think that the UFC is an incredible business, and I think it gives fighters incredible opportunities. The problem comes is when a fighter becomes, big. And I do think they're changing their mindset of paying fighters more. I think they have to as the business evolves. And I'm a big admirer of that business. Maybe not the slap league, but,
Come on. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Jeez, I can't believe Nevada sanctioned that. Where do we stand on Conor Benn?
Conor Benn will have a decision shortly from the WBC.
Like any day now?
Sorry?
Any day now?
Apparently. I mean, look, I'm not involved in the hearing with the lawyers, but I'm reading it through the media today. That's, a lot of the media are reporting a decision's coming today.
Right.
I don't know. I believe he'll be cleared, but I'm not going to say too much until all the facts come out, because this was the most frustrating thing here is time. And the one thing that aggravates me a little bit, because I've seen a British Boxing Board of Control, which is a commission, the Nevada Commission, come out recently and say, oh, we've asked for this. Ultimately, they were made aware of the tests the same time that we were, right? They're the governing body. They decide what happens in terms of sanction for an event. Contractually, I can't pull the event. It's down to the commission whether they will sanction the event. They waited 4 or 5 weeks to make a decision as to whether they would sanction the event. They pulled the fight on the Wednesday before the event. Cost me over $1 million in cost, because by then we've paid for everything.
Right.
And it's my fault, right? Well, why didn't you pull the fight? Because we rely on the governing body to make their decision. And now you've got VADA and the WBC, who the test took place through. They're the ones hearing this case. So Conor Benn, now we're 6 months later after the test. So we want to clear up this situation, let the public be aware, because obviously in this situation you're guilty until proven innocent, and then he'll resume his career.
Was that one of the worst weeks of your career?
Horrendous.
You could see it on your face.
Oh, mate, yeah. I mean,
did you consider going around the British Board of Control?
No,
there was talks of.
I feel like the mistake that we made, I couldn't believe the time they took to make their decision, and it wasn't easy for them. Like, they wanted information and stuff like that, but when they came out on the Wednesday before the fight and said, we're not going to sanction, and then they leaked it to the media after that, it was probably the competitor in me that went, oh, fuck, and I sat down with Kat, you got Eubank wants the fight, right? Ben obviously wants, and it's like, hold on, we're going to just consider our options here. We went away and we said we can't go against the commission. It looked, the commission made the right decision, in my opinion. But why did they wait 5 weeks? Because the one getting the blame in the end was me. So that period was really difficult, and I got unbelievable amounts of stick, and I still do to this day. And it hurts because I care about the sport so much. And when you're in the firing line and you're having to make decisions like that behind closed doors, the best thing to do, and what we did, was to ultimately hand the decision over to the governing body to make their call. And I feel like the delay that took place ultimately led to, Eddie Hearn was trying to get the fight to happen. No, we were waiting for our governing body to make a decision. Unfortunately, they made it 3 days out. I wish they would have made it 5 weeks before. Would have saved me a fortune and would have saved the criticism. So, but there are a lot of things that took place in this process that people were going to be very surprised by. So I want it to come out because, I want him to resume his career. But it was pretty tough, and it's like every day it gets worse, until it gets better. But that's the same in anything in life. You know, things will always get easier. You just have to stick it out.
Once the announcement comes, the decision comes, if he gets cleared, are you going to try to remake the fight? Because you told...
It's a big fight. I mean, he lost recently.
Right, well, so you told me just before, if Serrano loses, Katie Taylor fight is dead.
It's still
Why
a monster,
didn't it...
but it's not the monster that it was, but it will be the time it comes around.
So Eubank losing a couple weeks ago doesn't affect your desire?
No, because I think it's a natural fight. You know, it's a big rivalry, you know, through what happened and through the family history as well. And it's a really good fight. And Conor wants that fight, you know, because there's been a lot of things that have been said. But until that ruling comes out, you know, it's difficult. You make a comment and people say, oh, you shouldn't be allowed to fight. It's like, okay, well, we're putting the process. You have to understand, I'm not the British Boxing Board of Control. I'm not the WBC. I'm not Nevada Commission. I'm not VADA. I'm not DAZN. And you read social media sometimes and it's like, apparently I'm all of those things. You know, so it's like, let these people make their decision. It is a compliment, but ultimately you end up getting the blame.
Right.
So if the WBC and the VADA clear Conor Benn, it'll be my fault. Oh, Eddie, I can't believe Eddie Hearn's cleared him. It's like, no, you know, these are what these people are there for.
One last thing before we say goodbye. When I had Sky in studio on Monday, she mentioned Amanda Serrano, and Sky Nicholson, of course, and I was like, are you ready for Amanda? I wasn't questioning her. I was just wondering, and she gave me a look like she was going to chop my head off for even asking the question. Are we close to a fight like that for her? I mean, she's just, what, 5-0 at this point?
Yeah, trying to go to 6-0 at the weekend, fighting a very tough fight. The one thing about female fighters is their desire to fight the best. And like, there's an example of when there's an undisputed champion, generally belts will fragment after. So I would look at a fighter in that division, if it's Sky, and say, there's an opportunity there to fight for a vacant belt. And they're like, I don't want to fight for a vacant belt. I want to fight Amanda Serrano. Now, she's 2 or 3 fights away from that. But this is where I see the growth of women's boxing. When a fighter wins a world title, the first thing they want to do is fight the other champions straight away. You know, you've got an undisputed championship being fought for at 126 at the weekend. Alicia Baumgartner fighting for the undisputed champion at 130. Katie Taylor at 135, undisputed. Chantel Cameron at 140, undisputed. Jessica McCaskill just lost a belt, but undisputed at 147. 154, close to being undisputed. 160, Clarissa Shields, undisputed. 168, Franchon Cruz-Dezern, undisputed. That means that the champions have all fought the champions, and we've found out who the best is in every division. So, you know, people like Sky, people like Ramla Ali, people like Ellie Scotney, these are young fighters that are saying, we want the best. We want to fight the champions. And it's so refreshing to be in a world where you're not having to deal with that bloke who owns the insurance company, who goes, no, what you want to do? I mean, there's no barriers to entry. This is why I'm a bit worried about you, Ariel.
Oh, geez.
You know, you could go into boxing tomorrow and become an advisor.
I actually...
A couple of weeks later, you're in my office, and we're negotiating a fight,
and we're talking,
I'm going, oh, no. First it was darts, now it's boxing.
This geezer. Speaking of Sky, 93 on Monday. And so now we actually have a cool little graphic here. Do we have the graphic? It's coming. It's coming. No, it's not coming. Andy, do we have that graphic? Egg on my face. Anyway, she got a 93. You can take my word for it. I got a 31.
Yeah, I've got technique, but technique means really, I feel like if you don't know where it's going, you'll probably score more.
I went off the board. I was very embarrassed about that.
Embarrassing.
I went off the board. I was feeling the pressure. I think she hustled me. She said she'd never done it before. She got all nervous. And so this is going to be our thing. This proves my love for darts. Every time someone comes in studio now, I don't care who you are, promoter, fighter, pro wrestler.
You just get 3 darts, right?
3 versus 3. And we're going to keep a running tally and see who comes out on top, you know, when I retire in 60, 70 years. So we're going to talk, you know, one day about your visions for me being the face of darts, if I'm not already. But before you go, I wanted to go a little one-on-one with you.
Okay.
You down with that? All right. So once again, it's this Saturday, DAZN, Hulu. Still some tickets available?
A few. Yeah, it's going to be a sellout. So we'll see you on Saturday at the Garden.
Yes. Can't wait. All right. Let's do this. It's me versus Eddie Hearn. And of course, you grew up. Look at this. Look at this setup.
Oh wow! Look, this is a lot of pressure.
This is the big.
What is that board? Firstly,
you don't like it?
Well, you know, Winmau, the official board of the PDC. We need to really send you one over. I'm not sure. With all due respect to that particular brand, but
do you know that brand?
Not really. Okay. But you're gonna. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So here we go.
I'm not sure about the weight of these darts. And,
are they very heavy?
No warm up, right? Straight in.
I gave her 1.
1?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll get 1 as well,
got the
yeah.
1. Okay, wait. You
So
play
I'm a bit
quite
tall,
often?
look. I think this could go in.
We were how tall are you, by the way?
6'5".
Yes, we were debating whether
By the way, I mean, yeah.
the light is in your face.
I'm going to duck down a little bit.
It's
to
not
throw.
the greatest setup.
Unbelievable conditions here.
Do you have one at your house?
Yes, I do.
All right, here we go.
This is the warm-up, though.
This is the warm-up.
Okay.
This one doesn't count. Here we go. Eddie Hearn, first up.
I've actually, I did that just for banter. Yeah, okay. So after giving you the stick, right, I'm ready now.
A little piece of advice, maybe bend the knees. I know you're
Well, this is the problem. I mean, I'm trying to avoid the light.
Yes,
I've never done this before. Okay.
Okay,
right.
here's Eddie Hearn, the face.
Have I just moved the dart? It looks a bit wonky now. Hang on, look.
Okay, yeah, it did get a little bit, I don't know what's going on.
There you go.
What would your father say about all this?
Okay, wonky dartboard,
By the way,
light in the
you and your
way.
dad,
Right, here we go. Me.
You? Okay.
Right, here we go.
Here we go. First shot for Eddie Hearn. Wow, what is that? Wait a second.
It's unfortunately a 5. It should be a treble 20, but
Okay, yeah, we're trying to build this up. All right.
gonna move over
Go
here.
So quickly. A 5 for Edward. And that is a 1?
I mean, that is what we're talking about.
My God.
We're talking about. It was a 20. Okay, yeah, so it's 23.
I might
Awful.
actually be.
But you see the technique. What I'm saying is they're all going in the right place.
Yes.
It's a waste of time.
You got a 23. That's worse
awful.
than what I got.
Come on then. I bet you don't get 23.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I do.
All right, here we go, Edward. This will be. By the way, what's on the line here? Not only me beating you, but I take over the whole North American.
This is for
PDC.
the majority shareholding of PDC USA. Okay, that's a 19. That's not good news to me. Oh, that's even. Oh, that's a 6.
Edward.
25. Just miss the
Should
board.
we talk about
Miss the board or hit a 1. Go up the
transition
top.
of power?
Go up the top. Oh, you've done it though.
I've done it.
You've done me. 19 add 19 is 38. Awful.
What we got to talk turkey now.
I know.
What is Barry going to say about his son, Edward Hearn?
20.
Wow, look at that shot right there. I actually thought I'd beat no one.
Unbelievable. Let me just stick these 3.
One more? All right, here we go. These don't.
Oh my God, I've hit the light here. Can I just say, this is the worst environment for throwing darts I've ever
Actually,
seen.
you were better this time. I think you got was that a triple 20? I don't know. Anyway, I love the darts. I love boxing. Love having you in.
Appreciate it,
Thank you
mate.
so much. There
Always
he
a
is,
pleasure.
Eddie Hearn, the man at Matchroom. This Saturday on DAZN, Hulu Theater. If you're in New York, you've got 2 titles on the card.
2 undisputed titles.
Undisputed titles. You've got undefeated prospects. Some of our guys are going to be in the house as
absolutely.
well. So can't wait for it. And thank you for the time. And good luck with
Thank you.
Francis and Nate. If you've
We'll
got
see.
some news to
you
announce.
You got some big sound bites. I'm looking forward to checking social media after this interview.
It's going to be great. He's staring me down now. We're going to take a quick break. Check out my first ever interview with Fedor 12 years ago this week, and we'll be back with Alex Volkanovski.
It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, February 7th, 2011. And dare I say, Josh, the biggest show in our 2-year history. What do you think?
Yes, the biggest, bar none.
You know, we've made a lot of promises on this show. We've offered a lot of things to you guys, but I don't think we've offered anything quite like this. I am so excited for this show. Let me just say that in the second hour, we will be joined by John Cholish and Gian Vellante, who are competing on the Strikeforce Silva versus Fedor card this Saturday night at the Izod Center in New Jersey. And of course, the main event of that show features a very much anticipated heavyweight fight between Antonio Bigfoot Silva and Fedor Emelianenko. Fedor Emelianenko, what a huge name in this sport. A man who we told you was going to be on several months ago. Unfortunately, things didn't happen. But today, my friends, we've done one better than getting him on the telephone. He is in studio with us right now, joining us live and in the flesh. Fedor Emelianenko, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. It means a lot to me that you would take some time out of your schedule to come here. This is, without a doubt, the most anticipated show in our history.
Спасибо вам большое за теплые слова.
Thank you very much for your warm words.
Thank you. And you know what? I wanted to offer you a present for coming here as a sign of my gratitude for you coming. So I got you this.
Хотел бы предложить подарок. Благодарен за то, что вы сюда пришли, как небольшой знак.
It's a little small, but this
очень
for you,
маленькое,
for me to you,
но это от
some.
меня вам.
This is Russian vodka,
Это
right?
русская
Is this
водка,
is this
да?
the real deal or is this a kind of American knockoff?
Это нормальное, настоящее или это что-то вроде такой американской клюквы?
Я не разбираюсь.
I'm not
Не
an
могу.
expert in vodka.
Neither am I. If you want,
Я тоже не
if the interview is getting boring, you can have some. If not, you can share
Если
it with
вам
your
будет
friends.
скучно во время интервью, вы можете, пожалуйста, употребить или потом как бы отдать и поделиться с друзьями.
Хорошо, я поделюсь с друзьями.
Thank you. Definitely I will share with my friends.
Very good. Okay, so we have a lot to talk to you about, so let's get right to it. A lot of people have been very anxious to see you fight again. Your last time that you competed was in June. Why has it taken you so long to compete? You're fighting on Saturday night, but why has it taken you so long?
Очень много людей сейчас ждут с нетерпением ваших боев. Все очень рады и ждут, потому что последний ваш бой состоялся только в июне. И вот сейчас, почему такой большой был перерыв? Почему понадобилось так много времени, чтобы вернуться опять?
Ну, у нас не могли мы прийти к договоренности с компанией Strike Force, но сейчас все хорошо, подписан новый контракт, и все бои, в принципе, расписаны. То есть я думаю, что я буду сейчас чаще выступать.
It took us some time to negotiate with Strikeforce company, but right now the situation is great. We agreed on all contract issues, so the contract is prolonged, and right now I will be coming to America more often.
How many fights was this contract for?
На сколько боев был подписан контракт?
Я пока не буду говорить.
Вадим
скажет.
Maybe I'm not going to speak about that right now. That will be Vadim who'll come and talk about that.
Very well. So I'm wondering, obviously when we saw you last compete, tough night for you. You lost to Fabricio Verdum. Technically, the first loss of your career. You had lost many moons ago, but due to a cut, and a lot of fight fans didn't really consider that a loss. How did you deal with the fact that you had just lost? When you went home and thought about it, how did you come to terms with the first loss of your career?
Как вы справились? Как вы справились со своим первым поражением? У вас не было поражения. Было, конечно, техническое поражение, когда вы получили рассечение, но вот первое такое поражение, это вот случилось в июне. Как вы справлялись с этим? Как вы это переживали, когда вы вернулись домой после этого боя?
После боя вернулся сразу домой. Как переживал? Никак не переживал. Жил, как и до этого жил. Я не думаю об этом, поэтому все шло своим чередом.
So after the fight, I came back home immediately. But I was not really very nervous about that loss. I continued to live the way I used to. And frankly speaking, I didn't think about that, and I don't think about that. So everything in this life goes its way.
I thought you were very humble after suffering the first loss of your career. And I'm wondering, and some people obviously like to look deeper into words, I'm wondering if you considered walking away from the sport after suffering your first loss, retiring.
Я думаю, вот как люди рассматривали ваше поражение, не было ли у вас мыслей после этого поражения уйти из спорта, уйти как бы на покой?
Ну, уйти на покой у меня уже возникают такие мысли. Не потому, что произошло поражение, а потому, что уже возраст. Все-таки для спортсмена тяжелого веса возраст уже у меня. Я думаю, пора думать о завершении своей карьеры. Ну и травмы уже дают о себе знать. Но я еще, надеюсь, побьюсь.
All right, we are back. I don't know why, Frank. Why is my my volume so low here? Oh, has something changed?
Ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. How about this lovely gift that they gave me? Wow, really trying to butter me up, these Matchroom guys. The number 9. I don't know if you know this, Frank. That's the highest of honors. Like you're the man. You're the striker. You're the guy at the top. And
Just surprised you didn't put it on.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Just sit there with the jersey? I mean, it's a little bit weird. No?
No.
Now I have 2 Nottingham Forest jerseys. And by the way, I think we're in action right now, actually, against Man United, of course. Crazy deadline day. Let's see what the score is here. Carabao Cup, 0-0. I mean, obviously we're down 3-0 in the aggregate, but it would be nice to have a strong showing, especially at Old Trafford. Great chat with Eddie Hearn. I love picking his brain, and especially now more than ever, it's an interesting time with the Ngannou stuff, with the Nathan Diaz stuff. I felt like he was super high on Ngannou. I mean, could you imagine Ngannou versus Anthony Joshua? That would be a big freaking deal. And there's a lot. The business of boxing is a lot of fun. Boxing media is fun. It's just a different ball game. It's the Wild West, and there's a lot going on right now with obviously Taylor and Serrano, and what a disappointment with Croke Park, but that would still be a big fight at the 3 Arena site of Conor McGregor versus Diego Brandao. Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia. Of course, Ryan Garcia saying that I needed to be there in attendance. Who could forget that moment? The Joshua comeback, the Fury Usyk stuff, Jake Paul, Tommy Fury, Beterbiev. There's a lot going on. Terrence Crawford coming up. A lot happening in the world of boxing. Benavidez fighting in March, I think it is. So a lot of exciting things. And I'm very excited about our next guest. So we just talked earlier in the show to the former #1 pound-for-pound fighter on the planet, Fedor Emelianenko, going to retire after his fight on Saturday. And hopefully in a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by the current #1 pound-for-pound fighter on the planet, the one and only Alexander the Great Volkanovski. It's UFC 284, and it goes down in Perth. It's a nice little card. No doubt about that. Islam Makhachev versus Alexander Volkanovski. Volkanovski moving up from 45 to 55. I saw a lot of people saying that, you know that meme of the guy at the party talking to the girl, that was me talking to Sky about Volkanovski. I felt that was a little bit rude. I don't know. I didn't feel like that was very nice. Was I that guy? You know that meme, GC?
The guy in the corner, and he's like, oh, they don't know I'm XYZ.
You know the meme of the guy at the party yelling at the girl, and she has that face?
Yeah. Like yelling in her ear. And
yes, and she's got that face. Man. Or the guy at the baseball game talking to the girl.
Oh, I know them all. Yeah.
Was I that guy? I was just telling her about Volkanovski fighting for the belt, moving up, her countryman.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so, obviously. But, I mean, it's funny to meme it that way. I mean, what was the caption? Like all caps, like... It's showing you're excited about something. I don't think that's that bad.
A lot of people said that. I was like, oh, she couldn't care less. I was like, what? She said she knew him. I think she said that they had like a promotional thing. So I was like, all right, your guy's
She's Australian. It makes sense.
Yeah, I would be excited if a country mate of mine.
I wish I'd seen these memes though.
I got hit with a few of them.
Did they do like the all caps quotes?
Yes. And then he said, and then he's doing this, and no. And it's like, what? I'm just trying to I'm trying to spread the gospel that is Alex Volkanovski. I'm trying to let the world know.
I'm playing both sides of the fence here. I think what you did, there was nothing wrong with it. I felt it was perfect for the show, but then also. The memes are
people mocking me. Well, I'll continue to do that on behalf of Alexander the Great, the man who is going for the second title it's February 11th here in America, February 12th in Australia. And he's oh so kind, very close to the fight to join us early in the morning. So let's not keep him waiting any longer. Here he is, the featherweight champion of the world, the soon-to-be lightweight champion of the world, the great Alex Volkanovski. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm very good, mate. I'm very good. How are you, mate?
I'm doing so well. Thank you so much for joining us. I had a countrymate of yours in studio on Monday, Sky Nicholson, the undefeated Olympian. Yep. I was trying to explain to her what you're about to do, and people were mocking me, saying that I was going a little too excited about your fight. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm showing love to Alex the Great. I'm sorry if I'm trying to, put you over to your fellow countrymen.
I appreciate it. Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, well, thank you for understanding. What is life like training for a lightweight fight compared to a featherweight fight? Do you feel it just yet, Alex, or will you only feel that difference come next week?
I mean, like obviously the dieting and all that type of stuff, there was a bit of the structure was a little bit different when it comes to dieting, nutrition and strength programs and stuff like that. But man, I'm always training with bigger guys and things. Obviously, this time we made sure we had bigger guys in camp the whole time, but it's still pretty similar. You know what I mean? Obviously, I felt felt that strength, felt that little bit of size. So we put a bit of size on. Definitely felt that early, that extra weight, because we wanted to do that bulk, we didn't want to get too crazy big, but we wanted to at least put a couple of kilos on of muscle. So we did that. So early in camp, we were pretty heavy. Definitely felt that while trying to do all the, the sparring rounds and the meat grind, all the really hard sessions that we do. But now that everything's, we're getting that weight to where we want it, and my fitness and everything's just peaking at the perfect time. So I'm very, very happy where we are. And everything still feels pretty much the same. I'm moving like a featherweight, but I'm as strong as a welterweight.
Could I ask how much you weigh right now?
How much I weigh now? About 77 kilograms.
77.
So about 170, just over 170.
Wow. And what would you be, 10 or so days before a featherweight title fight? How much would you weigh?
Probably about 73. So what would that be? 73, 74 max? Probably
160.
I don't know. 160.
Okay.
There you go.
Did you learn anything about your body going through the experience in October? Like, did that teach you anything for this experience?
Everything that I didn't have time to do anything but just stay at the same weight and do what I had to do. Obviously, I didn't get to have the time to really structure everything to a lightweight fight, especially against an opponent like Islam. So, especially coming off a broken hand and things like that, I only had like 6 weeks to really do anything. So it was a little bit different. Where now, it was even though I made the weight and all that type of stuff, it's just definitely going to be, everything's going to be structured a lot better, and the game plan to the whole through the whole process is going to be a lot more smoother and exactly how we want it for this one.
Were you bummed when you got word that the fight was official? I haven't talked to you since then, so I'm just curious. Like, were you bummed being in Abu Dhabi and not actually getting to fight, or do you feel like that was the best case scenario?
I feel like that's the best case scenario. Me getting a real camp, a proper camp, against a champion that wanted to fight me in Australia. Like, it doesn't get much better than that. So it ended up working for the best. So it was funny because when I was talking to you, if you would ask me who do I want to win out of the two, I probably would have said Charles, because I didn't think Islam would turn it around so quick. I didn't, I thought I'd have to wait. I didn't think he'd be fighting in Australia. I thought with Charles, I might not be able to fight in Australia, but I'd be able to fight in Rio in the January. I could fight straight away. So I thought that would be the better scenario. But then Islam gets his hand raised and says he wants to, fight me in Australia. And I was just like, man, it couldn't have worked out any better. At the end of the day, I try. A lot of people are going to sit there and want to pick who and that. But for me, it's all about timing and all that type of stuff. Again, I don't care who's in front of me. I'm going to prepare accordingly, do what I need to do. But I just want the timing and everything else to fit. Right now, I'm glad it's Islam because it's in Australia. Not just that, I feel like fighting someone like Islam for the legacy is going to be huge as well. So I'm very glad with how everything is right now.
How about him calling you the short guy, the little man, or something like that? I mean, did you take offense to any of that?
But I've been short my whole life. Like, you know what I mean? Actually, I wasn't short my whole life. When I was 12 years old, I was actually one of the tall kids. But I just stopped growing then. But it was, look, I was short. I was short in my last fight against Max. I was short against Zombie. I was short when I was a welterweight. I was short when I was a lightweight. I was short when I was a middleweight. I was short when I was a rugby league player. When I was playing in the front row, I was very short for that position I played. Semi-pro, even the representative teams that I played for, I was always short. And that never mattered. Never mattered that, people say I'm short and all that, but I guarantee you when they're playing me or when they're in the octagon with me or when they're training with me, no one says I'm undersized. And if they do, they're going to be embarrassed by how well I did against them or how much I kicked their ass. So, you know what I mean? It's fine. You know what I mean? If he, I think it's just, look, he's a pretty respectful dude. That's just, I don't know. I think that's just his way of maybe a little bit of trash talk or whatever it is. Whether he really feels like, this guy's just too small, he's going to be weak and all that type of stuff, he's going to be in for a rude shock. But I think he's got a pretty clever team to understand that ain't no pushover. But if he does think that, mate, he's going to have a wicked surprise.
What about that flex on your part a couple of weeks ago where you guys do the face-off in front of a mural of your face? I mean, that's just a way to be like, yo, you're in my territory. This is my country. Was that your decision to do it over there?
Oh, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
You should take credit for it.
It was, yeah, like that's just, yeah, I should. Yeah. It's, was cool though. Like, but I mean, it's cool to have the mural there, right? It was unreal. But again, yeah, we are in Australia. That's just how it is, you know. But credit to him for wanting to take it on here. He knows that I'm going to have a crowd cheering for me and all that type of stuff. He was lucky enough to have that in his couple of his last fights. But now he's in hostile territory. Now he's in Australia. Crowd's going to be insane. But at the end of the day, everyone's just going to enjoy the show. So none of that really matters. At the end of the day, we're going to be in the octagon together, whether it's my hometown and all that type of stuff. It's just going to make the win even bigger for me when I get my hand raised. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But I mean, I'm expecting the same Islam that stepped in the octagon the last few times.
It's been a while that you're the underdog, especially this kind of underdog. You like that spot?
Yeah, I like it, man. I'm all good with it. Again, it's especially moving up and in lightweight title and all that type of stuff, and then fighting someone like this again. Like we want this for legacy. I never used to talk like this. You'll remember I never talked about legacy fights and all this type of stuff, but now I'm all about it. You know, now I'm all for the big fights. I'm all for the. I love the underdog story. I love that. People are again being the underdog and people saying I'm undersized and all that type of stuff. It just adds to the story and it's going to add to the victory. You know, when you talk about legacy, winning a belt, the champ and all that type of stuff. Yeah, that's cool, but beating guys like Islam while doing that is that's different. You know, not many people can really say they moved up and won a title off a opponent like Islam. You know what I mean? But again, the way people are talking. It's funny. People, like, as they say, people quickly forget. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, they'll forget again when I get my hand raised. They'll be like, oh, yeah. And then, again, as I've been saying, I've said this a few times. I don't know if I've already said it to you, but, you know, there's a narrative right now that some people, obviously, there's a lot of people rooting for me, know I can get the job done because they've seen what I do and they know what I'm capable of. So they're ready to back me. But there's going to be a lot of people that are going to doubt me, which I love. And all that type of stuff, you know what I mean? The undersized, too good to go at the Dagestani wrestling and all this type of stuff. That's good. But just remember that. Remember that. Don't change the narrative when I get my hand raised. You know what I mean? That's something that I need people to understand because, you know, it's funny. People will sit there and say all this stuff. Something happens. He didn't fight anybody. You know, it was his first defense. All of a sudden, they're taking away that victory, acting like he isn't that person that they said he was before the fight. Just remember what you're saying he is now. You put him on that pedestal, keep him there, even if I get my hand raised. Don't change that bullshit.
I love it. I absolutely love it. You got to watch him in person. He has looked incredible. He has looked very dominant. Could you tell me the weaknesses that you see in his game?
Look, obviously, you know, we know where the advantages are going to be for me and where the advantages he's going to have. Yet he wants it on the ground and I want it on the feet. It's pretty simple. And for people to, you know, people are going to be like, his striking's underrated. It definitely is. If you're looking at just combos and all that stuff, it's not the prettiest. It's not like he has the best setups and things like that, but it's still calculated. He's not going to take unnecessary risks. He's not going to put himself too much out of position majority of the time. Maybe when he chooses to strike and things like that, he does, but a lot of the time he's a bit defensive and, you know, he'll wait for the right time to shoot and all that time. So he's calculated, the same as how Khabib was and a lot of these Dagestani wrestlers and these high-level grapplers, which is great. So it's calculated. It is underrated. But at the same time, you got to remember my striking. You know what I mean? I understand all these things. You know, I know how to, you know, I can't give too much away, but you can do all these things. I'm aware of what you want to do. I'm aware of the patterns. You know what I mean? I totally understand the game. I really do. I understand my style. I understand your style. I've got a great team. You know what I mean? We've got the knowledge, and not just that. I've got the fight IQ to really, really capitalize on things that we see. So you know, there's definitely things that I can capitalize on, and I will. And again, I'm the type of guy that will prepare accordingly to whatever's in front of me. And again, you know, he is a high-level grappler, high-level wrestler. Again, I've got to put in my head that, you know, I got to expect to be taken down, right? If I don't get taken down, all right, yeah, there's a good chance I don't get taken down. My movement, my takedown defense is on point. But mentally, I need to prepare for that. I don't want to sit there and tell myself it ain't going to happen. All of a sudden, I'm there, you start panicking. Nah, I prepare myself that I prepare for the worst every single time. Every time, no matter who I'm in the octagon with. So I'm prepared to go wherever it needs to go. You ain't going to see me panic. If he's shooting, you know, my footwork's going to make it hard. If he does get in on me, I'm going to bounce him off. If I don't bounce him off, he gets me to an ass. I'm gonna frame. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna scramble. I'm gonna do what I can. You're never gonna see me give up not even one position. I'm gonna be fighting all the way to the end, and I can do that for 25 rounds. I always prepare accordingly. People need to remember that, and I'm sure he does too. Unless he thinks I'm small and he's going to be too strong, and he thinks he's just going to grab a hold of me, it's going to be over. If he really does think that, and he's not preparing for me to get back to my feet and put hands on him, it's going to be a good night for Alexander the Great Volkanovski.
Are you surprised Khabib won't be in his corner?
Yeah, I guess I was at the start, but it doesn't matter. You know, I'm not. Yeah, Islam's still going to turn up. You know what I mean? You can't. For people. I know people push narratives and all that type of stuff. At the end of the day, Islam's a great fighter. He's the one who's going in there and doing his work. And can people tell you that himself? So again, you know, my hand gets raised. Don't be fucking, you know what I mean? These ain't excuses, all right? Like, this is the, you know what I mean? He's fought plenty of times with Khabib not in his corner and things like that. So I feel like, you know, I'm sure, you know, he'll feel it in preparation and all that, but or maybe fight week and all that. But at the same time, he's done it before, and he's a great fighter. He's going to turn up and show up in the octagon anyway, even if Khabib was there or not. So I'm preparing the same Islam that I've seen. And again, things go how I plan on them going. Yeah, don't change that. Don't start changing narratives and start using all these excuses because it's the guy in front of him that's the problem.
I know your belt isn't on the line here, but you were in New York for the MSG card and you saw your good friend Israel Adesanya lose his belt. When you see that as you're preparing for your own big fight, do you take any lessons from that? Does it put you in a place where it's like, I can't let this happen to me? Do you internalize that any way to where it affects you and your career, or are you just solely thinking about your friend and gutted for him?
Yeah, man, that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, when I'm in the gym or in the octagon, you know, I'm Alexander the Great, you know, fighting and all that. When I'm outside of it, you know, I'm just me, and you know, that's a good friend of mine. You know, Israel's a good friend of mine, and seeing that is just, you know, it was just you know, obviously it hurts. You know, when you see like the fight, you're like, you know, here I am thinking he's just moments away from getting the hand raised and sort of closing a chapter later, and then that's this crazy game that we play. So I was just hurt for him. But yeah, I guess that's the story for him. I know he'll be back, and that just makes a bigger fight for the next one. So looking forward to seeing what happens there. But first, I just got to go do my thing, and maybe I can make it over there for that fight to watch that one too. And
what about you on the Andrew Schultz show, and I just come in and take over that thing? I mean, that was an all-time appearance, right?
Like, it was impressive.
I appreciate it.
I was like, "Whoa,
where is this guy?"
Oh, yeah.
Doing some push-ups.
Big D energy just comes running in, you know what I mean? I was like, damn.
I mean, they were copying my style. I had to let them know who's who. You know, I had to let them know that I'm the king of all of this, all right? I mean, you're in New York. You don't come on my show. You go on that jabroni's show. And I felt a certain way about it, so I had to come confront you face to face.
Is that how it went down? You can blame Ash on that one.
Yes, as I did. By the way, what about everyone giving me so much shit over the fact, even on my own show, I named you the 2022 Male Fighter of the Year. Everyone said it was Alex. And I said the 2 wins plus pound for pound best goes to Abu Dhabi, weighs in at 55, checks the ego at the door. You deserved it, and I feel very good about it, despite all the abuse that I took. Am I right?
Oh, man, look, you know, I'm sure you've been in the game long. I'm sure you've been in the game long enough to know you're going to get abused no matter who you chose.
Yes.
So if you chose Alex Pereira, you're probably going to have all my family members and friends and all that coming at you. You know what I mean? So that's just how it is. You know what I mean? We can't be too butthurt about it. We're always going to upset somebody. People are very easily triggered nowadays, and even when you're not trying to be. So you just can't worry about that.
All right, but you think...
I think you made a great decision, so I appreciate it.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you very much. One thing that you have said is you want to see some activity at 45. We're starting to see some activity, right? On your card, Yair and Emmett, and then we just found out Arnold Allen and Max Holloway. I was saying at the beginning of the show, of the 4 people there, who's the most impressive win, right? To say, I got this win on my resume. Is it a win over Yair? Is it a win over Emmett? Is it a win over Arnold? Is it a win over Max? I would argue it's still a win over Max. And so how do you feel about the fact that Arnold wins, let's say he wins, he still doesn't get a title shot against you? Do you think that's fair?
I think, he definitely deserves a title shot. It's just weird now with the whole interim thing, right? But hey, I've told you I'm going to be very active. So you don't need to be waiting long. He's not going to have to go and sit on the sidelines for too long because I want to be active. And I promise that, and that's exactly what I want to do. So no matter what it is, obviously the interim title, I've got to go and face that person. But it's and I'm not. This isn't a shot at Arnold, but I mean, it's not like I don't think he's going to be waiting too much longer than he usually does anyway in between fights. So but he will definitely be worth. You beat Max, you know what I mean? Like as if he's not deserving of a title shot. So that'll be huge for him, and that's something where he could just be like, all right, when's this happening? And I think that'll be a great position for him because he'll definitely be number one contender outside, obviously, the interim champ.
So what is your plan for this year? If all goes well, you fight February, you fight mid-year, and then one more. Like, are you hoping to get 3 in this year?
Oh man, I would love to get 3. Imagine getting even 4. You know what I mean? Like, that'd be great. Again, I mean, I'm not getting any younger. You know what I mean? So I want to, look. The thing is, with the lightweight, you needed that extra bit of time for the bulking and things like that. This was really necessary for Islam. So when I start fighting at featherweight and lightweight, I don't think I need to structure so much for the lightweight fight after this. You know what I mean? Obviously, I've got a big task ahead of me with Islam, so I'm not taking him lightly. So I'm going to go do what I need to do. But, lightweight fights from there on, I don't think I need to structure this weight gain, this strength and all this type of stuff. I don't think I need to really worry too much about it. And that's not having shots at other people. I just feel like, my strength has never been an issue and things like that. We wanted to bulk that little bit and things like that. I don't feel like I need to do that too much in lightweight from here. So you're going to see me be able to bounce back, especially for lightweight fights, straight away. So and I'm happy to do that.
But the next one, all goes well in February or later on this month, the next one would be 45, right? Is that the promise?
Yeah.
And then you would decide back forth.
Of course, you know what I mean? I don't think the person that's holding the interim belt's going to want to wait too long. So I want to keep both divisions busy. I promise that, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that happens. You know what I mean? I'm a man of my word. I always have been. And I wouldn't be where I am without all that. That's just the type of guy I am. That's why you see me succeeding in what I do, because I do what I have my goals. I plan on doing stuff. I go and do them. I ain't no talk. I'm a man of my word, and I walk the walk. So that's something that I definitely will try my best to do.
2 last things for you, and appreciate the time as always. When you envision the fight, what are you thinking? Are you thinking 25 minutes? Are you thinking earlier? What are you feeling right now?
I have to mentally prepare for 25 minutes. I always do, no matter who it is. But man, obviously you say this every time, right? But the thing is, with someone like Islam, as I've said this, I need to capitalize on the feet. You know what I mean? I need to make stuff happen. Usually, you got to worry about someone's only chance of winning is a puncher's chance, and you try and take that away from them. Let's be real with Islam. He doesn't just have a puncher's chance. I fight a bad fight. He can win a decision. He can win a submission. You know what I mean? There's more ways to winning for someone like Islam. So we know where he wants to take it, or I know where I need to capitalize. So that's why you're going to see me very dangerous on the feet. And really, when I say capitalize, you're going to see me really, really want to hurt him on the feet. So I really do believe that I can get a finish, even though he's, again, a great fighter and nothing but respect to him. But just where my head's at right now and what I need to focus on, what I need to do, especially in certain positions, that's why I feel like I can definitely get the finish. But I'm mentally prepared for 25 minutes of walk.
By the way, I saw this video of you recently. You're snorkeling, and there's like sharks all around you. What is going on over here? Is that legit? Are you really right next to those sharks? And if so, legit. You have like, first of all, you have a multi-million-dollar career. You've got these big fights. You've got all this going on. What the hell are you? We're showing the video right now. What do you do? How is that possible? And how are you not crapping in your pants being so close to these sharks?
I mean, they're not too bad. They're all right. That's just a spot near where we live. We just went down there. I was here with Brad Riddell and a couple of guys, training partners, just after hard morning session. Just go there, swim, and swim with the sharks. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful sight. They're pretty chill, man. They're pretty chill.
Are you in like a cage or something, or are you literally right next to them?
No. You see me. You see me turn the camera, show my face, and I go right down. That's just we're all doing it. I just wanted to make sure I got nice and close. I wanted people to be able to see the teeth and everything. Just I wanted people to know they're legit sharks. You know what I mean? So I went right down with them. Got a good shot, and that's why you end up seeing, and there's like 6 or 7 of them around me. But I mean, they're just chilling. But I mean, it's good content.
It is good content. It's a little scary. Would you touch it? Could you touch it? The shark?
You're not allowed, so they're endangered.
Okay.
So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and could they kill you? Are they those kinds of sharks?
Oh man, look, they're not aggressive sharks. Has people been attacked from them before? I'm sure they have. Yeah, I'm sure they have. I'm sure that they can be dangerous, but I mean they're usually pretty chill, so they're good. You know what I mean? Like people swim with them in Australia. Mate, that's Australia. You know what I mean? We wrestle in
crazy.
We don't have alligators. We're wrestling crocodiles and swimming with sharks and holding poisonous snakes. It's what we do. So, mate, while we're in there, you've got kids swimming with these sharks over there and that as well.
Your wife is okay with this? Your wife's okay with this?
Yeah, she's all good.
Wow.
She's all good, yeah.
Jeez Louise. Well,
I wouldn't put myself, if I thought the chance of me getting attacked this close to a fight, you wouldn't see me in there. Could it happen? Yeah. But I mean, me jumping into cars every day is a lot more dangerous than me swimming with them sharks.
All right. Well, you're a different kind of breed, and that's why we love you. I wish you the best, Alex. Thank you so much for doing this. Good luck to you. Can't wait next Saturday. On the verge of making history. It's obviously happened with Conor, 45 and 55, but as we know, didn't defend them. You want to defend them. I think that's part of the legacy as well. So go out there, get it done. Well done, my friend. Good luck. Can't wait to see it. Thanks as always.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. So as I said before, I don't have too much time on my hands, but it's my time. We're going to make it all happen. Let's go.
Let's go. Male Fighter of the Year 2022 and soon to be 2023. There he is, the great Alex Volkanovski. And golly, if he does it, if he wins on February 11th, I mean, could we just like put it in stone? Male Fighter of the Year 2023, back to back like Nikola Jokic, right? That would be incredible. That would be incredible. What a scene. What are the odds right now?
Islam continues to drop.
Ooh.
Yeah, like you're getting them for less than minus 400 now.
What did it open at?
I want to say it opened around there, and then Volk came back a little bit. Let's see. We got Islam right now, DraftKings Sportsbook, minus 390. Volk coming back plus 320. Islam opened at minus 295 on DraftKings.
Oh. So this shows how much I know about this stuff. When you say drop, that means he's becoming a bigger favorite.
Islam is becoming a bigger favorite.
Wow. When you said drop, I thought that meant like the number was getting closer.
Nah.
The odds continue to grow. Wouldn't that be the term to use? Or no, am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I guess he's becoming a bigger favorite.
Yes. Wow. Did you make a bet on that one yet?
No, I'm probably not going to play either side.
Yeah, because you love Volk.
I'm cheering for Volk, no doubt. But it's a tough task.
It is a tough task. It is a tough task, but I can't wait for it. And it's a nice little card. I was in the process of running it down. Yeah, Islam Makhachev against Volkanovski, obviously for the lightweight title. Yair and Emmett tangling for the interim featherweight title. Jack Della, Don Giacomo, Maddalena against Randy Brown. Justin Tafa against Parker Porter. Parker Porter on the pay-per-view? Wow. Jimmy Crute against Alonzo Menefield. Tyson Pedro against Modestas Bukauskas. Bukauskas. He's back. He got released.
Yeah, he's back.
Won the vacant Cage Warriors light heavyweight championship, but now he's back. He was released in 2021, goes to Cage Warriors, wins 2 fights there, and now he's back. Jamie Malarkey, Shane Young, Zubaira. So I would say like the top 3 fights are really interesting. And then it's just kind of a mix of a couple interesting guys here or there. That's February the 11th here in the United States, February 12th in Australia. Watch party?
100%.
Nice.
Ordering all my Australian stuff. Going to try Vegemite for the first time.
Oh, first time?
First time. Never had it.
You said we were going to get a koala bear as well.
There might be a little koala bear action, maybe a little kangaroo action.
Let me tell you something. I've had Vegemite.
I haven't heard the best reviews, but I come in with an open mind. Some Tim Tams, I think that's what they're called.
Oh, yeah. Those are good.
Yeah, I'm going to try every flavor or 4 different flavors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to really try some Australian cuisine. Yeah, I can't wait for it.
If you win the parlay, is it Outback Steakhouse?
There we go. Now we're talking. We'll get some Foster's beer. I know that's brewed. That's what the locals love. Right? Yeah, bloomin' onion. Everything the Australians love.
Oh, that's good. What else is there?
We're going to have some fun. I can guarantee you that.
You know what they love? What's huge over there? Meat pies.
Yes, I did know that. Meat pies and flat whites. That's what will be
yes,
for dinner.
Flat whites. The flat white.
Be good for the stomach.
I told you about the flat white. The flat white would be.
Told me about the flat white.
Did he?
Yeah. Shout out. Shout out.
The flat white actually would come in handy, give you a little bit of a boost.
Yeah.
10 p.m., 11 p.m.
Me and Frank were at breakfast this weekend, and we both enjoyed a flat white together. Yeah.
Flat whites.
Thanks for the invite.
Roommate's birthday,
Oh, wow. I didn't get invited to Devin's birthday?
Yeah, unfortunate.
Where'd you guys go? For breakfast?
We actually went to an Australian breakfast restaurant called Banter.
Wait, who goes out for their birthday for breakfast?
Adults.
Yeah, we just had a day of it on Saturday.
Oh, it wasn't just breakfast. You didn't say goodbye at 10 a.m.
No.
You had a whole day.
Well, we had to do a day in the city because we had to get home to watch the Royal Rumble.
And get your croissants, right?
The croissants were fantastic. I'm probably going to go back this week.
Croissants are good. Philip Kadick says the name of the dart segment should be called Aerial Strike.
Yeah, nice. I saw that.
Like Aerial Strike.
Yeah, like Aerial Strike.
By the way, could we just talk about how bad he was at darts? I mean, I thought he was going to...
Let's get another one under your belt.
I'm going to defend him here.
Because he's too tall?
No. Because I think as a man who's starting to get some darts acumen under his belt here, I can defend him because he was making good throws, like he was saying. He was getting close to the 20. He just barely missed his mark. I mean, we're centimeters away from a couple triple 20s there, and then we're talking about him setting the new high score. I think the skill is there. He just wasn't able to execute today.
I've said that our setup is a little bit, but you know what? You got to deal with the elements, right?
The light in the face too definitely had to affect him. I mean, Sky was doing it in a dark room. I mean, he had the light right in his face, especially being a taller guy.
Yeah.
I mean, the pressure was really on, and you only getting one warm-up toss, it's tough.
Do you think I should be giving everyone by the way, he didn't like our darts. He complained about our darts.
I don't know what that is. I mean, I don't know what they're called.
He said they were too heavy. Traders. I actually like them a lot. He complained about our darts. He said I could be the face of North American darts. Gives me the jersey. You know what Eddie does a great job of doing? He does a great job of complimenting and insulting at the same time. You notice that?
I think it's called promoting.
No, but he does it with Jake. He even did it with the UFC. He's like, we're 80%, they're 20%, but they do a great job. Or maybe that's just being honest, right? And he's sometimes maybe too honest. Love talking to him though. I could talk to him about anything really.
So you mentioned the Aerial Strike as the name. From a fan. Someone hit me up. William Marks. Shout out to him from Houston. He has been working with AI stuff for a while now. So he made a couple of AI drawings of the show. And
right now?
Yeah, I just want to show them. I have them right here. I'll tell you the description, but I want to show you the image first, just to see if you can get any guess at what is going on here.
What in the world?
He just types it in, and that's what
This is what came up?
This is what do you want to know what the description was for this one right here?
The guy in the middle looks like Logan Paul. Am I crazy?
A little bit, yeah, with red hair.
I don't know what the fuck is this slap fighting?
The description was Georgia Connor and New York Rick explaining AI to Ariel Helwani.
What?
Yeah.
Which one am I? Which one am I?
Which one are any of us?
Yeah.
I think I might be the bald one.
Clearly,
I don't
it's
know
Rick on the left with the black shirt.
Yeah, that could be true.
Rick,
Sure,
the guy
I'll
on the
take it.
right looks exactly like Corporate Jake.
He does, yeah.
Right? All right. See, again, so this is just more proof that
Just
this AI
confusing
shit is
Well, I have one more for
crap.
you. Here.
Okay.
This is let's see. This is Ariel Helwani and Sky Nichols playing darts while Eddie Hearn looks on, disgusted by what he sees.
What?
The pictures on the wall are so awesome.
What are the pictures on the wall?
It's just so nondescript. I love it.
Hey, which one is Ariel and which one is Eddie?
I guess
Eddie's
I'm the one with
in
the beard, no?
Yeah, I guess you're the one with the beard. I guess Sky Nicholson has red hair in this situation.
Also, where are the darts?
Yeah, I don't see any.
And why does she look so upset?
Somewhere on the wall, I'm sure.
Why does she look so mad about the whole situation?
I don't know, but shout out to.
But okay, so doesn't this back my stance that this is all BS?
I don't think it's BS.
What do you mean by
It's hard
BS,
to
though?
master. It's hard to master.
Your frustration at not understanding what it is expressed as calling it BS. But
Yeah, that's like
I think it's just that you don't know what it is.
BS.
It's all kinds of BS, if you ask me.
The red hair cracks me up.
But honestly, I really thought that we'd go 5, 6, 7, 8 guess before I would beat someone, and I definitely didn't think the first one that I would beat
would be
was
Eddie Hearn.
Yeah,
He had good form. I have to say, the way he took the darts away was very smooth. You could tell he's
been in a
lot of
pub or
darts.
two, huh?
You know, he doesn't like put the one hand on and then pull them off. Like,
Is that what I'm doing?
I mean, he's just quick with the three.
Yeah.
Makes it look like a pro's pro.
Was it better this time? Hey, did we have music, Frank? I didn't hear any music.
We had music.
Oh yeah, I wasn't wearing headphones.
Yeah.
Can I hear the music now?
If you play it back, yeah. Oh, you want me to play it for you now?
Yeah, why not?
Man, okay.
Oh, while we play the music, can we do the graphic as well?
Yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, can we get the graphic? Boy, did I have egg on my face on that one. Now, was this playing the whole time?
Yeah, when you guys started playing darts, and then.
But then it went away, right?
Yeah. Did you wait?
It's
While
just
you were
like-
playing darts.
It's just like a transitional thing. It wasn't playing throughout the whole segment, was it?
Well, through the whole
guys were
segment,
throwing.
yeah. It's like a competition throw. You needed to give more direction. if you
No,
had something in
I
mind.
said I specifically said I just wanted something to like take us into it as like a da 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 da. I didn't want it for the
You got the
entire.
receipts on that one?
Well, yes, I do, and also this is giving me anxiety. This music. I mean, this was playing for that whole 10-minute segment.
10 minutes?
There was kind of 10, was it not? Anyway, this graphic is great. There you have it. Although it's not updated, is it? I don't see.
No, it's not updated. Come on, man.
What is
this? We're doing work back here. Like,
Well, I mean, it's just putting in a number, is it not? What's so hard?
gosh, wow. I mean, this is talent, everybody. This is talent. This is what you work with here. Just putting in a number.
And there it goes. All right. Well, I guess I'm in second place. Well, no, that's not really fair because I've gone multiple times. So he's in second place. There's only been 2 in studio guests. I can't wait. Who would be the ultimate? Imagine we have like Francis Ngannou in here or something.
Or imagine we have Bully Boy and he graces us with a 180.
Oh my God. I can't speak. I should have said that when I beat him, right? I can't speak, Eddie. I can't speak. Damn, I blew that. I was so shocked that I beat him. Yes?
I'm gonna predict that the actual darts pros are gonna be a little off their game being put in the predicament that we've presented for them. I
You
feel
think
like
there's a
they're
chance
not
I could
gonna
beat them?
Listen, the measurements are professional, Rick.
Yeah.
I just think with the lights hanging there, the setup, I think they're gonna.
I actually
they
think
might
they're
either
straight
opt
Pros,
out.
they should be able to deal with
No, they're not going to opt out. They're not wimps. Listen,
I don't know. They're putting a lot on the line there for unideal conditions, imperfect conditions.
that's the beauty, right? Like sometimes you go to enemy territory and it's not ideal. You go to a soccer field that's not exactly the one that you train on, or you go to a baseball field and the dimensions are different. What are you going to do? Take your ball and go home, or are you going to freaking step up to the?
We'll see how good they really are.
Yeah. All right. Well, that'll be in June. By then, I'm going to be running the whole darts game, according to Eddie. Now, should we finish up on the nose and then do the picks, or do the picks and then on the nose? I'm really kind of 6 in one, half dozen in the other.
Your show, man. You choose. You only got 10 left. You made a decent headway.
All right. Let's keep going with the questions. All right, back to the questions we go. There we are. Sam, hi, Ariel. I know Bellator indicated that they were interested in Francis, but have we heard anything from PFL or One? Both interested. Honestly, One seems like the best fit given the international platform, ability to fight in multiple martial arts and heavyweight division with some interesting mashups. Arjun Buller, Anatoly Malkin, to name a few. Plus, who wouldn't want to see Francis in a spot where the drug testing is, shall we say, lax? Cheers to you and the crew. Yes, all interested, but as you heard moments ago from Eddie Hearn, the money to be made, especially when you have Anthony Joshua's promoter interested in you, is 2x, 3x. So I don't know. I think Francis has his sights set on boxing, and then he'll go down the MMA path. But I think that's what he wants now, and he recognizes that there's a lot more money to be made. Benji, it seems the whole MMA Hour crew dishes out 10-7s left, right, and center, as Lewis seems to miss me each week. But here we go. All right, here we go, Benji. Ariel, it's very interesting as an outsider and a longtime MMA fan to watch personalities change and grow over time. As a journalist and the host of this exemplary show, you talk to a lot of fighters, and I notice the vibes of each guest can change from one to the next, which is why it's so interesting to see the variety of personalities. How do you keep your mind on track when speaking to different people with different emotions, feelings, and sometimes off-the-wall remarks such as the likes of Dylan Dennis and Sean Strickland? Also, what fighters have you noticed change over time as they've grown older and wiser within the sport of MMA? Keep up the fantastic work. I mean, I guess once you're talking to someone, like you adapt to the situation. You know who they are for the most part. You've talked to them before for the most part. Fedor isn't the same as Eddie, isn't the same as Alex, isn't the same as Coker. And you just kind of, all right, now I'm in the moment here and I'm thinking of all the things. I've always said I feel like I have compartments in my brain. So I open up this compartment and here we go. Let's open it up. And we've got Eddie Hearn. And let's take out the files and ask them all the questions. As far as people who have changed, yeah, you know, sometimes people are like super, super humble and then they change for the worse. Sometimes they're super conceited and they change for the better. I don't want to call anyone out. But yes, of course, I've seen personalities change over time. I will say for the most part, they've all really been consistent. There's a little bit of a high, low, you know, they're accessible, they're not accessible. There's one that has changed the most. You know who that is. I mean, I said it at the time. No one changed more than Patty towards me because we were having him on when, you know, he was Cage Warriors guy and no one was talking about him here. And then, you know how the relationship turned out, and maybe it will be repaired one day, and that would be nice. And I would certainly be open to that and happy to see that happen. But for the most part, I would say it's all stayed relatively the same. Up, down, here, there, but relatively the same. And you know, it's funny. A lot of people say, oh, Ariel isn't liked by this person, that person. Think about all the fighters. You know, we showed you that clip from 2011. The show was 2 years old at that point. And I was covering MMA at that point for 5 years. You know, 2006. In some way, shape, or form. Think about all the fighters that have come and gone, and how many can you count on your fingers that hate me, that won't talk to me? I don't even know if you can make it to 5, that at least I know of. So I'm pretty proud of that. David, Ariel, I was watching the AFC Championship game on CBS, and there was no commercial or even a mention or plug for Bellator's CBS debut this Saturday. It was a missed opportunity by everyone involved. Now, I wish I could say I was watching as well, but I wasn't. It hurt too much. I didn't watch either game. I saw on Twitter when the Bengals lost, and I saw like the highlights, but I was not watching. It hurt too much. I'm sorry. It hurt. That being said, yeah, bit of a surprise. One commercial, one plug would be nice. I think I've seen people say they've seen it elsewhere, but that was a massive audience. 50 million people were watching, most since the Super Bowl last year. Would have been nice to get a plug in there, but alas. And I don't know if this is going to be a one-off. And if they could get that 3 million number, like Coker said, I think that would be a huge success. I think anything under 1 would be a massive disappointment. I think, honestly, I'd say anything under 1 point. I don't know what CBS does in that time slot on a Saturday night, but 1.5 would be a big disappointment. All right, here are some quick fire questions. King Zalo, greetings, Ariel. If Izzy beats Alex, do they run it back again? Would love to hear everyone's take on this situation. Interesting one. it kind of reminds me of GSP and Sarah, right? They didn't run it back for a third time. GSP was the champ. Izzy was the champ. They ran it back after he lost, but they didn't run it back a third time. I think it depends on who else is out there. And obviously they have their history with the two previous fights. So I don't think it's a long shot. Also depends on how this fight goes. But definitely a possibility. Ahmad. Salam alaikum, Ariel. Wa alaikum salam. What do you think of Misfits' crazy tag team boxing idea? Do you think it's an entertaining concept or does it make a mockery of the sport? Not my thing. I get what they're trying to do. They want to be WWE of boxing with the characters. There's a line there. It's one thing to do the influencers, the YouTubers. Let's just keep it at that. Let's not try to reinvent the wheel because now everyone who has been supporting or even saying like, look, as long as no one's getting hurt, it's great. Now you're just like trying to reinvent the whole thing and it's becoming too much of a circus, too much of, you know, a show, if you will. You're doing enough that's different with the KSIs of the world, with the, you know, the influencers. Just keep it at that. Don't try to get cute with all this crazy stuff. So not my thing. Leave the pro wrestling for the pro wrestling promotions, and you guys could use elements from that and you can tap into what makes pro wrestling great, but don't try to reinvent boxing. At the end of the day, make it about the boxing. This guy's going to fight this guy and we'll see who wins. Now you're bringing in, what's next? A triple threat match? What's next? An elimination chamber? What are we doing? Wow. Dylan says, yo, Mr. Jacobs. That's a deep, deep cut. A few weeks ago, I said that I briefly considered calling myself Ariel Jacobs early in my days. And the question isn't even for me. How about that? This question is actually for GC. Who are you rooting for in the Hooker versus Turner fight?
Mr. Jacobs, great shout there. I mean, that was fantastic.
And the question, it wasn't even for me.
Yeah, I mean, I might change your name in my phone, honestly, to AJ.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one because, like, obviously, Hooker's coming studio. I'm a big fan of his, but Jalen Turner, I mean, I look forward to every single time he fights. I want to see him keep climbing, so I'm going to be cheering for Jalen Turner.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I mean, it was like when Dan Hooker fought Arnold Allen.
Right.
It's like I cheer for Dan Hooker every single time unless he's fighting like one of my most favorite fighters, and Jalen Turner is one of those. Also, if Izzy beats Pereira, you have to run it back, in my opinion.
Right away, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I guess
down the
right away
line
changes things, but I still say yes, just because of the history that they have, and I feel like it would just be a disservice to Pereira. Like, you know, I know it's the UFC, but beating him twice in kickboxing, then beating him in the UFC, and then not being able to run it right back.
Well, okay, let's look at the rankings. So let's say Izzy gets the belt back, right? Alex is obviously there. Whitaker's there. He's beat him twice. Cannonier's there. They're not doing that again. Vittori's there. Beat him twice. Brunson's on the verge of retirement. Costa, who the hell knows, right? If he comes back. Strickland, I mean, maybe. He's had, you know, one win, and it wasn't even that weight class, but fine. Roman Dolidze, too soon. The one, I would say, outlier, if you will, or the one sort of maybe is Dricus du Plessis, who currently in the UFC is 10. He beats Brunson. Maybe you could do that, given their background, kickboxing. But yeah, it's a unique one because he's beaten all these guys. So it probably is the biggest fight. Patrick, favorite segment of the week. Ariel, can you break the fourth wall on your meetup with Pat McAfee? Any chance of a reunion on his show? Man, the thing is with Pat, here, I'll tell you, I was in the back and we were about to interview, I think it was Rhea Ripley after the Royal Rumble. And first we were in the press conference room, and then they put us like behind this curtain, but I could see everyone, you know, walking by. I saw Roman Reigns. I saw Kevin Owens. Kevin and I are great. Shook hands, congratulated him on a great match. I saw Nick Khan. I saw a couple other people. And then I saw Pat McAfee, Patrick, my old friend. And I just said, Patrick, and he said, Ariel. And then 20 minutes went by, and then he came back to our little section. And we hugged it out. And I said that I was very happy for him. He's expecting a child. I really, really, really like this guy. I like Pat a lot. I respect him a lot. I'm blown away by what he's done, what he's accomplished, what he continues to do. And I actually said to him, like, I'm bummed that I'm not on the show. I still don't quite understand. He has his reasons. And I tried to explain to him that I think and I don't want to get into all of that. It's all love. It really is. Like, it's more like businessy stuff. But I did tell him this, and I mean it. Going on his show, especially towards the end of my time at ESPN and then a little bit after, I think helped me find my voice. I think helped me be comfortable in my own skin and just being myself. And that means, the occasional swear word, that means telling it like it is, that means punching back, whatever it may mean. And I said this to him, you helped me find my voice. You really did. Because before I would go on shows and I would try to be a certain way, Mr. Professional, Mr. Broadcaster, and even on my own show. And with him, I'm wearing the mask. I'm talking about crazy stuff. And he allowed that. And so I've always like all the beef, like that was all, it's all a joke. And that's just me messing around. And so I miss that camaraderie. I miss that dynamic. But it's his show. Like, I'm not going to sit and beg to be on someone's show. He can have whoever he wants. And I said to him, like, oh, you wanted me on your show when I was Mr. ESPN. Now I'm not Mr. ESPN anymore, and you don't want me on. And I'm kidding about that too. I don't know what it is. And maybe one day I'll be back on. It's not that big a deal. What's most important for me is like that we're cool. And at one point I didn't think we were. And so I had to find out for myself. And he says we are, and I believe him. And that's most important. And he's done a lot for me. He's had me on his show, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And that's cool. But that's the crux of the conversation. I actually thanked him. I told him that. I wished him well with the upcoming birth of his first child, which is a huge deal. And I know he's very excited about that. Told him welcome back. Told him the second screen experience stuff that he was doing was amazing. Very impressive, the stuff that he was doing with college football for ESPN. And the irony that I'm on the outside now he's Mr. ESPN, when not that long ago I was told I couldn't go on his show when I was at ESPN, and he calls me on the air, and I was like, you're going to get me in trouble here. But I got love. And his whole crew is incredible. AJ, the man, everyone behind the scenes. I got love for those guys. So all that stuff was all a joke, and me just messing around. And then I wasn't sure, did I take it too far? I tend to do this sometimes and mess things up. But no, it was all good. It was all good. And he said, we're going to have you back up. I don't know. I don't care. As long as we're cool, that's all that really matters to me. And that's the truth. And that's a shoot, brother. That is a shoot. Especially the stuff about finding my, that is the truth. TST. Wow. My pal. What's the state of your relationship with Colby Covington? And would you consider having him on the show? Yes. The state of my relationship with Colby Covington is absolutely, positively non-existent. Colby and I, we started off as enemies. Like, I remember he would write to me like that I was some loser who lived in his mom's basement playing Magic cards. And I was like, I like this guy. That's a great insult. And so I had him on, and then we were cool. And then during the ESPN years, we were very cool. And I actually had to fight on his behalf when they didn't want him on or wearing certain things, blah, 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 blah. And we were still cool. And then it was after the Woodley fight where I said, I thought the talk was just a little too much, a little too, just a little too weird-ish. And then he cut me off after that. Has never responded to a text, never, wants nothing to do with me, thinks that I stabbed him in the back. I mean, I'm doing my show, man. I'm giving my opinion. It was the show with DC. And so it's non-existent. And so how long ago was that? That was 2020, I believe. So it's been 2.5 years and haven't talked. And like I say about Patty, like I say about all these guys, I would have him on. I don't mind the conflict. This is the difference between, I actually think the youth of today, and especially people in media, and I don't want to call myself some grizzled veteran, I've never subscribed to the theory of I have to have only people on this show that think like me, that talk like me, that act like me. In fact, I'm often more interested in the people who are completely unlike me. And so that's the reason why I was open to having Sean Strickland back on. even though I know about, his past or whatever. And that's why I'm open to having all these guys back on. I don't think that by having someone on that is completely different than me means that I'm endorsing them, means that I'm agreeing with them, means that I'm like them. I'm just interested in talking to them. And then we go our separate ways. And so again, like that was my stance with Colby in the MAGA days. He was wearing the hat. I couldn't care less. He was saying certain things. I couldn't care less. As long as there was no line crossing per se, and I guess other people would say that there was, I didn't think there was, I couldn't care less. I don't care who you vote for, what your politics are, if you're Trump, Biden, vaccinated, not vaccinated. Of course, I don't want to get into all of that necessarily, but just because I know you're unlike me doesn't mean I can't talk to you, doesn't mean I can't interview you, doesn't mean I can't try to learn more about you. Just because I have you on my show doesn't even necessarily mean I like you. But that's the job. If we only interviewed people that we liked or that we respected or that we were like or that we shared the same beliefs, sentiments, religion, politics, whatever, then it would be a very boring show. But in this day and age, and especially with the youth, you're like, oh, you have this guy, that means that you agree. Oh, you have this guy, oh, you shouldn't. You should silence them. You should. No, that's not, I don't believe in that. And I always think of like Larry King interviewing Yasser Arafat. They probably weren't the same. They probably didn't have the same ideologies. As a Jew interviewing, the head of the PLO. But he interviewed him with respect and with class and with dignity, and then they went their separate ways. And I remember watching that as a kid and being like, that's really impressive. Very good chance Arafat didn't like King, and very good chance King. And so what? That never came across, and I hope it doesn't come across in my interviews where I may be different than someone. And that's what I strongly believe in. But I feel like today it's all about let's just talk to our own, interview our own, be on the same page as our own, and everyone else can go F off. No. So to answer the question, non-existent, would I have him back on? Sure. Muscamente MMA. Hola, Ariel. Question for New York Rick. How was the Ally Quinta experience? Is there a particular reason other than the obvious you chose Al as your real estate agent? There's another one here, but that's not for New York Rick. So do you want to tackle that, New York Rick?
Yeah, for sure. Al's the best. Closed a house that I'm extremely happy with. Love where I'm at. A mutual friend of ours, Ariel Hawani, another house that he closed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Recently?
Jace. You know Jace?
Oh, yes. That's incredible. Is that recent?
So around the same time as mine.
Okay.
But yes, there's one obvious reason, which is that I know Al, have been in contact with Al, and was one of the first names that came to mind. But also, I was looking on Long Island. I was looking for places on Long Island. I was also potentially considering Jersey, but we were starting on Long Island. And if you're looking on Long Island, there's only one place to go. It's to Al Iaquinta. What else would you need?
Legend.
That's it. It's as simple as that. And he's the best, and he gets business done.
Yeah, this is not like a joke gimmick thing. He's the man. He knows that area like the back of his hand. Honest.
Go look at his Instagram page. He's closing deals all day. Right. That's what he does.
What a guy. Inspirational. Whole other life, whole other career. Went out there and got it done. Now he's set up for his future.
I was about to say, I feel like it was kind of like a joke in the beginning when he was doing it. And I think even like fighters, maybe even Habib, I forget, would just call him like the real estate agent. But like now he has a second career and he's a real estate agent, and like a good one, and making money.
Yes.
So yeah, shout out to Al, the man.
And by the way, real estate, good second career to have. So I'm told. So yes, shout out to Al, the man. Another quick one, he writes, is there any other fighter who has gone into and been successful in a complete non-combat sports related job? Shout out to Corporate Todd Duffy. Yes. Thanks for everything you and the team do from Yorkshire, England. Shout out to you. Man, I want to go back to England soon. Feeling a lot of love from over there, especially in the UK and Ireland, maybe for that Katie Taylor fight. But yes, thank you. And when we were talking, his imitation, Eddie Hearn's imitation of Big John Fisher was fantastic with the prawns and everything. What about Brian Stan? I feel like Brian Stan would be the best, right? The best example. This guy is like in a completely different world, crushing it. Who else? I feel like Brian Stan would be the one.
I missed the beginning of the question.
Is there another fighter who's had a tremendous amount of success in something completely different than fighting?
Yeah. Oh yeah. His name's Keith Lee.
Oh fuck.
His name's Keith
By the
Lee.
way, on my computer right now, I'm literally staring at a picture of Keith Lee and Mr. Beast. I'm staring at it.
Yeah.
It's still open on my computer.
His name's Keith Lee.
Can we talk about this for a second? He's now hanging.
I'll talk about Keith Lee all day. Let's talk Keith Lee.
He's now hanging with Mr. Beast. This is crazy.
Well, this is a collaboration. Mr. Beast was a fan of his reviews in the comments proposing this. Then Keith took him up on it, but he had terms, right? He had to involve his family, who's all big fans of Mr. Beast. And now they're sitting at the Paw Patrol table, making dreams come true.
By the way, Paw Patrol needs to start, paying him for this stuff, right?
There's lots of people who need to figure out how to get a piece of the Keith Lee game, but he seems to be navigating these waters super well. And shout out. That is the obvious answer. Keith Lee is to the moon right now. He's on a rocket ship.
It is unbelievable. I mean, how many followers now? Over 10 million?
Let's see on TikTok.
How big of a deal do you think it would be if he fought?
He's got 10.1 million now on TikTok, which for anybody out there who's not super savvy on social, that's probably the platform that you want to be growing on right now. How big would it be? I mean, I think he's definitely in the conversation at this point of like when we're talking about quote unquote influencer fights. I think he'd be up there with any of those guys. I think it'd be underneath him to return to like a promotion and not just do his own thing, in my opinion.
Man. I would
also why? Why? Like, why be a part of a promotion? Like, start Keith Lee promotions. Just do whatever. Like, the world is his oyster right now.
Do you think he's earning that kind of money?
I think he has the potential to earn that kind of money. The other person you mentioned in that conversation, Mr. Beast, has what he has done very well with his fan base and been able to do with his social media following. And if we're including YouTube and social media in this example, is convert them into customers, right? He has monetized it. He has created products like hamburger chains and other things like that. Why couldn't Keith Lee have a hamburger chain? He's already in the food industry. Mr. Beast has chocolate bars, and
we're approaching that territory, right? Where he's going to get his own show. Someone's going to pay, right?
Oh yeah. He's about to be. It's funny. Like we were having a conversation about Keith Lee and Casey of MMA fighting. Shout out, legend. EKC said something to the effect of like, Keith Lee hasn't really like penetrated my MMA bubble. That doesn't surprise me at all because Keith Lee is a mainstream celebrity. He's not an MMA celebrity. In fact, most people that know Keith Lee are shocked to find out that he fought. So yeah, this dude's about to be massive, like massive.
How did you find out?
Good for him. I live on TikTok. TikTok's my vice. I spend many hours on TikTok.
But like, okay, so what was he at?
When I started following, a few thousand. I was early. No, so that's when I started like keeping tabs on him at a few thousand.
A few thousand? That early?
1,000. Yeah, well, he was just a fighter who popped into,
the algorithm.
You fall into the algorithm. You fall into a certain.
And how long ago was that?
Niche. Year plus. Not long after he started it.
That's amazing.
He was one of the early adopters on TikTok, which was smart. And then he found his niche with the food review thing, the hashtag food critic. He's killing it.
Do you think him and Kevin, has Kevin ever showed up in any of his videos?
I think it's good to keep those things separate, right? Like I think it's Keith's thing,
No, I know, but has he shown up?
Not that I've seen, but I'm sure it's possible. And as you know, Keith's all about his family.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's out of the question, but I think it's much more focused on Keith and his immediate family.
Amazing. Yeah, Keith Lee, Brian Stan. Who would have thought? Dennis, hey Ariel, longtime loyal listener here. Thanks for all the great work that you do. What's the latest on the strawweights, particularly with Rose? Do you know if they are leaning towards her versus Young for a third fight? I believe Andrade should get the rematch over Rose, just given her performance and recent activity. No update. Haven't heard anything. Don't even know when, if, how, who. With Rose, I think she's taking some time after the last fight, so TBD on that one. Not Frank's Balls is this man's name. Hey, 10-7 Helwani and Cruz. They're a fighter who has impacted the style of other UFC fighters in recent memory, akin to how Le'Veon Bell revolutionized the running back position in the NFL years ago. Did Le'Veon Bell revolutionize the running back position? Is he joking? GC, what do you think? What did he revolutionize? Le'Veon Bell of the Steelers?
I guess he was a receiving back, elusive, athletic. I don't know. Revolutionize? I don't know.
Is a bit much, right? Like you could say like Lamar Jackson or Pat Mahomes revolutionized the quarterback. I don't know about Le'Veon revolutionizing the running back position. Anyway, I feel leg kicks, he says, has become more popular, or perhaps the Dagestani style of wrestling. Is there a fighter who has impacted the style of it? I don't know. I mean, everyone is. Khabib.
I feel like it's more styles though, and it's more coaching strategies as opposed to like individual fighters.
Right. Henry
like
striking.
Jose Aldo was
right.
Jose Aldo, Edson Barboza. These guys were using calf kicks and leg kicks for a long time. Maybe not as much the calf, but at least lower leg kicks for a long time, and it didn't get popularized until significantly after that. So I think it's more styles that tend to be pervasive than individual fighters.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, Dagestani wrestling, calf kicks, those are kind of the most notable ones.
Jacob Soldan, good day from Australia, Ariel. After being completely bodied on the dartboard by our very own Sky Nicholson. Oh yes, you are from Australia. It is perhaps time to hang up the boots and call it a day. Or is it perhaps? With a performance like that, I would consider handing over the reins to GC. Well, I guess you didn't see my latest victory over Eddie Hearn. I mean, one shot I get and you're trying to get rid of me? Suck it. Abe, hello, Ariel. Thoughts on the point T. Wood alluded to about immediate rematches? Fighters like Garbrandt, Figge got them without defenses, while others like Stipe Woodley didn't after long runs as champ. Yeah, was expected given their issues with Dana, which current champions do feel are also in danger of getting the Woodley treatment regardless of how long their runs are. Aljamain Sterling, I believe they make Aljo go the Edwards route if he drops the title. On a similar note, did Nunes refuse Aldana? If so, should Aldana Pennington be for the interim belt? I think that was just like a premature report. I don't think that she refused. That I heard. Interim belt given Nunes' inactivity, considering interim titles were made within months of Ngannou and Sterling winning the title simply because they wanted to fight half months after the company wanted. P.S. I think I might be in love with Sky Nicholson. What a mensch. Much love, your boy Abe. I'm looking at the other champs. Probably Aljo would be at the top just because he's had a bit of a rocky relationship with them. I would say he would be the rest. They seem to have a good relationship with. Guy, hello, Ariel. I'm super excited for Laura Sanko's move to the commentator's desk. It's about freaking time. Nearly everything I've seen regarding this has been overwhelmingly positive. Can you cut a promo or say a few words for our new color commentator queen, Fancy Laura Sanko? Yes, Laura Sanko has earned this. She deserves it. But really, she is a great example and a testament to this. You want something in life, even something that is very, very, very far away, somewhat unattainable, somewhat an impossible dream. If you really want it, don't freaking give up. Don't take no for an answer. Don't let anyone tell you what your dream should or shouldn't be. And that's her. She didn't just want to be the backstage reporter or the the updates person or whatever. She wanted to be in the booth. And now we have to give props to the great Kathy Long, who's at UFC 1. There have been 1,000 UFCs, whatever the number is, and it has been almost 30 years since another woman has sat in that chair. And I don't think we should take anything away from the fact that she has done Contender Series. To me, those are UFC events. I know they're not technically UFC events, but this is a big freaking deal. And she's getting to work on the UFC card this Saturday in the booth. And it's very well deserved. And she's done work for the likes of Invicta and I believe LFA as well. And it's just a testament to someone who really, really wanted something, who didn't take no for an answer, who didn't get deterred by the naysayers or detractors, who didn't let roadblocks get her down or let her feel sorry for herself or make her feel like this was, an impossible dream. She just kept going and kept working hard and was professional. And again, as I've said about Laura in the past, very, 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 very few people, I don't know any, who say anything bad about her. They all say that she is respectful, professional, great to work with, hardworking. And this is not something that you hear often in TV. Like in TV, everyone is, well, I don't want to say everyone, but there's a lot of backstabbing. There's a lot of shit talking. There's a lot of neurotic people. There's a lot of egomaniacs. There's all this stuff. It's a freaking shark infested water. And she's not that type of person. And so she has earned this. She has done it the right way. She has worked her ass off. She has traveled and said yes to everything and shown up. 80% of the success is just showing up. I've often believed that. And I don't know if she's ever heard that quote before, but she certainly subscribes to that mentality. And so I give her all the props in the world. And I hope it's not just a one-off. I don't think it's a one-off. Hopefully she's a part of the rotation now and gets many more opportunities. And hopefully she inspires other women to go down this path as well, because there's no reason why they can't. I mean, there's a ton of women that are soon going to be retired after this sort of like initial era of women's MMA in the UFC and in the sport. And there's a lot of them who could probably do this as well. But Laura's situation is so unique, not only because she's not, she's not an active fighter or a former UFC fighter. She's a woman. She never even fought for the UFC. So Jimmy Smith had that distinction, I think, was the first of the modern era to never compete for the UFC and work as a color commentator, not a play-by-play, a color commentator. That was unique because they always wanted their own. Kenny Florian, Randy Couture, DC, Dominic Cruz, Michael Bisping. Smith got it for a year. Sanko's now the second of the modern era, and that's a big freaking deal. She doesn't have a history tied to the UFC. So not only did she have to get over the hurdle of female talent who wants to be a color commentator, not just a backstage reporter, interviewer, also no ties to the organization as a fighter. It's a big, big, big freaking deal. It is. And I'm very, very happy for her, and she has earned it. I mean, she's been grinding for a long time, 6-7 years doing this particular job. Of course, she did fight for Invicta, but not the UFC is my point. So well done, excited, love this sort of thing, and kudos to her. And by the way, kudos to the UFC for making it happen. They didn't have to make it happen. And it's not a token thing. She put in the time, she put in the work, and now she has earned it. So kudos to all involved. One more, Daniel. Hey, Ariel, I can understand any potential reticence to speak up about this, but I was hoping to hear your thoughts on Bloody Elbow closing up shop. All the best to you and the boys in the back. By the way, did I pronounce that correctly? Reticence?
You did. Yeah, good job, man.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. Yes. I believe it was last week that it was announced that Vox, the parent company of MMA fighting, was going to part ways with Bloody Elbow. And this is obviously heartbreaking news for everyone involved, but also MMA journalism, because they've done a lot of great work and they have been around the MMA media space for a very long time. And so, yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bit of a strange time in the world, in the world of media. The economy is a little bit unstable, and there's a lot of casualties as a result of all of that. And this company has been affected by it. Another company that I work for, Spotify, has been affected by it, and I'm sure many to come as well. Not just companies that I work for. So it's tough, and I feel for everyone, and a lot of the people there I know on a bit of a personal level, and I feel for them. My heart goes out to them, and I hope that they're able to bounce back. I think the site is going to continue in some way, shape, or form, and I think that's good news, and I wish them the best. And, we need media, we need good media, we need media that isn't afraid to cover certain things, and that was them. And they've been around since I've been covering, since I started, since 2000. I mean, I don't know when it started, but as long as I've been around, I remember Bloody Elbow being around as well. 06, 07, something like that. So they should all be very proud of what they built. And I don't know the specific reasons as to why certain things were, decided upon and why certain decisions were made. But yeah, it's a bummer. Hate to see anyone lose their job, especially in media And it always feels like, you know, media is such an unstable industry. At ESPN, I was a part of, I think, a couple of layoffs. When I was at Fan House, layoffs, MMA Rated, layoffs. There's been a lot over the years. And I've been affected by them. And sometimes, you know, very good friends have been affected. And so it all sucks. And I hate to see it, even if it's someone that I'm not a huge, like, you don't want to see anyone lose their job. That's the bottom line. And especially in our little small MMA media bubble, don't want to see it as well. So it's a bummer. I'm wishing them the best. And I hope that they continue doing the work that they were doing. Also, just want to say one quick thing, because I see some tweets popping up about the Joe Rogan question. Again, one thing I love about this segment in particular, and, you know, I love the people that clip it off and everything like that, but I love when the comments are, Ariel won't shut up about X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, do you not realize that I'm being asked this? And I can see why people who sit in Eddie's chair, even Dana's chair, it's like, I'm asked a question, I'm going to answer it. It's not like I've said, hey, today I'd like to talk about Joe Rogan or anything like that. No, I'm asked, that's the segment, you jabron. So I'm asked the question, I answer it. Now, again, I did not hear Joe Rogan's comments, but as I've detailed before, at my lowest, he spread lies about me. At my lowest, right? 2016 UFC 199. So, you know, I don't give a fuck. That's something I'll never forget. It was a complete, total lie. And I never got an apology for that. So, you know, you guys may think whatever you want to think, but like, I see a comment like that, yeah, I'm going to respond to it, because it's a bullshit comment from someone who's, you know, an interviewer, and joking or not, it's just stupid. It's stupid. So I don't give a fuck. That's an L. That's a big L. That's a common Helwani L. I don't give a fuck. I could not give two shits. Okay. But recognize, you idiots, I'm being asked these questions. These things are being clipped off. You're not even seeing me answer the questions. And maybe, you know, there should be a little context there, or maybe not. Who gives a shit? But, you know, you can go and comment on it all you want and make your breakdowns. That's the segment. Good, bad, ugly. We're here answering questions. And if you don't like it, say la vie. All right. Them's the questions. God bless. One last thing to do. That's picks for this weekend. Frank is back. First up, shout out to our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you all know, the NBA in full swing. Tough loss for your New York Knickerbockers last night against the Lakers. It's time to bring the hoops action to the palm of your hand with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Basketball Association. This week, new customers can bet just $5 and win $200 in free bets instantly. All you got to do is this. Download the app now. Sign up with the code TheMMAHour. New customers can bet $5 on the NBA and get $200 in free bets instantly. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Basketball Association. Again, very important, MMA Hour, the MMA Hour. You got to put in that code, the MMA, THE Hour. 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario and Ohio. Bonus issued as free bets. Opt-in required. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. See draftkings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. All right, please support them because they support us. One last thing left to do. Let's check in and welcome back, Frank. Welcome back.
Oh, thanks.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. How do you feel being back? And should Frank be the number one?
I felt back last week.
Oh,
that's
true. That's true. A little bit different, right?
I mean, it is a little different, but I felt welcomed back last week, so I just want you to remember that.
All right, so the Parlay Pals are back. The fearsome foursome, the four-pack, the fabulous four, whatever you want to say. We are back, and there's a lot to choose from this weekend, guys. There's Bellator, there's UFC. We can go boxing if we want, and let's get into it, shall we? I say we don't beat around the bush here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to.
Oh, there's also PFL Challenger Series, right?
Sure.
That's
what you want to do, PFL Challenger Series.
Why not? It all counts, right?
It all counts.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. Frank, back in the mix. First time.
Frank, do you remember how to do this?
Well, this sucks.
Wow.
Really not feeling the welcome. Connor, you want to swap out with me? Yeah, why not?
Why?
I just wanted to go first.
Actually, you know what?
You know what? No.
Yeah.
You
Good
offered.
call. No.
You offered me.
No.
Well,
Good
this
call.
is the
good call.
This is
You will
why I
pick
left.
last. Thank you, sir. You will be picking last.
I kind of like the fact that the entry back in is him picking last.
Yeah, we're
Ariel,
not
you wanna
giving
swap with me?
handouts here.
No, I'm good.
No,
Rick?
Frank. This
Rick,
is
how you
the
feeling
order
about taking
that
the
we
last
will be
one?
doing.
I mean, I'll swap with you, but it's only they
Rick-
clearly
Rick
want
is
you
a-
to take your
that's what I'm
spot.
talking about.
Get out of
That's what I'm
here.
talking
By the way, can I throw out one more thing? No, there's no swapping on this one. I'm
There's a
making
million things to choose from. You should be able to find one that you can work with.
Wait. Can I just throw out one thing? Are we doing the thing again where if you lose, you're out, or like?
I'm down for that. I don't think.
I think
we ever
Ariel
made an
just got
official-
annoyed and is like, "Hey,
No.
by the way,
You have to be the sole coster, though. You have to be the one that loses the parlay for the crew.
If everybody else hits and you don't, you're out. That's
Okay,
like that.
and
I like
and
that.
just for the record, if 2 hit, 2 miss, nothing happens.
nothing.
So it's
Four.
as
We keep going.
so if there's just one person on the loser side, you're out.
You are responsible
Yes.
And are you out until what?
until they lose.
Until the
those three.
3-leg loses, and then we're back to 4.
Now, when you mean the 3-leg, do you mean the next? Let's say next week, 1 out of the 3, so the parlay's dead, or all 3 lose?
Just the parlay loses.
Okay, just the parlay loses.
Yeah.
got
All right.
it.
All right, so that's what we're going with.
Yeah, we're shaking on it.
Yep.
Yep. Shakes all around.
Shakes all around.
Sounds good to
Yeah.
me.
All right.
Look at all my hands.
I will kick us off. Head to my favorite place, a place that Ariel doesn't like me to go to after last time.
What is it?
Main event. The alternate totals page.
Fuck's sake.
Derek Lewis, Sergey Spivak under 4.5 minus 650.
Wow.
Feels good taking these huge numbers and not feeling guilty about it now that we got four guys.
Oh,
back
so
in the
there's an
mix.
advantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there is an advantage.
All right, there you go. So it's under what? 4.5?
Under 4.5. Essentially, fight doesn't go to a decision. We got 22.5 minutes to find a finish. It's not available yet on DraftKings, but if it was, my pick would have been the main event in Bellator to not go to a decision, but that is not available to us right now.
So if it goes to 3.5, it goes to 1.5, we still win.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
If let's just you'll have the 2.5 minutes in the 5th round, but I mean, let's just not even go to the 5th round.
Right. And but if it goes to 459, we lose.
I mean, if it goes to 231 in the 5th round, we lose.
We lose. Okay. All right. That's a little bit scary.
That's a Derek Lewis fight.
No, I know. Who do you think wins that fight? Are you betting on that one?
I didn't take a side, no.
Okay. By the way, I'm looking on the boxing odds page. Nothing on Serrano.
It's there.
No, there is.
It is? No, look,
Yeah.
I just looked. Or I'm looking on not on DraftKings. I'm looking on the actual. What are the odds there?
Amanda Serrano minus 750.
Oh.
Alicia Bumgarner minus 900.
Where are you seeing this?
Richardson Hitchens minus 800. DraftKings Sportsbook.
Oh, okay.
Are you on best fight odds or
No,
pro
I'm
boxing?
pro boxing odds.
Oh, and you don't see Serrano?
No.
Oh, I think it is on there. Regardless, those are the odds. I don't want to take any of them.
Well, they have it under February 5th. It's not February
Yeah.
5th. It's February 4th, bros.
That's fine.
Anyway,
Has
so I
to make slight errors every once in a while.
All right. Amanda Serrano.
There it is.
Minus 750. Frank, were you going with Serrano?
I mean, that was one of the picks.
I was thinking about Johnny Eblin, but I'm going to go, I don't know, first head. It's a lot of pressure on him. I'll go Amanda Serrano just to win.
Money
Straight
line,
up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Good pick, man.
Thanks, bro. Who's next? New York Rick?
Yes, I am next. I'm going to go to PFL. I'm going to go to Bellator land. I'm not going to
Bellator
PFL land.
That would have been sick.
Going to Bellator land. What'd you say?
I said that would have been sick.
No, I like the Bellator.
If I went to the PFL Challengers,
Yes,
I
that'd
have
have
to
been
admit, I don't know the first thing about any of these fighters. That would have been impressive. I'm a big believer in the recent success of Sabah Homasi. I am going to take money line.
Sabah Homasi minus 195. Tasty.
That should get us somewhere nice.
Yeah, we're pretty much at even money right now with Frank's pick to go.
No pressure, Frank.
So I was going to take Amanda, but now I'm going to go to UFC and stay up all night to watch this.
Yes.
Are you really? Yeah, right.
Well, yeah. Fortunately, I'm picking in the prelims. So Rinya Nakamura by decision. I mean, not by decision, just winning.
Just to win.
Just to win. All right, that gets us to plus 143.
I love it.
There we go.
We're back, baby.
Sergey Spivak under 4.5. Amanda Serrano moneyline. Sabah Homasi out of Bellator, and Rinya Nakamura plus 143.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like the diversity that we have here.
That Homasi Ward fight is going to be fireworks.
By the way, 3 versus 4, whole different ball game, right? I already feel like the weight of the 4 picks versus the 3.
Yeah, it's a lot harder. It is a lot harder.
Pays out well too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking a little bit more of a risk, but I like the odds there.
Yeah. I'm with it, dude.
And then if you get Mysterious Frank, you get that extra.
Yeah, that's what we'll call it, Mysterious Frank.
Mysterious Frank.
All right, so there you go. There's our parlay. Now, what about your picks for the weekend, Mr. GC? A little PFL action. What do we got?
0 PFL action, but I do have a little UFC action. I do have a little Bellator action. I do have a little boxing action. So let's get it off. Tatsuro Taira going against Jesus Aguilar. I took fight does not go to a decision just because the under wasn't available at my book at the time. But I mean, Tatsuro Taira, massive favorite, minus 1,100, 12-0. 9 of his 12 wins are by finish. I think this is a good stylistic matchup for him. I think he likely gets this one done early. So I feel good about fight does not go to a decision. Plus, if you're on minus 1,100, I feel like you got to get that finish to cover that price tag, and I feel good about the undefeated prospect. Moving on the road to the UFC.
Oh, yes.
The flyweight championship, and what I just had was a flyweight fight. Took the under there. We're going to take the under here. They are 3-0 so far in 2023, and why not continue the magic here? Hyung-Sung Park is a minus 200 favorite, and in his first 2 road to the UFC fights, they ended in the first round. He's actually had 6 straight fights go under the 2.5. Sure, Ariel, I know what you're thinking.
Yes.
Choi has a lot of decisions. I mean, you know if anyone does. If you go back to his amateur career, 11 of his last 13 have gone to a decision. But there's a magic. There's a magic in the air surrounding flyweight unders, and we will continue to ride that magic until the wheels fall off. 3-0 so far in 2023 after a stellar 2022. If you notice a trend here, not a lot of money lines, a lot of props. Frank's favorite fighter, Rinya Nakamura, going up against Kazama. I will be taking the under in this as well. Nakamura, I mean, dude's got power. He also has great wrestling chops. U23 wrestling national world champion back in 2017, silver medalist at Japanese nationals. I think if Kazama can't get the takedowns, which he went 2 of 13 in his last road to the UFC fight, he's going to struggle here, especially on the feet. I think he's probably going to get starched, and good luck taking Nakamura down. I just mentioned his wrestling chops, and he stuffed all 4 takedowns so far in the road to the UFC. So I like this one to go under. They have 18 combined pro fights, 15 of which have gone under the 2.5. We continue. Yusaka Kinoshita going up against Adam Fujit. I like the under 2.5 here as well. 7 pro fights for Kinoshita, 5 amateurs, all gone the under 2.5. And Kinoshita is a beast, man. His record says 6-1. His 1 loss is a DQ for. They claim it was holding the fence, but he was stomping dudes' face out as well in Ryzen. I mean, he is violent. He is aggressive. All of his wins have come by finish. Fujit as well. 7 straight fights have gone under the 2.5. I was a little bit surprised to see this one lined like this. It feels like we're going to expect violence in this one. We continue the under 2.5 trend. Dooho Choi, the return, versus Kyle Nelson, under 2.5. I mean, if you've ever watched Choi fight, like 10 of his last 11 have gone under the 2.5. Nelson, 6 of his last 8 under the 2.5. Plus Nelson, 3 of his last 4 losses, he's been finished. Choi, his last 2 losses, he has been finished. I think this one's going to be fireworks. I'm hoping for a great return for Dooho Choi. Wish it was in front of his, home Korean crowd, but alas, hopefully he'll deliver some fireworks in the Apex. The last single for UFC Korea Apex 68, Da Jung by KO TKO. 11 of his 15 wins have come by knockout. 3 of Devin Clark's 7 losses have come by way of KO. And I mean, last time out, he just got melted in those second and third rounds against Azamat Murzakanov. Kutalaba, when he fought him, kind of did what he wanted to. I mean, Clark just doesn't really have that acumen when the fight is on the feet. He has to have those takedowns working to find success. 7 of his UFC wins, 20 takedowns. He's 7-7 in the UFC. In the wins, 20 takedowns. In the 7 losses, he was only able to get 4 takedowns in those. And in those 7 losses, he has never outstruck his opponent, Dan Jung. He's going to be the bigger fighter here. 4 inches of height on this man. Plus, he's got an 88% takedown defense. Not the biggest sample size, but still, he knows how to stuff a takedown. And if it stays on the feet, he's also got a 3-inch reach advantage. I think he's just far, far better on the feet, and I think he's going to eventually find that knockout. Over to Bellator 290. Rick's favorite fighter, Sabah Homasi, taking on Brennan Ward. Like I mentioned, I think this one is going to be fireworks. The under 1.5 here. Sabah Homasi, 14 of his last 19. Under the 1.5. Brennan Ward, 19 straight fights for this dude have not gone the distance. 16 of those going under 1.5. I mean, Bellator put it on the main card, opening the main card for them for a reason, because they know this one is going to be fireworks. I'm really looking forward to it. And hopefully because of the Parlay Pals, Homasi is the one finding the finish. To the main event. I'm going with the under 1.5. I mean, Fedor's not here to go 25 minutes. I think he has zero plans of that happening. His 6-fight Bellator career has seen an average of 1 minute and 57 seconds per fight, all 6 of them ending in the first round. 9 of his last 10 have ended in the first round. 33 of his 46 professional fights have ended in the first round. He is not a dude that gets paid by the hour. He comes in and he gets the job done. Hate to say it. Hate to do it. We had him on earlier. I played Ryan Bader money line. So,
oh my God.
If you listen to No Bets Barred this week, it was really a wild thing. We started the show. Ryan Bader was minus 215. I go to Jed. I was like, I feel like this is a playable line. I feel like we go ahead and play him. He had already played him at that number. I was like, well, I'll jump in at minus 240. As the show is going on, Ryan Bader is actively dropping, and then by the end of it, he was like minus 340. I don't know what happened, but like a ton of money came in on Ryan Bader yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it just knocked dude out in 35 seconds. Fedor is now 46. Yeah, I mean, just at this playable line, I just feel like that's the move in this situation. I hope Fedor wins. I hope he gets to end his career well. All those legends get to come into the cage. But after last time, I felt like this was worth a play. And then to boxing, one single on boxing. It is Sky Nicholson by decision. I said it all week. If they give me a playable line on this one, I will play it.
Oh, wow. I should have taken that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Huh?
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I mean, Frank's salty that he took his Serrano there. Sorry. I mean, minus 210, I feel that's playable. This is going to be your toughest test against Tanya Alvarez, a nice prospect out of Spain. Sky Nicholson, 149 amateur fights. 149. And I understand it is 3-minute rounds and it's only 3 rounds. But she had 1 knockout throughout those 149 fights. She was not kidding on the show when she was like, yeah, most of my wins have come by way of decision. Obviously, all 5 pro fights have come by decision. Now, this is her first 10-rounder, but I think that proves she doesn't have that KO power. Like, she's not going to end you with that one punch. I do think this is one of her toughest tests to date. So I think this is going to be a great battle, and she's going to win by decision. A few parlays for you here. The 3 fighters we just mentioned. Richardson Hitchens, Alicia Baumgartner, Amanda Serrano. Yep, big chalky favorite parlay. Played this one earlier this week. I am all over it. Me and Frank will be in the house. I'm very much looking forward to it. Hopefully we can cash that. Did a little UFC Bellator cross parlay. Violence. Homasi Ward doesn't go to a decision. Bader Fedor doesn't go to a decision. Lewis Spivak under 4.5. And then to finish us off, a couple of UFC parlays. Shout out to Jed Meshew for coming up with this. The Pacifist parlay. Jiyeon Kim, Mandy Baum goes to a decision, and a heavyweight, Tybora Ivanov, goes to a decision. That gets us to even money. Last 2, already mentioned him, Yusaka Kinoshita. I mean, very violent, very aggressive. Think this is a good matchup for him against Adam Fujit. And then the main event does not go to a decision. And lastly, the Korean Super Parlay. I took the 5 Korean favorites that are, obviously not fighting other Koreans. That pays out at plus 544. Just put a quarter unit on that for the fun of it. Wish this one was happening in Korea, but alas, I'll still find a way to support the Korean fighters.
Yes.
Big weekend.
Big
weekend.
I love your theme parlays. I got to give you a shout out for that.
Those are fun.
I just think they're so much fun.
Gimmick? There's nothing better than when it cashes. Hopefully it cashes.
You gonna do an Australian one next week?
Oh man, we're gonna have some fun next week for Australia. I can promise you that.
Did you have any thoughts on the Eblin Tokov fight?
Yeah, I feel like Eblin wins, but like minus 225. Tokov's pretty good, dude. 31-3.
I kind of feel like that. I kind of feel like the dog's live in that one.
I mean,
kind of feel like
live, dude. Like if you look at his losses, Ramazan Ameev was like a split decision back in, I think it was M1, and then Magomed Karamov. Like, dude is a beast. And
that plus 210.
What's that fight line?
A little sprinkle
before the Gegard Mousasi fight. Like I feel like Tokov would be a decent favorite there, but obviously he showed out.
It's going to be interesting. Super interesting fight.
I just can't bet against Eblin again because of the way he just tore my heart out. I was live when he beat Gegard Mousasi, and that was just a beating pillar to post. That was just domination.
All right, great stuff. Good luck. That was a lot of information.
A lot of information. Yeah. I was thinking halfway through it. I was like, man, I hope the graphics are assisting people. If you're on podcast, that might have been tough to keep up with.
Man, it's fine. You said all the picks, and then they could go to the YouTube page or videos to follow along if they need to. Just want to give 2 quick shout outs before we go. Want to give a shout out to Uriah Faber. He's got his A1 Combat 8th event, and it's going down at the Tachi Palace in Lemoore, California. That's where he won his WEC title back in the day. Now he's coming back as a promoter. It goes down on February 3rd. So if you're in the area, go check it out. You can watch it online as well, but if you're in the area, go check it out. Remember, I believe Dana White said that he would pay the Tachi Palace back for saying yes to holding an event there in April of 2020. I'm not sure if they've come to Tachi yet. I think they were still waiting on that one in Lemoore. But here's Uriah Faber going out there and putting on an event, A1 Combat 8. That is this Friday, February 3rd. So shout out to him. And also I wanted to give a shout out to Dean Amasinger, who works for the UFC, does work in Shanghai at the PI, and has been instrumental in trying to grow that market for the UFC, all the work at the PI, and it has not been an easy time. Last couple of years living in Shanghai, obviously, given what has happened in the world, and with the strict, lockdown restrictions and all that stuff. And, we talk from time to time, and he has clued me in on some of that, and it hasn't been easy. And this road to UFC tournament, if you will, very much, something that he's been a part of, and also something to help grow the Asian market. So want to give him a shout out on all his hard work and everything that he's doing over there in Asia. Of course, Dean Amasinger, you may recall, former tough fighter, trained with Dan Hardy, UK star, now doing great work over there. So kudos, shout out to Big Dean. All right. Speaking of Dean, where are we at? Nottingham lost 2-0. All right. So much for the Carabao Cup. Like we always said, no one cares about the Carabao Cup. It's on to staying up in the Premier League, and that's what we shall focus on. All right. I can't wait for this weekend. A lot of great stuff, a lot going on, a lot to be excited about. But for now, Frankie, we're out of time. I've been sitting in this chair here for over 4 hours, and I promised 3 people that I would do an interview after the show.
Are you feeling guilty?
Am I feeling guilty about what?
That's a good question.
Maybe regretful?
Regretful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't know if my brain still works,
And just to be clear, we're not going to name the show Aerial Response to Joe Rogan.
Which, you want to do that? That'd be great. I still don't even know. Listen, the last
time... It's ridiculous that they're taking it this far.
The last time that I guess it's just like one of those hot button things, but the last time that I watched that show, and it's not because like I'm a hater or anything like that, I just give me a wrestling podcast or something. Give me this morning I was listening to Football Daily on the BBC. I mean, I just want to listen to that shit, I don't really want to think about A1 and conspiracy theories. But, you know, not A1. What is it called? Is it called AI? AI. What else to give Uriah Faber's A1? See, I'm tired. All right, sue me. We're out of time. Thank you very much to Scott Coker. Again, all those legends showing up on Saturday is going to be an incredible, incredible thing. Dan Henderson, Hoist Gracie, Matt Hughes, Mark Coleman, Chuck Liddell, Mirko Krokop, Josh Barnett, Henzo Gracie, Frank Shamrock, Rampage Jackson, Chael Sonnen, Randy Couture. Amazing. All the best. Happy trails to Fedor Emelianenko. Thank you very much to Eddie Hearn. Appreciate him very much. And thank you to the great Alexander Volkanovski. Good luck to him next week. Back next week, same time, place. Till the same. Peace. I'm out of here.